Hey there, welcome to the coding crash course in Python and Java. This video could be your gateway to a world of endless possibilities. Now, if you've been wondering why should I learn to code in 2024, let me tell you this. Coding isn't just a skill anymore, it's a superpower. In today's digital world, there has always been a massive demand for skilled coders, and that demand is only growing. From tech giants in Google and Amazon to startups everywhere, companies are constantly searching for talented developers. Knowing how to code in powerful languages like Python and Java opens doors to incredible career opportunities, whether you want to build an app, analyze data, create AI systems, or even develop games. And the best part, Python and Java are among the most in-demand programming languages out there. Mastering these languages can fast-track your path to success. This could open doors to roles in data science, machine learning, software engineering, or even game development. In this crash course, we will start with Python, learning the basics, building cool projects like word counter, face recognition app, and even a movie recommendation system. Then we will dive into Java, where we will create games like Tic-Tac-Toe and the classic Snake game. So get ready to unlock your coding potential, grab your laptops, and let's jump right in. Your coding journey starts now.
Let me tell you what is Python. Python is basically a very popular high-level, object-oriented and interpreted language. Okay, when I'm saying high-level, what does that mean? Suppose you have no idea about the coding language, how you can use a code, how you can do a code, right? So if you start your journey with Python, it is just like a normal English you wrote, right? The normal way you write your English, the same way you can do the code as well in Python. Okay, so this is how Python is very flexible and beginner friendly, right? And using Python, you can have so many libraries. I will show you all the libraries, what you can do with Python. So these are the main reason why Python becomes so popular with days, right? So what is the history of Python? When we say this is the language name is Python, so it's obvious that we all think that why Python? Right? So the inventor of Python is Rossum, who invented Python in 1989. And Rossum used to love watching comedy movies from late 70s, right? He needed a short, unique and slightly mysterious name for this language. Basically, he was searching for a name for his language he was inventing that should be very short, unique and slightly mysterious, right? Obviously, Python is a mysterious name, right? And in that time, he was watching Monty Python's Flying Circus. And from that, he thought that he can use the Python name for his language. And this is how he ended up using Python for his language. And this is how Python came into the picture, right? So I hope that, you got to know that how Python came in the picture, right? Now we will see why should you learn. Why should you learn Python? What is the reason that, yeah, we have multiple options that you can learn Java, Python, C, C++. But why we are saying that you should learn Python? The main reason is that Python is simple and beginner-friendly language, okay? And if you think about a coder, the first thing came into our mind that they will work with thousands of lines of code, right? But for Python, no, that's not the case. You can write your code in a very short way, right? Your code can be very short using some predefined function, predefined library that we have in Python. Okay, so these are the main reason why Python becomes so popular. Okay, and if you go for a data science data science domain, that in that part we need to use so many mathematical computational. If you want to do some exploratory data analysis, we need some stats concepts. So in that case, we have some library in Python who actually help us to do that mathematical computational easily. right? So these are the main reason why we want Python to as our language. Okay, and if you are a gamer, if you want to have some good cool graphics for your game, yes, Python has some good graphics, some cool graphics that you can use for your game. And if you are a web developer, if you are a software developer, if you want to develop software, that is also can be done using Python. Okay, so basically you can use Python in a multiple ways, in multiple domains. So this is how Python is getting the popularity. Python is so popular because of its largest community for learners and the collaborators. It has the largest community, right, where all the members are actually investing or doing some of kind of a research for Python, and one language become more popular for its community, right? So this is why Python is so popular, and Python is easy to learn and it has a usable flexibility, right? And it supports big data, machine learning and cloud computing. All the new upgrowing technologies are supported by Python. So you can say this is the main reason why Python becoming so popular, because it is supporting all the new upcoming upcoming technologies, right? Python is open source. You don't need to pay for Python. It is free of cost. You can use at any time. Okay. It has a huge number of Python libraries and framework. We have lots of framework. We can use it. That is also for free. And it has a huge number of libraries. Suppose you need to do a mathematical computational, you can use a library. Suppose you need to visualize your data, you can go for some library that is already Matplotlib or Seaborn, that is already predefined in Python. If you want to do a deep learning code, if you want to build your model, that's also possible using Python libraries, right? This is why Python becoming so popular. Okay, and Python supports automations as well. So this is the reason the Python is basically now it's the heart of the software engineers, you can say, right? Now we will see how can you install Python. So installing Python, what you need to do, you need to go to their official website, that in python.org, and there you will get the link and you just need to download. That's all you need to do. It's very simple to download Python in your local system. Okay, but yeah, we use some integrated development environment for Python. If you want to use some integrated development environment in your local system, for that you need to install Python first to your local system. This is the main criteria. Okay, so for IDE we have PyCharm. PyCharm is one of the most popular IDE, you can say. And now comes Anaconda. Anaconda is basically used for the data science purpose. If you are a data scientist or if you are an aspiring data scientist, you can use Anaconda as well, right? And there comes the Google Colab. Google Colab is provided by Google, and where you don't need to install anything, right? You can do it online, and it provides you a good amount of RAM. It provides you GPU and TPU as well. So some of the time we use Google Colab for the deep learning purpose, where we need to use GPU. So in our code, we will use Google Colab, right? Now I will show you what is the statistical measurement of Python user, right? I was saying that Python is so popular, Python is so flexible, everyone is using Python, but why you guys should believe me, right? So let's see on the graph that how actually Python is becoming more popular with days. So you can see in the graph after 2016, there is a straight increasement in the graph, right? Where you can say it's showing till 2018, the Python is continuously increasing. Number of Python users is continuously increasing, right? So this is actually proving that Python is becoming more popular day by day because of its all flexibilities. Now we will talk about the basic syntax for Python. So what basic syntax we have? When we start talking about any programming language, first we need to think of how you can store your data, right? For storing your data, we use variable, right? So if you want to store your data in any container, so that is called as variable, right? So variable are used as container to store the data values. Python has no command to declare a variable. For Java, for C, you need to declare your variable, but for the Python, there is no syntax that you need to declare your variable. A variable is created when you assign a value to it, right? Suppose here you can see that I write A is equals to 5. At that time, I already created my variable, right? So I use B is equals to 0.4. In that time also, I created B as a variable which contains 0.4 value, right? And if you want to print the value, you need to write print and then you need to pass the variable name, right? This is how we can use variable in Python, right? Now when we talk about variable, there are multiple types of variable we have, that is known as data types. Data types are used to classify or categorize of your data items. Okay, data types represent value which determines what operation can be performed on the data. Okay, in Python, data types is assigned when you assign the value to the variable. So basically, if you want to assign a variable, suppose you want to have a variable int, right? So if you want to use that, suppose A is equals to, you want that A will be an int variable. So in other language, you need to write that A variable is an integer variable. But for Python, what you need to do, you just need to write the variable name and you need to put the value. It will automatically fetch the type of the variable, right? So this is why we say that Python is very flexible, right? You don't need to remind so many syntax. You don't need to go for so many complex part to execute your code, right? If you want to use a string, what you need to do, you need to write the variable name. Suppose here I write C is equals to your data, right? In between a comma. Okay, so this is how you can write a string. Okay, your Python will take that variable as a string variable, right? So using Python, you don't need to use any syntax for your variable. If you want to put a particular data types, you don't need to write any extra line of code. You need to just pass your data to the variable. Okay, and after like initializing your variable, if you want to see what type of variable you have initialized, so we have a type function to see that, right? If you want to see what type of a variable I have, suppose equals to 5, right? I want to see what type of a variable it is, right? What we will do, we will use type function. We need to write type and then we need to pass our variable name. Suppose for A, it is integer, for B, it is float, and for C, it is string, right? This is how we can use Python data types and we can check what type of variable I have. What is my data types for the particular variable? Okay. Now we will see some basic syntax for Python string. So if you want to go for data science domain, if you want to do some project in the Python, you need to have a very strong hands-on on a string. How you can manipulate a string, how you can initialize a string, how you can slice a string, right? We will see all the things in the code file as well. First, I will show you in theory how we will do all this operation in string using Python. Suppose I write a data, that is our variable. Data is our variable name is equals to hello, welcome to Great Learning. Okay, so hello, welcome to Great Learning will be our data. And if we want to print that, what we will do? We will write print and then we will pass data, right? And we will get the output, hello, welcome to Great Learning. This is how you can initialize a single line string. Okay, suppose you have a multi-line string, you have a paragraph, right? So in that time, we need to use 3 comma. Okay, where you will use welcome to Great Learning, then I use a comma. So if you use a same comma both the places, that time it will not take as a string. Okay, so be sure, just to remind in your just to remind that when we use multi-line string, we use 3 commas, right? So what I did, I use data and then I use 3 string, then I write welcome to Great Learning, and in today's session we will discuss about Python project for beginners. Okay, I want to print this multi-line string data. Okay, and after that what I did, I just print the data. So I got welcome to Great Learning. In today's session, we will discuss about Python project for beginners. Now we will see how can you iterate a string, right? So iterating a string is simple the way you iterate arrays, right? So basically to iterate a string, we use for loop. Okay, so here we use for I, the index it will run through in range, the length of the data we have. So if you want to see what length of the string you have, you need to use length function, right? You don't need to write a program from the scratch to get the length of the data. So length and the data. Okay, so you will get the length of the data. Suppose my case, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so suppose my case take 10. Okay, so your range will be 0 to 10. Okay, so now you want to print the each and every element of your string, right? So I use data and then in the bracket I mention the index number. That is your I that will iterate. So first I will get H, E, L, L, O and the continue, right? W, E, L, C, O, M, E and then it continues. This is how you can iterate through your strings. It's just normal like an array, the way you iterate through an array, right? Now we will see how can you slice your string. If you want to slice your string, how can you do that? So basically before start with this string slicing, so let me just introduce one thing. In string slicing, we start our index from 0, not from the 1. So this is the main thing you need to remind when you start slicing your string. And when we put the end index for the string, it will go before that. Suppose we put 4, it will go till 3. Right? So what we need to do, if we need to slice our string, we need to pass the variable name. So here my variable name is b, right? In the bracket, in the square bracket, I use 1. So I want my from the second element 2 till 4, right? So 4 matlab it will go till 3, right? So 1, 2, 3. So we have E, L, L. So H index is 0, E index is 1, L index is 2. Again L index is 3 and O index is 4. So it will go till 3 index. So we will get ELL as a output, right? If you want to go for a negative indexing, what do you need to do? The negative indexing starts with -1. Okay, I want void. So first you need to, I just want from -6 to -1. So it will take WORLD. So we can slice your string through positive indexing and through negative indexing as well. So it's upon you how you can want to slice your string. So if you want to see the length of the string, again we use length function to see what is the length of our string, right? So for my string, the length is 30. Okay. So let's see what is Python list. Okay. So now we will see some of the predefined classes we have in Python. So what is list? So Python list provides a concise way to create list which is ordered and changeable. Okay. So basically Python list is something where if you have a large amount of data, right? That time you can't use variable, right? For variable you can just store one data. But if you have apple, orange, banana, all the fruits, so many fruits if you have, and if you want to store them, how can you store them? You use list, and list contains the duplicate element. If you have a duplicate element in your data, it will contain that as well. List elements can be fetched using the index number. Again, the indexing number for list also start from 0, right? If you want to fetch some particular element, particular data from your list, you can do that using list index. And list can have null elements as well. So list contains null elements. So if you have any null element in your data, list will contain that. Okay. And the syntax for the list is that bracket, square bracket, and you need to write your data. Writing that square bracket, the Python will understand you initialize a list. We will see in the code as well how actually practically we do that, right? Now we will see that how you can initialize a list. Again, initializing a list is you need to write the list name for my case, it is fruit list. Then you need to write that square bracket and you need to pass your data. For my case, apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry. These are my data. So I want to put them in a list to store all the information, right? Now I print my list, that is fruit list. I got apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry. And my type of list is basically it's a string type list, okay? You can have integer and float type list as well. So for again, if you want to have integer type list, you don't need to write anything. Just put your data on the bracket and it will automatically take that list, right? If you want to see the length of the list, again we use length function. And if you want to add elements, suppose after initializing of your list, you want to add some element to the list. How you can do that? We use dot append function to add some element after you initialize something to your list. So fruit list dot append and then grapes, right? This is how we can append a new data from to our list. Okay, so now you can see before we have apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry. Right now we have apple, lychee, mango, banana, cherry, grapes. Okay, this is how you can add extra element to the list, right? And one more thing, list maintains the insertion order. When I'm talking about insertion order, means when you insert something to your list, right? You added apple, lychee and banana, right? So it will the same way it will store your data. Apple, lychee, banana. It will not change the insertion order of your data. So now we will set Python set, right? So why we need set when we have list, right? At any way, they are going to store the large amount of data you have. But when you go for any interview, please keep in mind that the main difference between list and set is list contain duplicate element, but the set does not contain duplicate elements, right? If you have a duplicate elements in your data, it will automatically eliminate that data and it will take only single copy of that data, right? And suppose you have a large amount of data, right? You have a virtual library, okay? So in that library, you have lots of books. So maybe you have a repeated book in your database. How can you check that, right? So using set, if you pass your list value, so that time it will automatically eliminate the duplicate value. It will take only single copy of that. So you will get all the distinct books you have, right? So set is an unordered and indexed collection which is written in curly brackets. We initialize set in curly brackets, right? Set is based on mathematical set concept, the concept we have in mathematics, and set also allows null values, right? And set does not maintain the insertion order. This is the main big difference between list and set, right? Set will contain duplicate value and obviously will maintain your insertion order, right? And for set, it does not contain the duplicate value and it does not maintain the insertion order as well. So according to your usage, according to your requirement, you will use list or set, right? So now we will see how we can initialize set, right? For initialize set, we need to use curly bracket. So fruit list, and under the curly bracket, I will pass apple, lychee, mango, banana, the fruit list I have. Okay, so you can see it takes mango, banana, mango, apple, lychee, cherry, banana. It is not maintaining the insertion order the way I insert my data, right? If you want to check the length of the set, you need to use length function. And if you want to add something, there is one more catch. In the list, if you want to add something, we use dot append function. But for the set, if we want to add something, we use dot add function, right? These are the main three difference between list and set, right? When you go for any interview in Python, so they will ask you about these basic questions. So please be sure about these basic concept that what is the difference between list and set, right? And here I add extra element, that is orange. You can see my first set was mango, apple, lychee, cherry, banana, and the next I got orange as well in the list, right? Next comes Python tuple. So when we have list set, so why we need tuple? So basically tuple is an order and unchangeable collection which is written in round brackets. Okay, so basically if you want to add something after you initialize your tuple, if you want to add some data to your tuple, that is not allowed, right? It will not give you that usage, that facility to add something after you initialize your tuple. Okay, so please keep in mind that what are the main difference between list, set and tuple, and according to your usage, your requirement, you can use these concepts, right? So here, how can we initialize tuple? We use fruit list, that is equals to that first round bracket. When you write this round bracket, your Python will understand, yes, you are initializing a tuple. Okay, so then we will pass our data, our fruit list, apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry. And when I print it, you can see we got it, apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry, right? If you want to check the length of the tuple, what you need to do? You need to use length function and then you need to pass the tuple variable, that is fruit list, and I have a 5 elements in my tuple, right? So these are the main reason why we use list, set and tuple. Now comes the concept of Python dictionary. So why we need Python dictionary? Python dictionary is basically, it's an unordered collection of key value pairs enclosed with curly brackets, right? So here is the catch. We have key value pairs, right? Suppose, let me give you an example. For that you can understand why actually we need a dictionary. Suppose you have a list of fruits and you have a number of fruits. How many fruits you have? Suppose apple have 10, orange have 20 and for banana has 30. If you want to store them. But for list, set and tuple, you can't use that volume, right? You can't use those, you can't store your data like apple is 10, orange is 20 or banana is 30, right? In that case, we use dictionary. For dictionary, there is two concepts, that is key and value. Maybe your banana will be your key, that fruit list will be your key, and the number of amount you have, that will be your value. But be sure, when you are using key should be always unique. You cannot repeat key, right? You cannot repeat key, and key should be always it should be unique. But for the value, that can be repeated, right? Let's see how we can use like dictionary, right? For dictionary, what we need to use? We need to use that curly bracket, and if your key is a string value, then you need to pass the same way you need to pass your string value. For me, apple will be my key, and then colon, you need to write colon, and then you need to pass the value. How much apple you have? I have 10 apple. So 10 will be my value. Again, for orange will be the key and 20 will be my value, right? This is how you can initialize the dictionary. But if you want to take all the keys from the dictionary, how you can do that? Taking all the keys from the dictionary, we use .keys function. It will return all the key you have in your dictionary. In my fruit variable, I have apple, orange, banana and guava. These 4 are my keys, right? So it will return apple, orange, banana and guava. And for the values, you need to see, and if you want to get the values, so we use .values function. It will return all the value you have, right? For apple, I have 10. For orange, I have 20. For banana, I have 30. And for guava, I have 40, right? It will return all the values like 10, 20, 30 and 40, right? This is how you can extract keys and values from the dictionary. Okay. So if you want to modify a dictionary, how you can do that, right? So first I want to add a new element, new key to my dictionary. You can do that. How? you need to write your variable name for the dictionary. For me, it's fruit. Then in the bracket, I need to mention the key. For me, the key is mango. So I will put mango on that. And how much mango you have? How many mangoes you have? So I have 50 mangoes. So I will write that equals to 50. So the same way it will take the new element to your dictionary. Now you can see in my dictionary I have apple, orange, banana, guava and mango. And now comes if you want to update your number of values. Suppose in respect to apple you want to change, before you have 10 apple, now you have 100 apple. You buy some more apple, you want to add them. How can you add them? In that case, you can update that. You can use the same fruit and the key you want to update. For me, it's apple. I want to update. That is equals to 100, right? This is how you can update your values in the dictionary. Okay. So I hope guys you understand what are the difference between list, set, tuple and dictionaries, and what are the function we have in these data structures, right? So you can see if we want to merge two dictionary, how you can do that? We use dot update function. So I have fruit 1 dictionary, I have fruit 2 dictionary. Now I want to merge them both, right? How can you do that? You need to use fruit 1, then dot update your second dictionary. So for my second dictionary is fruit 2. And then you will get in the fruit 1 all the elements you have in the both dictionary. You can see apple, orange, banana, guava all came under fruit 1, right? And there comes if you want to delete some particular element from your dictionary. How you can do that? For that we use dot pop function. We all quite familiar with pop function, right? In the dictionary also we use dot pop function. So we use dot pop your dictionary name, that is fruit, then dot pop and which key you want to remove, not the value. I want to remove orange key. So I will mention orange, right? So you can see in my dictionary we don't have orange, right? So these are the functions we have in dictionaries. Okay, now we will see all of these things in Google Colab, right? How you can do all these things practically in Google Colab. Then we will move into Python projects, right? Now we will see all the basic syntax of Python, how you can initialize a variable, how can you see the data types of the variable, list, set, dictionary and tuple implementation, right? So here we are going to use Google Colab. So if you want to use Google Colab, how you can do that? First go to your favorite browser, then just write Google Colab, and after searching Google Colab, you will get a link colab.research.google.com, right? In that link, you need to go Google Colab, then you need to click on New Notebook, right? This is all you need to do when you are going to use Google Colab, okay? And if you want to use some other ID, that is also possible. For that, you need to install Python in your local system, right? And if you want to change Google Colab name, you can double click over here. That is untitled. It's already written. If you want to change it to something Python, so you can do that like this, right? So there is one more option in Google Colab. You can see in runtime, you need to click in runtime and then you will get all the options, right? If you want to run all the cell at a time, you need to use run all. And if you want to change your runtime type, so if maybe you are working with some deep learning code or machine learning, you need a GPU. This is how you can change your runtime. You can see we have GPU and TPU, right? According to your users, you can use respectively. But here we don't need a GPU or TPU. We will use none, okay? So then save. This is how you can use Google Colab. And after doing the code, if you want to download your notebook, you can do it. It will give you .ipynb file. You need to download .ipynb. That is how you can use Google Colab. So already I made my notebook. That is for Python for beginners. Let's see how we can do it. So you can see in a variable, I use 5. I pass a value that is 5 for my a, right? And for I pass 0.4. And for C, we have RIA. I use different type of data just to show you how actually Python initialize the variables, right? Let me run the code. Let's see what we will get. And just to print your variable and print to anything in Python, what you need to do, you need to write print, and then in the parentheses you need to pass your variable name. And if you don't want to use print a statement, what you need to do, you just need to write a, and it will just print your variable value, right? But one thing, if you want to print a, b, c at a time, right? If you write a, b, and then c, right? Let's see what it will give. It will give only the c value, right? It will not print a and b. So if you want to print all the 3 values, that time you need to actually use print function, right? I hope it's clear when you need to use print, and when you think that you need to just print all the elements you have, that time you need to use print function. But if you have one variable you need to print, you just can write the name of that variable and it will print automatically, right? So these are the main difference, guys, you really need to understand if you want to go for any interview for Python, right? So you can see that we got the value of variable, that for a is equals to 5, b is equals to 0.4, and c is equals to the string character. Right? Now I will show how you can use string, a one-line string. If you want to initialize a one-line string, you need to write the variable name, that is data, and then I pass hello, welcome to Great Learning, right? The same thing I say in the presentation as well. Let's see how it's going to initialize. Yeah, my data is initialized with the string data I provided, that is hello, welcome to Great Learning, right? Now we will see the multi-line, right? The welcome to Great Learning. In today's session, we will discuss about Python project for beginners, right? In this case, what we will do, data and then the 3 commas I told you. So let me show you, if we don't use 3 commas, what it will happen. So if I put 1 comma, right, and here also I will have 1 comma, right? So you can see in today's session, it actually count all the commas, right? All the commas it is counting, and it is not taking the whole string, right? So in that case, we need to use this syntax just to take all the lines we have in the data, right? So let's see. Yeah, it took my data. So please remind that when you want to use a multi-line string, you need to use the syntax, right? Now I want to iterate through my string, right? I will use for loop, and you can see I told you will get all the, even the space is also came in between that, right? You are iterating through space as well. If you have space in your data, that will also iterate through the for loop, right? Okay, now we will see how you can use string indexing, right? Before see the negative indexing, let me show you how you can use a positive indexing, right? So maybe we are going to use same hello world, right? Now I have a variable called b. Now I want to slice my variable. How you can do that? First, you need to write your variable name, that is b, and then in the square bracket, you need to specify that from which element you want to slice your data. So from 2, maybe from the 3rd element, as our string indexing starts from 0, right? Maybe from L, I want to cut my string, right? Till L to maybe 6. Right? It will go till 5, right? This is the catch for the list indexing. If you write 0, that will take you the first element. If you write the last element is 6, it will go till 5, right? Let me just print it. Yeah, you can see it takes LLO, right? It goes till 5, and you can see there is a space. It counts the space as well. Okay, so space is also a one index. Okay, right. I think you guys can understand. If you guys have any doubt, please put in the comment section below. For that, we can go back to you guys and solve your doubts as well. Okay, now comes the negative indexing. How can you do the negative indexing? For the negative indexing starts with -1, right? So I want from -6 to -1. That comes the world, right? So let's see what we give. I want the world character. I want the world word from my data. So I use -6 to -1. You can see I got a world, but maybe I want to use -5. Let's see what I will get. So guys, always try to play with your programming language to understand more deeply the language you are learning, right? So you can see I got ORLD, not the W, right? This is how negative indexing works. Now I want to see the length of my string, right? I don't know what is the length of my string. So for that we use length function. So length of P, that is for my case it is 13. It's actually counting the spaces as well, right? Always remember, it does not only count the character, it also counts the spaces you specified in your data, in your string. Now we will see how can you initialize a list. So I have a bunch of fruits. I want to put them in a list. How we can do that? We need to do, actually I take a variable that is fruit list. That is my variable name. That is equals to, I mention that square bracket. When you mention the square bracket, it will automatically, Python will understand you want to use a list, right? I use apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry, right? Okay, so these are my bunch of fruits I have. I want to store them, right? Now let me print it. Yes, you can see I got it: apple, lychee, mango, banana and cherry, right? This is actually stored in my fruit list. Right now, if I want to see the length of the list, again I need to use length function. Length, and then we need to pass the list name, that is fruit list, right? If you want to add a new data to your list, how we can do that? We need to use dot append. So we use fruit list and dot append and the grapes I want to pass. Let's see what it will give. Okay, you can see the grapes is already added in our data, in our list, right? Now comes the set concept. So I already told what's the difference between list and set. So let me try one thing. When I'm initializing that, let me just add same data to the set. Let's see how it is going to handle that. So you can see in my data, I added apple twice, right? But it did not take apple twice. It takes apple only once. So I told you, if you have a multiple same data, it will actually eliminate that data and it will keep only the single copy of that, right? So for that, it has apple but once. Okay, so if you want to get a distinct data from your data set, that time you should go for set. Okay, for set we use curly bracket. So from basically the bracket, Python understands. If you use a square bracket, Python understands, okay, user want to use a list. If you use a curly bracket, Python says, okay, the user want to use a set, right? So be careful when you are initializing the list and set and you are putting the brackets, right? And for the and if you want to add, right? Before going to tuple, if you want to add something to the set, we use dot add function, right? You can see it. Let me execute that. Yes, you can see we got orange, right? We got orange. And the previous list as well, previous set, right? This is how we can add a new data to our set, right? Now, if we want to print the length of the set, how we will do? We will use the length function and the set variable. For my case, this is fruit list, right? Now comes tuple. So for tuple, If you want to add something after you initialize the data, no, it will not give you that flexibility to do that, right? So let me do that. Yes, you can see this is already initialized, and let me just try that if I can. First let me first let me fetch a data from the tuple, right? Suppose 0. You can see I got apple, right? The first element. Suppose I want to just change apple to what can be done? Suppose cat. I want a cat, okay, in my fruit list. See, I got an error that tuple object does not support item assignment because tuple is immutable, right? So always remember, you can't update tuple wait after you initialize the tuple, right? Okay. So now you will see, if you want to see the length of the tuple, we use length function, and then you need to pass the tuple you have, right? I have fruit list. I pass that fruit list to the length. So I got 5. The length of the tuple is 5, right? Now comes the dictionary. So if you want to initialize a dictionary, again, you need to use the curly bracket. But the catch for the dictionary is dictionary has key value pair. For my case, apple is my key and 10 is my value, right? So here the 10 it will give as a string. No, I don't want to give it as a string. I want to give it as a number, right? Okay. So fruit list, and then under the curly bracket, I use apple. That's my key, and the 10 it's the value of that particular key. Okay. And after that, I use orange, and then 20. That is the value of orange, my orange key, and then same as for mango, right? And always remember, key can actually have only one value, not the list of the value. Okay, so let me print it. Yes, you can see I got apple, that is 10, orange, that is 20, and mango, that is 100. Now let me do some operation using dictionaries, right? So I have my fruit list. I want to add a new key or new value to my dictionary. How we can do that? Now maybe I have cat. So I'm a cat lover. I want to add cat into my fruit list as well. I know this is meaningless, but I'm just giving you the example. So I have 20 cat. Let me check. Yes, and now I want to print my dictionary. Okay. Yes. So you can see it added cat. That I have cat 20 cats, right? If you want to update it, no, I don't have 20 cat. I have 2 cat, right? Let me update it. So yes, let's see what it will give. Yes, it updated that I have a 2 cat. Okay, and if I want to add, if I want to merge 2 lists to basically to dictionary, how we can do that? Let me create one more dictionary for your convenience. Maybe the same one I'm going to use, right? Okay. And let me just initialize with that name fruit list 2, right? I have the same value. Okay. So it's already initialized. Now what I need to do, I want to have all that thing under fruit list, right? So I will write fruit list is equals to again fruit list dot update, and then I will pass my new list, that is fruit list 2, right? Let's see what I will get. And let me print my new fruit list. Okay. So for my new fruit list, let's see what I have. Okay, it's not getting printed. Why it's not getting printed? Let me use print function and then pass it. So I got none. Why it's not taking the same values? Okay, so let me add some other values to it. Dog, I have lion maybe, and I have okay, so I was getting a update. So why we were getting the error, right? We were getting the error because, or the none one, because we are actually assigning the new merge list to the old one, right? For this case, you don't need to assign, right? The thing, what you need to do, that's the thing you need to remind, right? If you feel like, why I show you that error, because if you feel like just to add, like assign the new list to the old one, no, you can't do that. What you need to do, just you need to write first, I need to execute this one, then maybe I have apple, orange and mango, right? And the list 2 I have dog, and maybe I'm going to add elephant, right? And then I have take one elephant, right? So let me print it from the second. Okay, list should not be fruit list, right? I will add animal list too. Okay, so now I want to update both of them. So fruit list dot update, I'm going to use animal list, right? So yes, let's see, is it going to work or not? Yes, now let me print the fruit list. So you can see we got apple, orange, mango, dog and elephant. So this is how, these are the operations we have in basic syntax of Pythons, right? And list, save, tuple and dictionary. Now we will see some of the project in Python, right? Let me go back to the presentation. Start. Now we will see some of the Python projects. First we will start with word count. But there is a business problem we have. For that we need to make the project. Okay, so basically a content company who works with multiple stakeholders to make their content, right? And according to that, they have so many freelancers as well who are actually writing the content for them. Okay, so now they want to pay them according to the word they have written. Okay, let me give you an example, right? Suppose you are a technical content writer, or you are a blog writer, travel writer, right? So the company has different types of stakeholders for them, right? Suppose you want some technical content that will be done by the company, and company has some freelancer worker, right? Maybe they write thousands word, and they say for each word we are going to pay you 50 paisa, right? So for that they actually need to have a word count. Okay, so counting the word, it's manually counting the words. It's very time consuming and it's very hectic, right? So they want to make a program which actually accepts the text file and it will count all the words it has, right? According to the count, that company is going to pay the freelancer. Okay. Now you can see, so the solution is, so they want to make an automatic system which can count the word from a text file automatically, right? So what it will do? First, it will read the text file using Python. So how can we solve the case study? So for that problem solution, first we need to read the text file, okay, using Python libraries. Then we need to store the whole document in a variable. Okay, we can store the whole document in a variable, and then we need to split the document using split function. Okay, so we will use split function. Again, this is a predefined function in Python that we are going to use. Then we will count the number of words in the variable, right? This is how we are going to use word counting for that particular company. Let's see how we can do that in the Google Colab. So now we are going to use word count from a text file. Okay, the project we are going to implement. To implement that project, first we need to have a data set. That data set is a text file data set. Do I use the Harper's ASCII text file dataset and I upload that text data in my Dropbox. So how we are going to fetch it? Using wget command, right? Let me fetch my data first from the Dropbox. You also can use that. Okay, so you can see we got Harper's ASCII.txt that is fetched in my content folder. You can see this is done. Okay, now what we are going to use? We are going to use open command, right? We are going to use open command to open our text file, right? So yeah, just let me do that. Maybe this part we will do later. First, let's understand how you can open the file, a text file, right? Okay. See, I give open function, then I put the path of my file, right? And then how you want to use it? I want to read it, right? I use R. Okay, if you want to write it, there is a separate option for that. If you want to write and read both, you will get other options as well. Okay, so using open function, you can write in your text file, you can read it in your text file, all of the thing you can do it. Okay, now what I did, I want to take a list, empty list, and I want to add some elements after some time in that list, right? So I use a C list, right? So you can see how you can use, you can actually initialize an empty list, that is C is equals to which bracket, right? That square bracket I'm going to use. This is how you can initialize an empty list. Now I'm going to use a for loop that will iterate through my documents, right? Through my text file, that if variable. So what I did, for x, that index in if, and then I just want to print text, that I want to see that what we have basically. So maybe, okay, fine. Just let me do that. Okay, so I will see that what actually I am getting in part index, and then whatever I am getting, I just want to append them. How we can append them? C dot append. Okay, then we are going to split the data, right? In X, we are getting all the sentences, right? But now I want to split them. How can I split them? Through each word, I use dot split function, and in the split function, in the parenthesis, I actually pass the space. For each word, we use a space, right? So the space will be my indicator that if there is a space, please cut it through, right? This is how we are going to count the word. Let's see. So you can see for X, we are getting all the lines, right? Sorry, for the X, we are getting all the lines. Now we will see what actually we store in C. Okay? Right. These are the full file I have. That text file. Right? Now let me try and print C. What actually I have splitted. Yeah, you can see what I got. We got project and each and every word we got separately. And this is how actually you can count the letter you have in your data set. Okay. Now what I did, I use a counter, that is T. Okay. In using counter, we are going to count how many words we have. Okay. So what we will do, we will again use a for loop, that is for I in range, and I'm going to take the length of the C. Right? If I told you, if you want to take the length of the list, we use length function. So length of the C, and I just want to increment my counter. That is D is equals to D plus 1. Right? After the execution, we will get how many words we have in the text file. Right? Let me just execute that. Yes, we got 3939. Total word count for our text file. See? Okay, again we got the total. So for each and every freelancer, for that what they can do, they just need to put the path of the file and everything will be done by the program, right? And according to the count, they can pay to their freelancer. This is how we can solve their problem. And this is the first project we have done in Python, and we will see couple of more projects in Python to understand Python more easily, more deeply. Okay, so in our last project, we have seen that how you can count the word using Python, right? It was simple, I guess. I don't think that you guys have any doubt. If you guys have any doubt, just let me know in the comment section. For that, we can help you out to solve the doubt. So now we have a second project. That is how you can build a game using Python, right? So there is a young game developer who is basically a beginner in the Python, but he actually feels good when he start doing something regarding game. So he wants to make up his first game using Python. Okay. So he decided to make a word guessing game using Python. Let's see how we can actually implement a guessing, like you need to just guess your word. How can we do that, right? So first we need to import random. Why we need to import random? Because random help us to pick the word randomly. I will show you why when we are using random in our project, right? Now I have a words that is Apple, Oracle, Amazon, Microsoft, or maybe Orange. I'm going to add one more. And if you have more words in your list, you can add them. But for the sake of the simplicity, I am using list amount of data in our list, right? I have cat as well. I have dog as well. So this is my list, right? Word list. So you can say the vocabulary we have for our game. So it's going to give you a data in between that only, right? Now we will use guessed word. Guessed word is a variable where you will just choose a random word, right? You are not going to say use Apple, take Oracle, or take Amazon, right? The random dot choice is actually using this function to take a random data from your data set. Okay, so let's see what actually that guessed word we have. You can see it, take orange. Let me execute one more. It will take something different. Yeah, it took dog, right? This is how random.choice function is actually working in Python, right? Now we are going to use the hint. What that hint is going to give you, I told you guys that for guessed word is basically a variable, right? And if you want to take a first element from that variable, you can use a indexing. So for my first word, for your hint, it will give you the first word and the last word. For the last word, maybe you can use the length of that, and I use -1, the negative indexing. Okay, so let's see. It took dog, right? It is supposed to give D and G, right? It give me D and G, right? Now we are going to take a list, that is store _G_L, where we are going to store all the guessed word, right? I am going to show you how we can do that. And we have try P variable where I am going to give you 6 times chance you can guess the word. If you can't guess the word within 6 chance, you are fail, right? Now, what I am using input. Input function is basically used in Python to take a user input. In the word game, we really need to take user input, right? It's all about the user, right? So we use input, and then in the input, we are going to pass a message that it will going to show in the console. So I said, please enter your name. Now I am going to print that welcome to the game world, and I am going to print your name, right? I am going to welcome you to our new game. Okay, and print 6 attempts. So we are going to give you 6 attempts, right? So let me write it. We are going to give you 6 attempts for the guessing. Okay, so let me just execute it. Okay, so it's asking what is my name. So my name is Sampriti. So I'm going to add Sampriti, right? So that time it's going to give me a output that welcome to the game world Sampriti. We are going to give you 6 attempts for the guessing, right? Okay. Right. So this is how your program will take the user input. So you can see, yes, we are going to give you 6 items for the guessing. Now we are going to use a for loop. You can see for our indexing is guess in range. We are taking range because it will go till 6, right? And I am using while true. When we use while true, when your condition is true. So when my try p is 6, right? When my guess index, like it will iterate through all the like till 6, right? Till my guess is 6 and my condition is true, then what it will do? It will take a variable that is later and give you that user input it will take, right? I'm going to say input and then guess the later, right? I'm saying please guess the later. Okay. Now if length of later is equals to 1, then we will break it, right? So otherwise else, oops, the guess a later, right? This is what actually we are checking when we are saying 1, right? I give D. Okay, so that time the later length will be 1. But if I give Sampriti the full word, right, that time the length of the later is not 1. So first we need to check that whatever the input we got from the user, the length of that is 1. If it's 1, then break, and otherwise it will say sorry, this later, please give a later, right? And we are breaking from the while loop, right? Good. Next, if later in guessed word, print yes. So if you have the later, okay, so this later we are getting, right? So you can see in the guess later, right? The guess later what we have, wait a second, sorry, the guess word. So guess word is the random word, right? Suppose for dog, okay, in the guess word, if we have that particular alphabet, then we will print yes, right? And we will append that later to our list store GL, right? And otherwise it will going to say print no, sorry, that later is not there. Okay, so this is how you will get all total 6 chance, right? Maybe this is a dog, you are writing A, B, C, D, E. So when you write D, it will again say, okay, this is yes, and now you can go forward. But if you are printing, like if you are giving all the wrong words, still 6, it will say, sorry, there is your chances are finished, right? Now after you see, okay, this is dog, you write D, right? So again, we are using if loop. We are saying that if guess is equals to 3, right? What is guess? This index number. Okay, when my guess is equals to 3, that time I am going to print, would you like to have a clue? I mean, you already guessed 3 times, maybe 1 time you are right, maybe twice you are wrong, right? So now I am asking, would you like to have a clue, right? If you said, and again, if you like to have a clue, so that time we are taking Y and N. Okay, that Y can be in capital letter or the small letter. So what we are doing, we are taking that if clue request, that variable, the user is giving yes or no, that clue request dot lower. We use lower function to smaller our, maybe you put a capitalized word, right? So I make it in the smaller one, right? So dot lower we are using to small your alphabet, right? Then we use that dot start with Y. If you write yes, okay, so it starts with Y, it will check the first character. Okay, you can use Y and you can use yes as well. So at any way, it will take the first character of your input, right? User input. So if it's Y, then print clue, okay? And the hint, I told you for the hint we have the first letter and the first character and the last character of the guessed word. Like for the dog, we have D and G, right? We then print the hint. Okay. Else, I'm going to say, if you say no, I don't want any clue. For that, I'm going to say you are confident, right? Okay. Fine. Okay. Good. So this is how we are going to execute our code. Lastly, what you will see now, let's see what you have guessed so far. And you have guessed, then what we will do, we are actually using a list that is stored underscore G underscore L. That list, we are going to length of the list, and we will say this is the length of your list and this is the word you have actually said correctly, right? Now we are going to print the letters R. Okay. Now I want to show you that what are the letters you have actually guessed right. That is store GL, right? In the store GL, I have that. It will print. Okay. Then what we will do, we will just, now we will say, write the whole word. Okay. As you already guessed this letter, so it's expected that you got the word, right? So I will ask you to write the whole word. When you write the whole word, we will again convert it to dot lower, and we will actually see that that word you have given in the user word is equals to the guess word. The random word is chosen by our program, right? Suppose for my case it is dog. If you write dog, it will convert it to the smaller one, that dog, and then it will check if these two variables are same or not. If yes, it will say congrats, you are correct. Else it will say sorry, the answer was the actual answer, and print the actual answer, that's all, right? And then you need to just print press a enter to exit, just to get out from the program, right? Now we will execute the whole program. Let's see what we get. Right, now I need to write my name. So I'm going to write, sorry, not my name, guess the letter, right? So I'm going to guess the letter, maybe E. I know this is dog, but this is being a gamer, I don't know what the word is, so I'm going to write random word E. So it says no E. So maybe I'm going to use D. It's saying no. Why? Okay, fine. I'm going to use O. Yes, O is there. So I'm going to use R. No. Okay. So again I'm going to use O. Okay. Right. Fine. So it's asked me, would you like to have a clue? I said O, but it does not understand. I don't write yes, right? So it said you are confident. It's us it actually takes no. I don't want a clue, right? Again, guess the word. Let's just try using O. Okay. Now they are asking to guess the letter. Maybe orange. I don't know. Okay. So it says the guess the letter. I write orange. I said oops. Please guess a letter. Okay. Let me again do that. No. Okay. Fine. What is giving me? Now let's see. What have you guessed so far? You have guessed 2 letters correctly. Okay. I have used the OO, right? I don't know what is it. So maybe again what we have in O, right? Let's just do the maybe oracle. I'm just cheating basically, as I know the vocabulary of that. So I am cheating, but for the gamer, no, still I am not right. So the answer was dog, and please enter to leave the program. Okay, right. So this is how the whole program is going to act. So let me play the whole game again. So again, we have word, we have case word. I know this is dog. I don't want dog. Let me add something. Okay, this time this is Microsoft, right? Let me get the hint, that is M and T. Okay, let me give my name. Sorry, that is some PT. Okay, so yes, thank you for welcoming me to the game. Now let me just use it. The first letter, I know this is Microsoft. M It's saying no. Why? Okay. I see one more thing. So when I'm giving a capital letter, it's saying no. So I don't use dot lower over there, right? So for that, it is saying no. It's not that, right? Use I is saying yes. I said C. It said yes. I said R. Okay. So they were asking for the clue. Again, I missed it. Fine. Fine. Let's see. Again is okay. Let me add. Okay. Now I already used AMICRO. Right? They are asking me to like write the whole word. So I am going to write Microsoft. Okay, they said congrats, you are correct. And then I'm going to just put enter just to leave the program. So this is how we actually use the word counter, right? How can we use word counter? This is how we are actually make the guess the word. I hope you guys can understand how we make the word count project and how can you make the game that guess the word, right? So I hope you guys don't have any doubt regarding this two project. But please, if you guys have any doubt, just let me know in the comment section below so that I can help you out. Now we will see one more project, that is calculator. Okay, so we have John, right? We have John. John wants to make a calculator to solve all his mathematical problem. He does not like to do math at all. Instead of that, he is interested in programming. So basically, he is not at all into maths and he loves to do programming, and he thought he can get a solution to not to do maths. What he can do, he can maybe probably make a program that will do the maths for himself. Right? So he actually was thinking, how can I do all the calculation automatically? So he came up with a solution that he can make a calculator. Right? Now we will see how can you make a calculator using Python. So making a calculator, we need to make some functions. But what is function? Function is basically when you want to repeat a particular block. Okay? Suppose maybe let me take an example. Basically, we use loops when you repeat a particular block, and for function, for the perfect example, if you want to say, suppose if you want to do a work, if you want to do some addition, some multiplication, some subtraction, right, multiple times, but you don't need to write that multiple times. So that time we create a function that will take the data from you and it will do the work for you. Right? So here, what we will do for calculator, we are going to make a function for addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Right? So what we will do, we will take our function, and how we are going to actually initialize our function in Python. Right? We use def keyword. So whenever you are going to make a function in Python, you need to write def, 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 and then the method name, the function name. And function name, if you say the convention, we always start with the small letter. So for first one, I want to make an add function. So I write add, it will take the two parameter. So two parameter, your two numbers, right? So maybe you can use for 3, 4, 5, 6 as well. So for me, just for the simplicity, I use two parameters, right? So I'm going to pass x and y. And what it will return? It will return x plus y to me. Okay. Now I'm going to use subtract. So for the subtract, again I'm making a function that is def subtract, and we use x and y. The same way I'm passing two data, x and y, and it will return x minus y. Right? And I'm going to make a multiply function that is going to take x and y and it will return x into y. Right? Lastly, we will use divide function. In the divide function, what we will do? We will again take the x and y and we will return x divided by y. Right? Now what we will do? We will write select option, and we are going to give 1 is for add, 2 is for subtract, 3 is for multiply, and 4 is for divide. Right? Again, we are going to use while true. When my condition is true, that time I am going to use choice, right? Choice is equals to input, that user input I want to take. Input, enter 1, 2, 3, 4, right? In between 1, 2, 3, 4, you need to put. Otherwise, it will be a invalid option, right? Now I'm going to check if my choice in, we use in, 1, 2, 3, 4 will be my string, right? Here we are taking 1, 2, 3, 4 as string and we will match the string, right? If choice in 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Then I'm going to ask you, right? First data of yours, you want to do whatever the calculation it is, right? So for that, what we will do, first we are taking input. My input will be a string, but I need to change it to float. So what I will do, I will pass that string into float function, right? Then I will say, please put the second number, right? For the second function, we are doing the same thing. So now my number is a float number. Now we will see if choice is equals to string 1, okay? So what we will do, we will pass that num1 and num2 to the add function. And how we will call add function? We just need to write add, and in parentheses, we need to pass two numbers that we got from the user, that num1 and num2. If we use elif, if your choice is 2, so what we will do? We will do the same thing. And now I want to do the subtraction, right? For num1 and num2, and we will call the function of subtract, right? If your choice is 3, what we will do? We will call our multiply function, right? And if our choice is 4, we need to call that divide function. And then if it's not, then we are going to say, sorry, this is an invalid input, right? Let me just execute the code for you, right? So you can see, select operation, first one add, 2 is subtract, 3 is multiply, 4 is divide. So enter the choice. I'm going to write, going to subtract. The first number I'm going to give 40. Okay, and the second number I'm going to give 21. So you can say it's giving 21 with 40 minus 21, that is 19. So I will execute all the functions to understand, to make you understand how it's going to work. So first, then I want to add, right? For the first number, I'm going to give 40. And the second number, I'm going to give 20. It's supposed to be 60. Yes, we got the number that is 60, right? We have done subtract and add. Now we are going to multiply. So I want to, first number is, okay, for the multiply, I need to use 3 option. 3. Now the first number will be 50. Now the second number I want is 2. So we got 100, right? Our calculator is actually working good, and it will actually help John as well, right? Okay, now the fourth one, we want to divide it. So I'm going to use the fourth option, and the first number will be 20, and I want to divide it by 4. Yes, you can see, okay, sorry, I use the multiply one. I need to use the divide one. Let me execute it once more. Okay, so this is 4. Okay, so first number will be 40, and the second number will be 2. Yes, you can see I got 20. So this is how our actually calculator is working, right? So I think you guys understand how our code is working, right? So we done with the third project of Python for beginners, right? Now we will see our last project, that is face recognition using Python. So here is the statement we have, that Olivia, being a final year student, wants to make a face recognition using Python. The system will automatically detect all the faces from the given input. But how can you do that? Actually, she is in a confusion. How can I make a project which detect face from images, right? So here is the solution, that we can use OpenCV. But before start this project, let me give you a small introduction what is face recognition is in Python, right? So facial recognition is a part of computer vision techniques, and when I'm talking about computer vision, what does that stand for and how is related to our life, right? Let me give you an example for that. our generation is quite familiar with social media platforms, right? And we all share our memories with our virtual friends, and we love to do that. But did you ever think when you upload some new photos in those social media sites, how they give you the suggestion to tag your friends automatically without doing any extra efforts? Here comes the computer vision technology in the scenario, right? So what is computer vision? Computer vision is a process to give the ability to the computer to see as a human. It is the part of computer science which is focused on replicating the integrate parts of human visual system. It helps to identify and process the objects in images through the computer. The whole idea for the computer vision is to make an automatic replica of the human eye, which is more efficient than human eyes, right? Before we jump into the how computer vision works, let's see what is the library we are going to use over here, right? There are some predefined packages and libraries are there in our Python, right? One of the most important and popular libraries is OpenCV. It helps us to develop a system which can process images and real-time video using computer vision. So basically, if you want to do some real-time video object detection also, that you can do using OpenCV, right? It's a vast library. You can do so many things using OpenCV, right? OpenCV focused on image processing, real-time video capturing to detect faces and objects. Right? So let's see a background of OpenCV. What is the background of OpenCV? How it actually invented? OpenCV was invented by Intel in 1999 by Gary Batsky. The first release was in the year 2000. OpenCV stands for Open Source Computer Vision Library. Okay, the library is based on the optimized C++, and it supports Java and Python along with C++ through interfaces. Right? So these are the language is supported by OpenCV, that is C, C++, and Python, right? OpenCV is one of the most popular and successful libraries for computer vision, and it has an immense number of users because of its simplicity, processing time, and high demanding computer vision applications, right? OpenCV Python is like a Python wrapper around the C++ implementation, and OpenCV has more than 2,500 implemented algorithms which are freely available for commercial purpose as well. So these are the main reason why OpenCV is getting popular day by day. And it is very easy to use for OpenCV. When I'm going to show you the project, you will understand how easy OpenCV is, right? So that time you will feel like using OpenCV rather than other algorithm or other libraries. Okay. So let's have a look at the application of OpenCV. Right? So OpenCV is widely used in medical image analysis as well, right? So medical industry is very popular for the image processing purpose. So we use OpenCV over there as well. So suppose we need to identify the brain tumor, right? So every single day, almost thousands of patients are dealing with the brain tumors. There are many software using OpenCV to detect the stage of the tumor using image segmentation technique. And one of the application is RSIP vision, which builds probability map to localize the tumor and uses the deformable models to obtain the tumor boundaries with zero level energy, right? So these are the main application we are using OpenCV, widely using, and actually it is helping our everyday's life. It is actually helping us to reduce the manpower and the cost as well, right? And now comes the object detection. Detecting object from the images is one of the most popular application. So let me give you an example what actually I am talking about object detection. So you want to detect a person sitting on a two-wheeler vehicle, right? So we all know that if we want to, if you are just riding a two-wheeler, so you have to wear a helmet, right? So if you want to detect that what is the percentage of people they are actually using helmet when they are riding a bike or a two-wheeler, right? So in that case, we can make a system to detect helmet when that person is in a two-wheeler, right? Now, your model is going to check that what are the person they are actually traveling without helmet. Okay, so it's actually a defensible crime. So you can make a proper system when you can detect that some of the person is not using helmet. So you can just find them, right? This is a online application you can make that can help the traffic police as well and the and our society as well, right? So these are the applications we can use using OpenCV. Right now, how can you install OpenCV? I will show you how can you install OpenCV. It's a normal pip install OpenCV Python, right? So let's go to the code and see how we can do the whole project. Today we will use Google Colab, right? As we are using Google Colab, I hope you guys become quite comfortable with Google Colab. So Google Colab also supports OpenCV. Okay, so here first we need to use Google Colab.patches import cv2_IAMShow. So it is basically particularly for Google Colab, but if you want to go for some other ID like Anaconda or PyCharm, that time you need to use cv2.IAMShow to print your respected photo, the images, right? So yeah, and now first we will see how images can be read by a OpenCV. Right, so machine convert images into an array. Okay, so first you need to do, let me do it for you. First you need to write pip install OpenCV. Right, but for Google Colab, this is already there, so you don't need to do this. It's not matching distribution found for OpenCV it's showing, because for Google Colab they're using some other parts as well. So if you are using OpenCV in Google Colab, you need to just write import cv2 and you need to import from google.colab patches import cv2_IAMShow. Right, now if you want to read the image, how can you do that? To read the image, you need to write cv2 is the library .IAMRead function. A IAMRead function is actually help you to read your images. It converts your images into an array, right? And these arrays are of pixels, the pixel you have in your data. Okay, and you can read your image as a RGB value, that red, green and blue. Otherwise, you can read your picture as gray as well, right? These are the two options we got, right? Okay, so now let's see that how we can do that. So here already I have uploaded my images, right, in the Google Colab. Now I want to read them. So if you want to read them, you can see I just give the path. Like first write cv2.IAMRead and the path of your image. I give that, right? Now I want to just print that. If you want to print that, what you need to do? You need to write cv2_IAMShow, and then you need to find, give the the variable of your image, right? Let me execute that. Okay, now you can see I got the image. This image I take as my input image. Now if you want to see that what we have in IMG, right? So what actually they did? So it will be an array. Okay, you can see this is the array of your image, right? Input image. Okay, so this is how actually OpenCV reads a image. It converts your image into an array, right? Now if you want to convert your image into grayscale, how you can do that? So for that, what we do, we use cv2 color, and then we pass the CVT color is our function, and then we pass the image. Then we pass the image that I already stored that into image variable. So I write img, then comma cv2.color underscore bgr to gray, right? So what I want my image into grayscale, right? So that time we use cv2.color underscore bgr to gray, right? So let's see. So grayscale is basically will convert your image into a grayscale, right? So let's see what we got. You can see we got this. So grayscale in this array and this array are not same, right? This array you can see all over the colors that are RGB colors, and here you can see these are the grayscale colors, right? Now I want to see the grayscale image. So how can I do that? Again, cv2_IAMShow, and you need to pass your variable name gray, right? Okay. You can see we got it that as a grayscale. But if you don't want to use cv2.color bg to gray, right? So I want to use my cv2.IAMRead, to change your image into grayscale. How can you do that, right? So let me show you that as well. So these are the options you have. At any way you can change your image into grayscale. So what I need to do, maybe I am going to write gray2, that is a new variable. Then I am going to write cv2 dot, right, I am read. Okay, now I am going to pass img comma 0, right? Let's see what I'm going to get, and then I'm going to print, or I'm going to show my new grayscale data, right? Okay, I am getting an error. So let's see why I am getting the error. Okay, let me just, okay, I'm so sorry. I need to pass the path, right? For, I told you for I am read, you need to pass the path, not the variable name, right? Okay, okay, right, let's see. Yes, you can see we got our image into grayscale. So this is how you can use cv2.color as well, or cv2.img. Or if you, this is the parameter. Basically, if you put 0, it will return a grayscale image, and if you put a 1, it will return a colored image. Right? You can see this is a colored image. So this variable, this parameter is basically used for which one you want to, right? One is RGB, one is 0 to, when you put that in a 0, so your array will be under 0 to 1, right? Let's see, let me just print the gray2, so you will get what I am getting. So we got the grayscale colors, right? These are the grayscale color. Okay, and before that we used to get the RGB color. So this is how you can use OpenCV. Okay, now we will see how you can detect a face using OpenCV, right? And one more thing, if you want to just shape your image, right? How can you do that? If you want to reshape your image, right? I don't want this shape of my image. Okay, so how can you do that? So reshaping image is also can be done using OpenCV, or you can see the shape of your image as well, right? So let's see. I want to see the shape of my image first. So let's see how can you do that. Yes, you can see I got image.shape. So I got 427, 500 and 3. This 3 is basically showing you that your image is a RGB image, right? So image, okay, fine. Let me just show the image as well, for that you guys can understand which one I'm talking about. I'm taking so many variables, right? So let's see. Okay, so you can see I just print the colored image, right? So colored image is there, and we got the shape of it. And for the shape, we got 3. This 3 stands for the RGB value, right? Let's see about the next one, the gray one, right? So we have gray as well, right? So cv2 underscore I am show, and I'm going to pass the grayscale image, right? Okay. And now I want to see the shape of the image. Yes, so you guys can see we don't get any RGB value over here, right? We only get the 427 and 500. This is how you can understand that your data is basically, your image is basically a grayscale image, or your image is basically a RGB image, right? So suppose now I want to detect the face of the image, right? So it will detect the face we have in the image. How can we do that? Okay, so here we are going to use a predefined file that is already defined in the OpenCV library. So we are going to use her cascade file. I know you guys have a doubt that what is a her cascade file. So basically, her cascade file is a machine learning object detection algorithm which is used to identify object in an image or video. right? And also it is a machine learning based approach where a cascade function is trained on a lot of positive and negative images, and then it is used to detect the object in other images, right? Now, Har cascade file in OpenCV is basically a classifier. This classifier is used to detect particular object from an input image. Okay, and now we are going to use the frontal face default.xml. This Har cascade file comes in a .xml file, right? And I already upload that XML file to my code, and you will get all the code in the description as well, and you will understand that what XML file I was talking about, right? So using, just to upload Har cascade file, what you need to do, we need to use cv2 dot cascade classifier method, right? This dot cascade classifier method is going to read the Har cascade .xml file, right? Let me do that. Okay, now we are going to detect the face in our image. How can you do that? We use faces variable, and then we use that face cascade which reads the XML file, right? Because I want to detect my front face. Okay, so for that we use frontal face default.xml file, right? Now I said I want to take that variable where I read the XML file. So face cascade dot detect multiscale. Okay, so this function we are using when we are actually trying to take the multiscale value, right? So we are going to use dot detect multiscale, and we will pass gray image, right? It only works with the gray image. You can't do these things with the RGB image, right? I'm passing gray. Now I'm going to use a for loop where I will get this 1, 2, 3, 4, right? This part. So let me show the presentation. You can see we used to take this part, this part, this part, and this part. Okay, so these 4 parts we take when we try to like recognize or detect a face, right? So what we will do, we will take 4 variable for that. So I take for x, y, w, h in faces, right? Now what I will do, I will use cv2 dot rectangle. So dot rectangle is used for just to take this 4 part of your face. Okay, now I'm going to pass my image. Okay, so I'm going to pass my image, and then I'm going to write xy comma x plus w comma y plus h, and then I will write 255. As we know the range of the image and range of the RGB is 255. I will write 255 00 and then 2, right? Now I'm going to write cv2 underscore imshow and then img, right? And then we will write cv2 dot wait key, because maybe it will kill all other cv2 components we have, right? So let's see what we will get over there. Yes, we got it, right? You can see our program is able to find properly what is the face we have in the whole picture, right? So it's able to find it out where is your face in the whole picture, right? This is how actually it's a pre-trained model. So we don't need to do anything. We just need to write the code that how can you use that Har cascade XML file, right? Now I'm going to show you if you have a multiple face in the picture, how can you do that? So I have a picture already. I downloaded a picture that has almost 6 different expressions, right? And with 6 different faces. So let's see in one image, if we have more than one face, is it able to understand that these are the also like face we have in the image, right? So let's see how can we do that. So first we will again load the image into img, and then we will just show the image first. So let's see, our image is loaded. Okay, our image is loaded, right? Now we are going to again convert that picture into grayscale using cv2.color bg2 gray, right? Okay, so let's see. Okay, and let me just print that as well. Yes, we got our image into grayscale. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing what we did. That face is equals to face cascade dot detect multiscale. The multiscale I want to capture for my face, and then I will use a for loop, right? And then we are going to print it, okay, right? So yes, you guys can see our model is able to find the different faces in one pictures as well. It is quite a good model, you can say. This is why OpenCV is becoming popular every day, right? So this is how we are going to use OpenCV. If you want to use like just to detect a face from your particular image, right? You can use OpenCV if you want to just detect face from videos as well. For that, you just need to do some extra lines of code. You can do that as well, right? So this is our last project. We have come to the end of the session as well. So we have learned so far the face detection using Python. We have learned word counter. We have learned some other projects as well. I hope this helps you guys, and it helps to understand how Python works. What is the basic knowledge you need to have if you just go for a Python development, like if you choose your career as a Python developer, right? So if you guys have any input, just let us know in the comment section below. And if you guys have any doubt, just let us know in the comment section as well, so we can get back to you. So now we will look at that how can you generate password. I hope you guys are quite okay with the string, right? So here we are going to use the string only to string and the digit and some of the special characters as well to create passwords. Okay. Now we will have a look at how can you do that. So first we will actually like create 3 password, right? One is a small string password. Let me give you that. What is the how can you do the small string password, right? So doing the small like string password, what we need to do, we need to import random and string. What is random, right? Random is basically it will help you to choose random character or random digit from your list. Okay, now comes the string. String is basically the normal string that we have talked about. We are going to use that normal string over here. We just need to import string, like import string, right? Okay, now we will have to see how can you do that. To create a password, I just use a function. So what is function, right? So function is basically a code block which help you to do some of the specified part of the code. So doing the password, I don't need to write the same thing again and again, right? So using function, it will help me whenever I'm going to call the function, my task will be done, right? So this is why I'm going to use this function. To generate a strong password, to generate the function, what we need to do? We need to first write def. Def is basically used to create a function. This is one of the syntax you can say of the Python. Def is used to create the function, and then in the bracket you can say I am just passing a parameter, that is length. Okay, so length is my parameter, that what length I want to be my password, right? Now I just have a variable called alphabets, right? In this variable, what I will have string, that is my string. I am calling a lowercase function, that is a ASCII value lowercase function, right? So you will get all the lowercase values like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, right? All the lowercase one. Okay, fine. So string dot ASCII lowercase, we will get all the lower value. And lastly, what is actually returning? Returning, if you want to have like for list, if you want to add something, we use dot append. For set, if you want to add something, we use dot add. But for string, if you want to add something, we use dot join, right? In the dot join, in the bracket, what I'm passing, I said random dot choice. So randomly choice any alphabets, right? So here I will show you what I have in the alphabet, right? So you guys will understand that. So let me just print this part, not the function, right? I will just break down the function. For that you guys can understand what actually we are doing. So yes, let me just print it alphabets. Okay, you can see what I got. I got A, B, C, D, E, F, A to Z in a small letter, right? So we use dot ASCII lowercase to get all the lower values A to Z. Now what I want to see, what I am getting in random dot choice, right? So maybe I'm having a variable called AV is equals to what I'm going to see, random dot choice, and I'm going to provide my alphabets, right? Let's see what I will get. You can see I said I want one random choice number. It's giving n. And let me just execute one more. This time it will be something different. So you can see I got D. So first time I got n using random dot choice. Now I'm get D, right? So basically this is used to get a random number. So for the password, we want the random one, right? We don't want to create same password again and again, right? How Google create the password? Can you ever think when you are going to log in and that time Google actually suggests a password for you, and that is never be a same password, and that is a very strong password, right? We will make a password like that as well. Okay, so how Google do that? Using this random function. Like I'm just saying that random function can be used to get random number for that. Okay, so you can go back, like we can go back to the function. Let's see, in the join we are actually joining what, the random dot choice alphabets, right? It is going to choose the alphabets randomly from our list of alphabets, right? Now I am going to use for loop for I in range of length. Okay, so here I am giving the range of length. I'm saying I want a 9 length character password, right? So it will take that much of character from the alphabet, random like character from the alphabet to get the password, right? This is why we are using for I in range length. Okay, okay. So let's see how it's going to. So let's see. Okay, I got a. Okay, so it's actually okay. Let me just. I think it's okay. Okay, so let's see what we will get over here. So I see that the length of the A is 9, right? So now what I want my generate strong, I'm calling my function that is generate strong password, right? And I'm passing the length of that length of that password, right? I want 9. Maybe I can change it to 8, right? Now what I get IHDDCGDIX, right? Now what I want to do, I want to just change it to 8. Let's see what I will get, right? But this password only have the small character. You can see I got EFUQACGY. Every time if you use this function, it will generate a new password, right? So this is only using a small like small words, right? Now let's see, have a look at how can you use small and capital letter both to actually get a password. How can you do that? So again, I'm going to use some small and capital letter. And in this case, we are changing the function of string. Here what we are taking dot ASCII letters. Before that, what we take ASCII lowercase. In this case, we will get the uppercase value. For that, we are using ASCII underscore letters, right? And the same thing, it's going to use random dot choice and alphabets for I in range length, right? Let's see how it's going to work. And here again, I'm giving the length of 9. Maybe here I'm going to giving the length of 7. Let's see what we will get over here. You can see I got A, B, B, N, Q, R, A. Right? In the ASCII letters. In the ASCII letters, what it has small and the capital letters both. You don't know which one is they are going to choose, right? So maybe I can do the same thing for you to understand what actually this ASCII. Okay. Let me just have this code. Okay. So yes, let me just show you what it actually contains. So you guys will understand that why this ASCII, what is the difference between dot ASCII letters and what is the difference between dot ASCII lowercase, right? Okay, let me just print this. Yes, you can see I have A, B, C, D, A to Z and A to Z, like one capital A to Z and a small A to Z, right? Okay, so this is why actually we can use, okay, right. So if we want to see the small and capital letter and numbers, how can we do that? To doing the number, we use string dot digits, right? String dot digits actually will like return you all the digit, right? So let me just get one more code cell. Okay, so let me give you what we are having right now in alphabets and numbers, right? So here in this password, we will have a combination of small and capital letter and like numbers as well, right? So let me just execute this so you guys will understand this. So Badal, again, which one you want to take, right? So if you want to actually, you say that random function you don't want to use. If you want to go for some hardcore data structure one, you can go for it. That's not a problem, right? So you can see, now we are going to see what we have in alphabets and numbers. You can see what I have. I have A to Z for small, capital A to Z and 0 to 9, right? So this is how now we are having these characters, right? So let me check that what actually we got from this. Okay, so I'm getting okay, I didn't execute this. Okay, fine, let me do that. Fine, and let me see what password we got. Yes, we got a password that actually contains J2, S2, J, small d, 6, small p and small h, right? This is how you can create a combination password, right? Okay, right. Now let's have a look at how can you make the small capital letter, symbol and number, both. How can you do that, right? So for that, we are going to, this is actually going to be our most strong password. So in that password, they actually mentioned that in your password, they should have some special character, they should have digit, they should have alphabets as well. So maybe your alphabets should contains the capital letter, small letter, you should have string, you have the punctuation. That's some of the special characters, right? So calling the special character, we use string dot punctuation functions, right? So this is how actually we can get our strong password, right? So for see that, I just want to show you guys what we have in password, right? Okay, let me just execute that and it will show you what we have in the, like it contains in the password, right? Okay, so in the password you can say what we have. We have A to Z, right? We already know we have small a to Z, we have capital A to Z. You can see we have 0 to 9, right? You can see we have 0 to 9. We have all the special characters, that is hash, dollar signs, percentage, and sign, greater than, later, less than, at the rate, everything, right? So your password will be strong right now, right? For in this case, you can make a strong password, right? So in this case, what we need to do, the same function we are going to use, that generates strong password, and we are passing the length of the password, right? And in the password, we are using string dot ASCII letters that will have all the letters of small and the capital. We have digits, that is dot digits, right? Okay. Then we have punctuations to get the special character. We use dot punctuation function, right? And then we will use the return function. Someone is asking about the return function, right? So return function, what actually does? So return function help us to return what we want from the function, right? Suppose you did a plus b and you want to return something in that a plus b and return that the sum of that a plus b, right? So in that case, what we will do, for you guys, I will show you a simple function that will help you to understand the return function, okay? So suppose I am writing demo, dev demo, and that's all, right? maybe you can pass two numbers, that is 2, 3, or maybe you can pass a, b as well, right? And you want to sum of them, right? Then I write a variable that is c equals to a plus b, right? And now I want to return them. So what return helps me? Return is helping me to get the result. So we are using return function. It's not a void function, right? It's a return function, like it's a normal function which actually returns something. Like def function returns something. Okay, so in this case we are returning the sum of that two particular a and b sum. Okay, now what I'm going to write, I am going to write suppose print, and I am calling the demo function, right? Demo, and I'm passing what? I'm passing 2, 3. Let's see what we will get. You see, I got 5. How I got 5? This C is returning me 5. In this demo, 2, 3 is actually giving me 5, right? Right. So this is how actually return function works. Now I told you that get back to the generating strong function. So I already give that, right? So generate strong password. So in this password we have this whole lot of things, right? This numbers, alphabets, and the special characters, right? Now what I need to do, I just need to call my function. Let's see what my function makes. Yes, you can see my function makes all the like strong password. Maybe I can do it once more. Maybe this time it will be something different. Yes, you can see I got U, V, then square bracket, XP, and again closing square bracket, JLB, right? These are the strong password we are getting, right? Right. So this is how you can use your strong password, and the same way Google is also using their strong password technique.
So we would require a few libraries called as NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib, because these are the libraries which we'll be using to perform exploratory data analysis. So here, as you see, first we'll start off with NumPy, which stands for numerical Python, and it is used for performing numerical computation and scientific computation. And now, whenever you are dealing with data, you have to store a lot of data into something. So for that purpose, NumPy provides you single-dimensional as well as multi-dimensional NumPy arrays. And now, let's actually see how to create these NumPy arrays using using this library called as NumPy. So what we'll do is, first we'll see how to create this single-dimensional NumPy array. And first we'll go ahead and import the NumPy library. So I'll write down import NumPy as np, and once we import NumPy, then I'd have to create a simple NumPy array. So I will write down np.array, and inside that I will pass in a list of values. So here you see that I have passed in 10, 20, 30, and 40, and that I've stored in this object called as n1, and I have printed it out. So when I print out n1, I have these values 10, 20, 30, and 40. So this is just a simple single-dimensional NumPy array which we have created. Then we will go ahead and create a multi-dimensional NumPy array. So to create a multi-dimensional NumPy array, here you see that np.array. Inside this, I will pass in a list of lists. So here you see that I have the outer list, and inside this I have two more lists. So the inner list I have, first I have 10, 20, 30, and 40. Then I have 40, 30, 20, and 10. So here when I pass in these two lists, you would see that in this NumPy array, the first row comprises of these values and the second row comprises of these values. And this is how we have created a two-dimensional NumPy array. And now let's go ahead and create the single-dimensional and multi-dimensional NumPy arrays. So I will go ahead to Jupyter Notebook and I will create a new notebook over here, new Python 3 notebook. And let me quickly write down import numpy as np, and let's just wait for this library to load. Now I will create an array. So I'll write down np.array, and inside this I'll just pass in a list of values. So this will be, let's say I just pass in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then I go ahead and store it in this object called as n1. Then I print it out. So n1 is what I have. Then let me just go ahead and check the type of it. So type of n1, I hit on run, you would see that this is a numpy nd array. So here, what is nd array? Nd is n-dimensional array. And what is the dimension over here? It is a single dimension. So now let me go ahead and create a two-dimensional numpy array. So the same process, what I'd have to do is write down np.array, and inside this I will create this outer list. Then I will create this inner list over here, and I will create also the second list. Now in the first list, let me just pass in maybe some random values over here. So I've given 53731. Inside this also, I'll just pass in some 5 random values, which are 46123. And I'll go ahead and store it in this object called as n2. I'll hit run. So this has to be small. Now I'll again execute this, and let me print out n2 for you guys. And as you see, I have created this two-dimensional array. The values which are there in this first list have been stored as the first row over here, and the values which are there in the second list have been stored in the second row over here. So extremely simple stuff, nothing complicated over here. So we've just learned how to create a simple numpy array. And now we'll see how to create a numpy array where all of the values are equal to 0. So let's say if you want a numpy array with a particular set of dimensions and all of the values have to be equal to 0. For this purpose, we will be using this method called as zeros. And here, as you see, again, we'll import the library. Then we will be using the zeros method. So I write down np.zeros, and inside this, as you see, I set the dimensions. So the dimensions are 1, 2, which basically means I would want a numpy array of which the dimensions are 1, 2. So 1 row, 2 columns. And this I go ahead and store in this object called as n1. Then I print out n1 over here. And as you see, I have created a 1 cross 2 numpy array where the values are equal to 0. Then similarly, if I would want to create a 5 cross 5 numpy array, here as you see, np.zeros, inside this I pass in 5, 5. And when I print this out, you would see that I have created a 5 cross 5 numpy array where all of the values are equal to 0. Let me go back and I'll just quickly add a comment over here. I'll write down np.zeros. And what I'll do is, let me actually use this now inside this. Let's say if I would want to create a 3 cross 3 numpy array where all of the values are equal to 0. And maybe I'll just store it in this object called as n0. Now let me print out n0 for you guys, and you would see that this is a 3 cross 3 numpy array where all of the values are equal to 0. So extremely simple stuff over here. Now, this was a brief intro to NumPy. Then we will also be working with this library called as pandas. And let's just quickly head to that. So let me quickly open up pandas. So as you see, pandas is again a library which is used for data manipulation and data wrangling. So if you want to do any sort of data wrangling, then pandas should be a go-to library. So as NumPy provided us single dimensional and multi-dimensional arrays, pandas also provides us single dimensional as well as multi-dimensional data structures. And those single dimensional data structures in pandas are known as the series objects, and the multi-dimensional objects are known as the data frames. So let's just start off with the series object. The series object is not really that important from the point of view of today's lecture. But then again, I'll just give you guys a brief intro to what a series object is. So it is a single dimensional labeled array. So when it came to NumPy, you did not have labels. It was just a simple array. When it comes to a series object, it is a labeled array. And again, this is of single dimension. And first, to work with series, we'd have to import the pandas library. So I'll write down import pandas as PD. Now, after I import this, I would need the series method. So I will write down pd.series. So here you need to keep in mind that S has to be capital, and inside this I pass in the list of values which are 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. And this I go ahead and store in this object called as S1. And when I print this out, you would see that I have printed out these values and you have these labels on the left side. These labels are nothing but the index. So at index 0, you have the value 1, index 1, you have the value 2, index 2, you have the value 3, and so on. And when you check the type of this, so type of S1, this tells you that it is a pandas.core.series.series, which essentially means that this is a series object. Let me head back and I'll add a comment over here. I'll write down pandas series and I'll have to import pandas over here. So I'll write down import pandas as PD. Now again, let's just wait for a brief while for this library to load. And while this is loading, let me just also write in the next line over here. So I need to create a series object. Inside this, again, I'll just randomly put in some values. So let's say I have 52497. And I'll go ahead and store it in S1. I'll quickly hit on run and let me just print out S1 for you folks. Then I'll go ahead and check the type of this. So type of S1, when I hit on run, you would see that this is a series object. So again, at index 0, you have the element 5, index 1, element 2, index 2, element 4, and so on. And this is how this is progressing. So simple stuff, isn't it? And then we have something called as a data frame, where you have rows and columns. So let's just head to the data frame side of things. So here, as you see, a data frame, you have rows and columns, and this is, if you have worked with SQL, then you would know about tables. You can consider that a data frame is analogous to tables in SQL. And what we are doing over here is creating a data frame from a dictionary. So I will write down pd.dataframe, and here you'd have to keep in mind that D and F are capital. So when I write down pd.dataframe, you'd have to ensure that D and F are capital because Python is case sensitive. And inside this, I will pass in a dictionary. In the dictionary, the first key value pair, I have name. Name is the key, and then I pass in a list of names. Then the next key is marks, and then I have a list of values over here, list of marks over here. And if you see the result, you would see that these keys, name and marks, have been turned as the column names, and these values over here have been stored as the records. So name over here becomes the column name, marks over here becomes the column name, these values over here become the records under the column name, these values become the records under the column marks. So simple stuff till now. Let's just head back. I'll add another comment over here. I will write down pandas data frame. I'll hit run, and what I'd have to do is create a data frame. So I'll write down pd.dataframe, and inside this I'd have to pass in dictionary. So I'll quickly give in these curly braces over here. First I need to give in a name, so I'll write down name over here. Then I need to pass in a list of values. So let's say the name of the first student is Liv. The name of the second student is Daniel. Name of the third student is Phil. Then I'll go ahead and give in a list of marks. So I'll create another key called as marks, and let me add in the marks. So let's say Liv has scored 89 marks. Daniel has scored 95 marks, and Phil has scored 72 marks. And if I just quickly hit on run, you would see that I've created this data frame. Now, there's one more library, but then again, I guess we can learn that library through the case study itself. So I just wanted to give you guys a brief intro to the libraries which we are working with. We have the FIFA 20 dataset and we'll be performing exploratory data analysis on top of this dataset. And now we would have to import all of the required libraries. So we are importing pandas for data manipulation, obviously. Then we have matplotlib and Seaborn. So matplotlib is a library which is used for data visualization. Seaborn is also a library which is used for data visualization. So Seaborn you can consider as it's an extension of matplotlib. Extension in the sense that Seaborn is built on top of matplotlib. So these are the three libraries which I would need, and what I'll do is I'll actually restart the kernel so that you're not able to see the output initially. So for you, it will be much more easier to understand. Now I'll hit on run and let's wait for these libraries to load. All right, so we have loaded the required libraries. Then going ahead, we have this file called as players20.csv. So this is a file which I have already loaded in Jupyter Notebook. And to read a CSV file, we would need this method called as read_CSV, and this method read_CSV is a part of the pandas library. So here, since I have loaded pandas, so I'll write down pd.read_CSV, and inside this I will give in the name of the file, which is players20.csv, and I will go ahead and store it in this object called as FIFA, and I'll just hit on run. Now, if I would want to have a glance at the first 5 records which are there, so I need to use the head method. So by default, this head method gives you the first 5 records which are there in this data frame. So FIFA.head, and here you would see that you have all of these different columns. So you have the FIFA ID, you have the player URL. So if you'd, this is a column which just gives you the home page or the description of this player over here. Then you have the short name of this player. So here you have El Messi, obviously Messi. Long name is Lionel Messi. You have Cristiano Ronaldo, and you have Cristiano Ronaldo's long name. You have Neymar, you have Oblak, you have Eden Hazard. And here this column obviously tells you the age of this person. Here you have the date of birth. Then you have the height in centimeters of this player and the weight in kilograms of this player. Then you have the nationality. So Messi is obviously from Argentina. Ronaldo, we all know, is from Portugal. Neymar is from Brazil. Eden Hazard is from Belgium. And these are the clubs for which these folks play. Cristiano Ronaldo, he plays for Juventus. Messi plays for Barcelona. Neymar plays for PSG. Eden Hazard plays for Real Madrid. Then you've got all of these different stats over here. So for now, we'll just leave out those stats. Let's actually see how many columns are present in this particular data frame right now. So what we'll do is, I will start a for loop, and I would want to know all of the columns which are present. So what I'll write down is for call in FIFA.columns, and I will print out each of the column which is present in this entire data frame. So for call in FIFA.column, so what will happen is it will iterate from the first column. So it will start from this first column and it will go to the last column over here, and we are printing all of the columns which are present over here. So for call in FIFA.columns, print of call, when I hit on run, you would see that these are all of the columns which are present. You have FIFA ID, player URL, short name, long name, age, date of birth, height in centimeters, weight in kg, and so on. So you have a lot of columns over here. Now I'd want to know how many records are there and how many columns are actually present in this data frame. So for that purpose, I will use this shape method. I'll write down FIFA.shape and I will hit on run. And you would see that there are 18,278 records in 104 columns. So this is actually a huge data set. So I mean, for performing a simple case study. So here, 18,278 records would mean that you have a list of 18,278 players in this entire data frame, and 104 columns are just the different features with all of these different players. So we've looked at the shape, and there is this column called as nationality in our data frame. So here, if you go up, you would see that there's this nationality column, and I would want to see how many players belong to which particular country over here. So since nationality is a categorical column, and if I'd want to understand more about a categorical column, I can use the value counts method. The value counts method gives me a frequency count of the different categories which are present. So what I'll do over here is, first I'll give in the name of the data frame, which is FIFA. Then inside the parenthesis, I'll give in the name of the column, which is nationality. Then I'll use the dot operator and use the value counts method. And when I run this, this is what I get. So you see that in this particular data frame, most of the players are from England. So you have 1,667 players from England. Then you have 1,216 players from Germany, and you have 1,035 players from Spain. Then you have 984 players from France, then followed by 886 players in Argentina. So this basically tells you that in this data set, you have a lot of players from England, and that could also be a reason because you have you have more number of clubs participating in the English Premier League. So you also have all of these relegation zones. So you have tier 1 clubs, you have tier 2 clubs, you have tier 3 clubs. So maybe this data frame comprises of all of the players belonging to tier 1, tier 2, as well as tier 3. And that could tell you why why there are more number of players belonging to England. Then if I would, so let's say from this entire result, if I would only want to have a glance at the first 10 records, or the top 10 countries where most of the players belong to, what I'll do is I'll write down FIFA nationality dot value counts, and again I'll just give in 0 to 10 inside this, and when I hit on run, you would see that so most of the players belong to these 10 countries over here. Again, at the top you have England, Germany, and Spain. Then let's say instead of top 10, if I would only want to have a glance at the top 5, so over here I'll write down 0:5, and you would see that I have these 5 countries. I have England, Germany, Spain, France, and Argentina. Now I would want to make a bar plot for these top 5 countries where most of the players come from. So if I would want to make a bar plot, I would need to use this library called as matplotlib, and we have seen that we have imported the submodule, which is pyplot, and we have given it an alias of plt. So here, first I need to set the figure size. So as you see, I'm setting the figure size over here, plt dot figure, and inside this fig size is a parameter inside this method, and using this parameter I set the dimensions of the image. And as you see, I set the dimensions to be equal to 8,5. Now once I set the dimensions, then I go ahead and create the bar plot using plt dot bar. And when I write down plt dot bar, you have all of these different parameters over here. So when we are creating a bar plot, the first parameter which we give inside it should be the categorical values. Now, after that, what we do is we give in the numerical entries over here. So what we do is first, if we say categorical entries, these are the categorical values over here. Now, if I only use dot value counts method, that gives me these categorical values along with these numerical values. But what if I only want the categorical values, only the names of the countries? So in that case, what I can do is I can use the keys method. So here, as you see, till here the command is the same: FIFA nationality dot value count 0 to 5. Then I am using the dot keys method over here, and I will hit on run, and you would see that I am able to extract the names of these top 5 countries without the values. And since I need to pass in categories as my first parameter, this code is what I'm passing in as the first parameter over here. Then going ahead, the next value is the same command without the keys method. Then going ahead, I have another parameter called as color, and I set the color to be equal to green. So G is, again, it's just a short form for the green color. So I have first passed in the categorical entries, then I've passed in the numerical entries, then I have passed in the color over here. Then I hit on run. So here you see that this is the bar plot which we have created, and it's pretty evident, isn't it? This is what we saw in the list as well. So most of the players, they are from England. Then you have around 1200 odd players from Germany. Then you have 1000 odd players from Spain. Then you have France and Argentina falling behind. So guys, again, to the folks who have just joined, if you haven't yet subscribed to our channel, please do subscribe and also hit the bell icon, because that would be, that would be very helpful to us. And that is how we'll be able to reach more people. Great. So right now we have looked at the nationality column. Now we will go ahead and do some more analysis. So we have the wage in euro column. Now I'll just show you if we can. So now as you see, like some of the columns wouldn't be listed over here because this is a huge data frame, but we have this column called as wage underscore euro. So this tells me the salary of these players in euros, and I'd want to see, I'd actually want to see over here which player gets, what is the salary of some of these players. So what I'd want to do is from the entire FIFA data frame, I'd want to extract only two columns. The first column would be the short name of the player, and the second column would be the wage in euro. And this I will go ahead and store in this object called as player salary. Now that I have created this sub data frame from my original data frame, then I would want to have a glance at the first 5 records of this. So here, player salary dot head, I will click on run. Here you see that in the first column, I have the short name of the player, and in the second column, I have the salary of the player. And here, as you see, Lionel Messi, his wage is, you have 65,000 euros. Then you have Ronaldo with 405,000 euros. Neymar is at 290,000 euros. Oblak is 125,000 euros. And Eden Hazard is at 470,000 euros. So I'm not sure if these are the latest salaries which these players get, but according to this particular data frame, it would seem that Eden Hazard and Lionel Messi actually get more salary than Cristiano Ronaldo. And now, what we will do is I'd want to see who is the highest paid football player. So from this data frame, from this sub data frame, what I'd want to do is I would want to sort this with respect to the wage column. So what I'll do is I'll write down player salary dot sort values, and inside this I have this parameter called as by, and what I'm doing is I'm just sorting this data frame with this column called as wage underscore euro, and I'll set ascending is equal to false because I would want that player with the highest salary at the top, and that is how it will proceed. And this again, I'm storing it back in the same object called as player salary, and I'll go ahead and hit on run. Now I will have a glance at the first few records of this. So when I say player salary dot head, so obviously as you see over here, Lionel Messi is the highest paid football player at 565,000 euros. Then you have Eden Hazard at 470,000 euros, Ronaldo at 405,000, Kevin De Bruyne at 370,000. You have Griezmann at 370,000 euros. So quite an interesting analysis, isn't it? So again, we will do the same thing. We will make a bar plot for these top 5 football players with the highest salaries. And since we have these categorical entries over here, we would have to make a bar plot. So you'd have to understand why we're using a bar plot. So normally whenever we do want to understand the distribution of a categorical entity, that is when we go ahead and make a bar plot. So here what we are doing is first the same thing, we will set the figure size. So Apurva over here is asking me to repeat the bar plot again. So that is what I'm doing right now. So this time we are creating a bar plot for the players with highest salaries. Here as you see, first I am setting the figure size. So I'll write down plt.figure. Inside this I'm setting the figure size using this parameter called as fig size, and I given these dimensions. So the dimensions are 8, 5. 8, 5, 8 is the width, 5 is the height. So I've given the dimensions of the figure. Now, after I set the dimensions of the figure, I can just go ahead and create a bar plot. So to create a bar plot, I'd have to write down plt.bar. Inside this, so in a bar plot, always remember that the first parameter which you given has to be the categorical entries. The second parameter which you given has to be the numerical entries. So here the first parameter, since it has to be capital, it has to be categorical. What I do is I would have to, so we have a categorical column, we have a numerical column. So obviously it is the names of the players which will be passing in over here. So this basically is your x-axis. So on the x-axis, we would need the names of the players. So I'll extract this particular column. So this short name column is from player salary data frame. So I'll write down player salary, and I given the name of the column, which is short name. And obviously I'd want only the top 5 records. So I'll given 0 to 5 inside this. Then I will go ahead and in the next parameter, as you see, I have a wage in euro. So again, since it has to be numerical, this time I'm extracting the wage in euro column, and I'll go ahead and set the color over here. So color, as you see, is equal to red. Then I will go ahead and plot it out. I will hit on run. And as you see, this is the result which we get. So on the x-axis, we have the names of the players, and on the y-axis, we have the salaries. So Lionel Messi obviously is leading the chart. Then you have Eden Hazard, Cristiano Ronaldo, Kevin De Bruyne, and Annie Griezmann. Now let's say if I would want different colors for all of these different bars over here. So that is something which we can also do. Now let's say instead of just keeping this as red, if I would want different colors, so what I'll do is I'll pass in a list of colors over here. So for Lionel Messi, let's say I given blue color. Then for, let me just keep it small b. So for Lionel Messi, I'm keeping blue color. For Eden Hazard, I'll give green color. Then for Cristiano Ronaldo, maybe I'll give in red color. Then for Kevin De Bruyne, I'll give, let's make it pink. And finally, for Griezmann, let's keep it, let's say, orange. And let's hit run. Seems like we have an error over here. The spelling which I've given is incorrect. So let me just keep pink and I'll hit on run. And as you see, this is the result which we get. So we can change the colors which are there in all of these bars as well. Now what I'd want to do is I'd want to do a simple analysis for the players who belong to Germany. So what I'm doing is, so let's say if I from this FIFA data frame, if I set the nationality is equal to Germany and I hit on run, I get a bunch of true and false values. So when you have these bunch of true and false values, what does this actually mean? So if you have a false over here, this means that in that particular record, the nationality of the player is not equal to Germany. And if it is actually equal to true, then it would mean that the nationality of the player is Germany. So what I'd want to do is, from this list, I would want to extract all of those records where the value is actually true. So I will take this command and I will paste it again inside the FIFA data frame, and I will store it in this object called as Germany, and then I'll print it out. So I'll write down Germany.head, and if I would want to have a glance at the first 10 records of it, so Germany.head inside parenthesis, I'll write down 10 and I will hit on run, and this is the result which we'll get over here. So as you see, this is the list of all of the players whose nationality is Germany. And now what I'd want to know is, I would want to see who is the tallest German player. So Germany.sort values, I will use by, and I would want to sort this with the height in centimeters column, and I will set ascending is equal to false. And I would only want to have a glance at the top 5 records. So I would want the top 5 tallest players of German nationality. And I'll hit on run over here. And as you see, so you have Aaron Seidel right now as the tallest player of German nationality. His height is 199 centimeters. Then you have Michael Esser, whose height is 198. You have Lars Unestal, whose height is 198 again. Then you have Dominic. Then you have Lucas. So these are the players with the, these are the tallest players. Then similarly, let's say if I would want to sort these German players according to their weight, I would want to see which player has the maximum weight. So again, this will be similar. I'd have to write down Germany.sort values, and I would have to sort it with respect to weight, and ascending, I'll set it to be false, and I'll hit on run. This time you would see that weight over here. So it's Lucas Woltowiak, who has the highest weight of 103 kgs. Then again, you have Lars Unestal, whose weight is 103 kg. Then you have Ralph Farman, then again you have Michael Esser, and you have Nicholas Sule. And then I would want to see who is the highest paid German player. So this time I have the wage in euro column, and I am sorting it with respect to the wage in euro. Ascending is equal to false, and dot head method. Now if I show you these players, let's see what are these names. So Toni Kroos is the highest paid German player, and he plays for Real Madrid. So obviously, if you're playing for Madrid or Barcelona, you would be paid a lot. Then you have Marc-Andre Stegen, and he plays for Barcelona, so he's the second highest player. Then you have Leroy Sané, who plays for Manchester City. Then you have LK, who plays for Manchester City as well. Then you have Thomas Müller, who plays for Bayern Munich. So top 5 players of German nationality who have the maximum wages. Now, again, what I want to do is I just want to make a simple data frame again. So I just want what I'd want is I would want two columns. The first column should have the name of the player, the short name of the player. The second column needs to have the wage in euros. And I would want to sort this with their salaries. So Germany, from this data frame, I'm selecting only short name and wage. And then I'm sorting this data frame by their salaries. And obviously I'm sorting this in descending order, and I would want to have a glance at the top 5 records. Now, if I click on run, you would see that this is what I get. So obviously, it is Tony Cruz, who has whose salary is 330,000 euros. Then Stegen has 250,000. Then you have Sani at 195, and at fifth place you have Mueller at 170,000 euros. Now, after this, what I want to do is from the original data frame, I would want to see who has the best rating for his shooting skills. So what I'll do is from the FIFA data frame, I'll extract only two columns. The first column is short name. The second column is shooting. And I'll extract these two and I'll store them in this object called as player shooting. I'll hit on run and I'll go ahead and sort it again. Now, when I hit on run, you would see that Cristiano Ronaldo has the highest rating for his shooting skill. So he's got a rating of 93. Then you have Lionel Messi, then you have Harry Kane, then you have Sergio Aguero, and you have Quagliarella. So these are the top 5 players with highest shooting skills. Now, similarly, I'd want to see which player has the maximum defending skills. So player defending. So this time from the original FIFA data frame, I'll be extracting the short name, the defending column, which would tell me his defending skills, the rating for his defending skills. I have his nationality, and I also have the club for which this person plays for. Player defending. And now I would want to sort this by his defending skills. So obviously player defending dot sort values by is equal to defending, and this has to be in descending order. Then I'll hit on run. So you see that you have Cielny, who plays for Juventus, and he's from Italy. He's got the maximum defending skills. Then you have Van Dijk. Van Dijk plays for Liverpool, and his nationality is Netherlands. Then you have Koulibaly, then you have Gordon, and you have Hummels over here. So Hummels plays for Dortmund. And then finally, what I'd want to do is I'd want to analyze the list of players who play for Real Madrid. So Madrid is one of the topmost football clubs across the world, and I'd want to see what makes this club so special. I'd want to analyze some of the features of different players over there, and that would be the final analysis for today. So what we'll do is from the original data frame, which is FIFA, I will set the club value to be equal to Real Madrid. So from the original data frame, we are extracting only those records where the value is equal to Real Madrid, and that I'll go ahead and store in this object called as Real Madrid again. Now I would want to see who is the highest paid player in Real Madrid. So Real Madrid dot sort values, and I would want to sort it with respect to the wage in euro column. And when I hit on run, you would see that Eden Hazard is the highest paid player in Real Madrid currently. Then you have Luka Modric. So Luka Modric is the second highest paid. Then you have Toni Kroos, Sergio Ramos, and Karim Benzema. So Eden Hazard plays for Belgium, Luka Modric plays for Croatia, Toni Kroos plays for Germany, Sergio Ramos plays for Spain, and Benzema plays for France. And now we have looked at who are the highest paid players in in Real Madrid. Now let's also see who has the best shooting skills in Real Madrid currently. So Real Madrid dot sort values, and I would have to sort it with respect to the shooting column. Ascending is equal to false because again I'd have to sort it in a descending order. And as you see, Gareth Bale has the best shooting skills currently in Real Madrid. Then you have Jimmy Rodriguez, who is the second best shooter, followed by Eden Hazard. Then you have Karim Benzema. Then you have Luka Jovic. Finally, I'd want to see who are the best defenders in Real Madrid. So Real Madrid dot sort values, by is equal to defending, and I'll hit on run. And here, as you see, so it seems that Sergio Ramos is the best defender in Real Madrid currently. Then you have Casemiro, after that you have Varane, then you have Carvajal, and finally you have Militao. So these are the top 5 defenders currently who are playing for Real Madrid.
I am going to use Google Colab. But how can you start using Google Colab, right? So go to your browser, just write Google Colab, and you just need to click on the first link, right? Google Colab. Now, what do you need to do? You just need to go for new notebook. Okay, so this is all you need to do if you want to code with Google Colab. You don't need to go for any installation process, and Google Colab has some of the library is already pre-installed. That is a plus point, you can say. Okay, now let's go to the actual project. In this case, what we are going to use, like you can use Jupyter Notebook or that Anaconda, basically you can use that as well. Now we are going to import some of the libraries. The libraries like BS4, that is Beautiful Soup comes from BS4 library. Then we are going to use SMTPLIB, right? Basically this library, I will explain you why we are using this. This is actually giving like sending a mail. Okay, so we are going to send a mail if that price is dropped. Okay, then we are going to import pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib, Seaborn, right? If you want to visualize your data. Now comes the URL part, right? So let me go to Amazon first. So this is my product. So for my case, I love to go for buying Oppo Reno 3 Pro, right? So if you guys want to go for some other, okay, I'm so fast. I don't think, Raj. So in which part you are feeling that I'm so fast? I mean, I'm quite slow today, basically. Okay. Okay. So I Azars. Okay. Yeah, you guys will get the source code and the PPT for today's session in Great Learning Academy. Please go, and there will be someone who will send you the link for that. Okay, fine. So my case, I am going to go for Oppo Reno 3. And if you guys want to go for some camera, if you guys want to go for some other parts as well, so you can go for that. So what you need to do, you need to take this URL properly. So I copied that URL. Okay. Now I will go to my code, and what I'm going to do, let me just do that. Okay, fine. Now what I'm going to do, I am going to write a variable that is URL. Fine. Okay, so I'm going to do the URL, the variable, and then I'm going to provide the link for that particular product. Okay, so for my case, you can see http amazon.in that Oppo Reno 3, that model website link is this, right? We are going to store this in URL. Let me just execute that. Okay. Now what I need to do, I need to mention a header right now. So what will be my header? Okay, so in this case, I'm going to write headers is equals to user agent, right? And then I'm going to provide this, that Mozilla 5.0 Windows NT 10.0, right? Now what I need to do, okay, now I need to pass the request, right? How can I do that? I'm going to write before that I need to install request as well, right? So I have installed pip install request. Okay, so in this library basically help us to request for any particular URL. Now I write a variable called page equals to request, that library I'm calling, and then dot get. What I'm passing my URL and the headers. What is the header, right? Fine. So basically header is nothing which browser you are using, right? For my case, I am using Chrome. Okay. Now what I need to do, next step is to create a beautiful soup object from the HTML. Okay. So this is done by passing the HTML to the beautiful soup function. The beautiful soup package is used to parse the HTML, that is take the raw HTML text and break it into Python objects. The second argument is basically HTML. Like if you want to just break that, if you are going to say I don't want that tags, right? So for that we are going to like say that dot parser, right? So for my case I said page dot content. So basically the page request is already there in my page variable. Now I'm going to say I want all the content from that page. Okay, so I'm going to use page dot content and then HTML dot parser. Basically this is used to say I don't want any tags, give me only the website, or like only the content from that particular website. Okay, fine. Then what we are going to do, then the soup objects allow you to extract interesting information about the website you are scraping. So you can see that if you want to see the title, right? Let me break it down for you guys. Okay. So I want to see the title of that particular product. Okay. So let me just do that. Okay. So you can see I got the title Oppo Reno 3 Pro, and this is the no cost EMI, and this is the actual title of that product. You can see if I go to, yeah, you can see this is the title of my website and I got this over here, right? Oppo Reno 3 Pro. Okay. Now let's have a look at the title name. Okay. So already I have printed the title. Now I want to see the title name. So if you want to go for any title or title name, anything if you want to go for, how can you do that? Just calling that beautiful soup object. Okay. So you can see this title dot name, that is title. Now if you want to see the string, if you want to see the parent dot, like when you are making a website, right? When you are making a website, that time there will be some header, some parent, or some of the title will be there. So basically it helps you to get those information out from the website, right? In this case, this title dot name will give you that title, and then title dot parent dot name, what is the parent class of that, if there is any parent class, so it will show that. And like lastly we will have the specific values, that shoop dot p. Let me just execute that. Okay, so you can see for Oppo Reno 3 we got the title name. For the last one we get delivery associate will place the order on your doorstep and stay back to maintain 2-meter distance because of the COVID, we all know. So this is what you will get when you go for scraping the data from Amazon. Now if you go for using find all, what actually that find all will give you? This find all will give you that whatever the data that particular page consists of, right? So you will get all the data from there. Okay, so you can see I got all the data from there. Okay, and if you want to see line by line for that data, how can you do that? Using for loop, right? Okay, so you can see I got all the data from the website, that delivery associate, no customer signature are required, find answer in product info, right? So these are the data we will get when we go for using .find all function. Okay, now we will have a look at that URL. So if we have any URL in that particular website, how can you get that? So in that case, you will need to write URL dot get href. Href is basically give you that how many links you have in that particular page, right? Let me do that. Yes, you can see these are the href, or you can say the link I have in my page. Okay, now then we are going to say I don't want all this href or that, I just want all the text from my particular page. How can you do that? Okay, so you can see I get all the data using that particular tags as well, right? you can see I get all the data using getText method. Okay. Now what I need to do, now there comes the product title. Now if you want to get the proper ID, right, and if you want to check the proper price for that particular thing, how can you do that? In that case, okay, so in that case what we need to do, we need to go to that website. So you can say I came here. Now I'm going to write, I just want to check the HTML tags for my particular website. How can I do that? Control Shift and C, right? So you can see I got this. Okay. Now what I need to do, I need to go to that price. I want that my price should be, I want to see what ID they are going to use for the price, right? So in that case, my price will be, just a second. Okay. So you can see over here, my price will be price block underscore outright, our price, right? So this will be my ID to fetch the, okay, so this will be my ID to fetch the price from the website, right? So in this case, you can see I have already give you the like screenshot over here. If you like look closer, that TD ID is equals to price block underscore our price underscores label, right? So this is your ID to fetch the particular price from that particular website, right? Now, okay, so now what I need to do, you can see I have write that price block our price, right? So this will be my ID. Okay, let me just do that. Okay. Yes, you can see I got my price is 29,990. Okay, but this is a string. This is not a proper integer number or a float number. Okay, so here you can see I just slice that to, it will start from 2 to 10. I want that, and I want to take, okay, sorry. Okay, fine. So basically I want my price only, not the other tags. Okay, so in this case, I know my price is 29,990. Okay, so in that case, I want to see that, okay, fine, this is my price. If it's reduced from 2,990, then please send me a OTP for that. Okay, now you can see what I need to do. Before I go for any sending OTP or sending mail, I need to make my Google account that less secure access. Okay, otherwise your Google is going to block you for that, right? So if your mail is in high priority or your mail is in high like secure priority, that time your mail will not receive any mail from the SMTP, right? So how can you do that? In that case, what I need to go for, less secure app access. How can you check that? Okay, just write less secure app access from the website, like from Google, and if you click on that, you will get the first link. Now you need to go there and change your account respectively, right? For my case, maybe I'm going to use machine learning, this one, right? So in this case, you can see I said allow less secure apps on. So if it's off, that time you will get those like you will not receive any mail. So now I'm going to, okay, so now I'm going to like answer the, now we will come to the SMS part, right? The emailing part. So in this case, what we need to do, we are going to use the simple main transfer protocol, that is SMTP. That is basically a protocol which handles sending email and routing email between mail servers. Okay, so Python provides SMTP lib module which define an SMTP client session, so that object can be used to send mail to any internet machine with an SMTP or ESMTP listener daemon, right? So basically we use this library in Python. Okay, so we can use this library in Python to send a automatic email to the particular user, right? So what it has host, it has port. What is host? This is a host running of SMTP server, right? The server will be in SMTP, and you can specify IP address of the host or a domain name like some other thing, and this is an optional argument, right? Suppose comes the port. So what is port? If you are providing host argument, then you need to specify a port, right? Where SMTP server is listening. Okay, so these are the basic part when you go for any sending a mail to the particular server, right? So first what we are going to do, we are going to write a function that is send mail. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to create an object of smtp leap, right? So smtp leap dot smtp, right? Then what you need to provide, you need to provide smtp.gmail.com, right? And then comma 587. This is same for all the cases. Okay, you can see that smtp leap.smtp and smtp.gmail.com and 587 number, these are in like default for all the system, right? So it will be same for all the cases. Now we are going to use server.ehlo and server.start_ttls. So these are functions we use to call a server, right? Now we are going for a server. It's not a like internal server, right? So we are going for the the server, normal server, Gmail server. So in that case, we need to call this function to understand that I am providing this mail ID, that machine learning dreams positive @gmail.com. This is my mail ID. Please log in this mail ID and the password is machine learning 1234, right? Now you need to provide the subject of your mail. So what will be your subject of the mail? I say that my mail subject will be price down. Okay. Lastly, I'm going to write a body for a particular mail. Okay. Fine. So in this case, you can see what I did. I just gave my email ID, that machine learning dreams positive @gmail.com, and I have seen the password of my email because it's going to actually access my email. Before doing anything, be sure guys, you are going to use this less secure app access, right? And you are actually making it on. Otherwise, it will not send any email to your mail ID. Okay. Now comes the body. So for my body, I am going to write that check out the Amazon product link, right? Or if you want to add something else, you can add that. Then providing the link. So basically, I am saying this is your new link. The price is down. So you can go to this link and you can buy this particular product. Okay. Now I'm going to write with that the message will become the combination of both the subject and the body, right? The subject and body. Then server.sendMail. This is what you need to do. That's all. Nothing more than that. Now I provide two of my email ID, right? That Chatterjee Sampriti21 @gmail.com and Sampriti Chatterjee21 @gmail.com. Or if you want, you can use this as well, right? This mail. So I am going to write this mail. Okay. So this is too optional. If you want to add more, yes, you can add more as well. Okay. Now I said this too will be my mail address and send my message. Okay. And if you send the message, then please print send mail. Okay. Lastly, be sure if you use server.quit. Otherwise, the server will be still in a running position, right? So it can be the cause of crash of your website or something like that. So be sure that you use .quit function. Okay. Now, in this case, the price is not going to down for my case right now. So what I say that if that C value I already stored, you can see over here C is equals to 29990, the price. So if C is equals to the same value, then please send a mail. Okay. So for your case, what will be the reason? It will become if it's less than. Okay. If it's less than 2990, then please send a mail. But just to show you the example that how it's working, for that I said if the price is equals to 29,990, then please send me a mail. Let me execute that. Okay. Okay. I did not execute this part. Okay. Right. Let me just execute this. Okay. So you can see it's showing me that mail is sent. So let's go to that particular email and let's see that it's in the mail or not. Okay. Okay. For my case, let me just check. Okay. You can see I got this, right? That price down and check out the, okay, yes, new message, show. Okay, so you can see that check out the Amazon product link and then it will redirect to you the, okay, fine, it's not going, yeah, then it will redirect to you the product place, right? Okay, so this is how we are actually going to make the product. If your product price is low, then it will going to give you that, okay, I'm sending you a mail, you can see the normal product price is 32,990, already it's less, right? So if it's less, more less, like maybe 27,000-28,000, if it's there, then please send me a mail that I can come to that particular website and I can see that, okay, fine, this product is now, the product range is less, so I can go for buying it. So here I'm going to use Google Colab. So if you guys want to know that sorry, how I actually use a Google Colab, let me show you that. Google Colab, go to Google Colab. This is actually featured by Google. Go there and click on Google Colab notebook. So you will get, sorry, Google Colab, right? So you will get the first link for that. Go for Google Colab. Why I am using Google Colab for this session? Because we need GPU. So what is GPU? GPU is a graphical processing unit. It helps us to process our data because we are using image over here. So in that case, we need to have a proper GPU. If you don't have GPU, it will take a long time, guys, and we are actually have the time crunch over here. So if you don't have if you don't have GPU in your system, I should suggest you go for doing this thing in Google Colab. This is actually helpful. Okay, fine. Now what I need to do, I need to go to new notebook, right? So when I go to new notebook, that time you will get an option to change your runtime to GPU. So you can see there is an option of runtime. You need to click over there and just write change runtime. So you will get three options, that GPU, TPU and none. So normally default it is in none, but in this case you need to go for using GPU, right? So go for GPU and then save. So it will help you to actually do this programming with a very short time. Okay, maybe for the none it will take a long time, but for the GPU it will actually help you to process your images. Okay, so let me go back to the code. Yes, so see, I just show you this is reconnected. Why it's reconnected? Because it's taking a lot of memory, right? In that case, Google Colab is not able to handle that, right? So I always prefer you guys to go for Google Colab and using GPU. Okay, now let's have a look at the problem statement. So we have the dog versus cat dataset is a standard computer vision dataset, right? So in this part we will see how can you actually determine between dog and cat, right? So in that case, my class 1 is dog and my class 2 is cat. Okay, so you can see there is a nice G file used to you guys understand that how actually convolutional neural network works and how you can actually use them, right? OJAS is TPU processing. So TPU is basically used for some other cases, but if you want to go for image processing, I can suggest you go for GPU. You don't need to go for TPU. That's not even required, right? So now what we will do, so first I already have my dataset in the Dropbox and I just want to fetch that. To fetching those data, I'm going to use wget command, right? So already I have fetched those data. I have two dataset, that is training dataset and testing dataset. So let me just show you what I have. Okay, I will show you that what I have in the dataset. And my dataset is in a zip version. I want to unzip them. How can I do that? To do that, I'm going to use unzip command and then the zip file I have, that is trainingset.zip. And for the test also we have so this is how we actually unzip our data, right? So you can see our data is unzipped and I have a lot of data of dogs, right? I have a data of dogs and cat as well. So I am going to show you my data format, what I have. So you can see I have a test set, I have a training set. So let's go to that. You can see in that I have two folder. I have cat folder, I have dog folder, right? Fine. So in training dataset, I have two folder. One is cat, one is dog. And for the testing purpose also, I have two dataset. So I have two folders, sorry. One is cat, one is dog, right? So this folder will be my classes. So you can see dog and cat. This is also dog and cat. So this will be my classes. Okay. Okay. Now I want to show some of the images from that. So I am using Matplotlib MPIMG. So Matplotlib is basically used to visualize image. So instead of Matplotlib, you can use OpenCV as well, right? So for that, there is a function called IAmRead. Okay. So this IAmRead, and then you need to provide the path of your image, right? So in this case, I use this. Or if you want to take a path, let me just open that. So in that case, you can see there are a lot of cat image I have, and just copy any of the path from there, right? So yeah, I have this. Maybe you can use something another, right? Control V. Let me just do that. Yes, you can see I got some other image, right? So you can take any of the image from the cat folder and or the dog folder, and you can just see that how your image is actually working, right? Now what I did, I actually take a image from dog folder as well, right? So there are lots of image we have. Okay. Okay. So you can see I got a taste, I got an image from a taste set, right? So this is also, it's showing that, yeah, I have two folder, and that two folder also have a dog and cat image. Okay. Now what I need to do, I need to import the library. So here I am going to use Keras. So Keras is basically built top of TensorFlow. So this Keras and TensorFlow are used to do image processing or any kind of, like if you want to make a model or deep learning, right? So in that case, what we do, we used to go for importing TensorFlow of Keras, right? So my model will be a sequential model. Always the recurrent neural network, convolutional neural network, they are part of sequential model part, right? Then what I did, I take the import of layers. What are those layers? I told you that fully connected layer I have. So this fully connected layer in Keras known as dense layer, right? Then I have convolutional 2D layer. Okay. So in the convolutional 2D layer, so that is a convolutional layer, right? Then I import flattened layer, right? So I told you what are those flattened, convolutional layer and dense layer. Then I took a max pooling 2D. So I told you that pooling layer, right? So I use max pooling, and I importing also max pooling 2D. Okay. Then I import activation layer, and what is dropout? So dropout is basically preventing your data from the overfitting. Your model will not be overfitted, right? So for that, it will suddenly drop out your neurons, right? So the neuron, the input layer we have, the input suppose 25, 36, 37, suddenly dropout will drop any of the neurons. Just for that, your model will not start reminding it, right? So in that case, we took dropout. Now, if you want to see the version of the TensorFlow, you can see this is 2.2.0, right? This is the current version of TensorFlow. Then what we did, we given a image width and the image height, right? So for that, I say that I want an image width of 150. And I got a question from Sumit. What is Keras? This is a deep learning library, Sumit. So we use Keras to build our model, deep learning model. Fine. Now we will have a look at that image width. So my image width is 150 and height is 150. I mentioned that. If you guys want to go for some other one, you can go for it. Then I define the directory of my data set. So my directory will be, if you want to take the directory, you just have to go there in the main folder and then copy path, right? So I have training set of folder, and under training set, I have again one more folder. That is training set, right? Fine, Dipti, I will answer your question. Then I say there will be epoch of 20 and batch size of 20. So what is epoch? Epoch is basically help you to suppose doing a work, repeating a proper cycle again and again, right? So my case, the training part will be continued till 20. So 20 times my data will learn from the data. My model will learn from the data. This is how we use epoch. And batch sizes, so your model will not learn the whole data set at a time. So batch size help us. So I said take 20 sample from my data set and just train my model with that. And the next time take another 20 sample from my data set and then start train my model again. So this is how we use epochs and batch size. Now I am going to check what is the channel of my data. So what is channel? So basically channel is representing two ways. One is channel last, one is channel first. So if image data is represented in a 3-dimensional array where the last channel represents the color of channel, right? So how many color you have? 3, 2, 1, what you have, right? And then rows, columns and channels, right? So when you use channel last and if you use channel first, right? So that time if I have 3 channel, so it will 3 is specifically for RGB value. So we use 3, 2, 1. So my rows is 2 and column is 1, right? So this is how, okay, this is how we use this channel first. So I want to check my data, my image, what is the channel I have, right? If k.image_data format equals to channel first, right? Then what you need to do? Input shape equals to 3 image width and I want my all of the image should be in a channel first data, right? So this is how we did it, right? Next, what we need to do? We need to go for generating train model. So from one image, your model is going to build 3 to 4 images to get the edges from there, to get the features from there, right? So you can see I have one image, but I have so many other images. So this is how our image generator works. Okay, fine. So in that case, what I did, I called image data generator function where I said rescale equals to 1 by 255. So what is that? To normalizing my images. Then I said horizontal flip equals to 2, zoom range equals to 0.2. So you can see some of my images are actually flipped, some of are zoomed, right? So this is how our image data generator generate data. Okay, so I do this for train data generator and test data generator, both of the cases. And lastly, what I got, I am getting sure that my model, whatever the thing I am doing, it's actually working. How can you do that? So for that, you can see found 8005 images belonging to 2 class. For the test and for the training, I have 2023 data, right? So in that case, you can see that I have 2 class, dog and cat. This is right. And I have this much of images. So this is how your data generator are actually working. Now I want to see what my data generator done. So you can see my data generator what done. You can see some of them are actually zoom, some of they are actually rotate, right? So this is how our actually image data generator works. Now comes the convolutional layer. So we have now comes the convolutional neural network part. Now I'm going to build my model. This is the most interesting part. So how can you do that, right? So in that case, I have 4 layers, we all know, right? So in that case, what we are going to do over here? First, we are going to call that my convolutional neural network is a sequential model, right? So in that model, now I want to add first layer. What was the first layer? Let me know in the chat box. What was the first layer we use in convolutional neural network? Now, what I'm going to add? I am going to add an activation layer. So why we use activation layer? For what reason we go for activation layer? So we use activation layer to remove the negative part, right? To negative image pixel from our data, right? So this is how I'm going to use ReLU. Then we are going to use max pooling today, right? Here I'm saying that my max pooling will be 2 cross 2, right? I think you guys can understand what I'm doing over here. What I told you in the normal one, right, in this presentation, and what I'm doing in the code. So both are same, for that you guys can understand that, right? Fine. Viral 10, I will explain that. For filtering, we don't need to write filter over here, right? So what I said 64. What convolutional 2D 64 what? So 64 neurons I want to get from the output, and 3 cos 3 is my filter value. I am using 3 cos 3 filter over here, right? Okay, fine. Now then what I add a flattened data that will flat my data to 1D channel. Lastly, I have a fully connected data, that is last channel will have 64, right? And when I have 64, then I said no, I want one more ReLU. I want to check that is there any negative value is there or not. Okay, so in that case I am going to use ReLU again, just to just to cut off the minus or negative value. Lastly, I use a dense layer of 1. Why dense layer of 1? This is a fully connected layer, and where you will get your output. This is the output layer, guys, right? So output dense layer will always have a neuron or nodes, that is 1, right? Fine. So in that case, I use 1. And lastly, I use a activation function of sigmoid. Why I use activation function sigmoid? So always in the output we get a probability, not a proper number 0 or 1. So if your number is near to 0, we can assume this is not the image. If your number is near to 1, so that time we go for saying, okay, this is our answer of our model. So you can see I got my model summary. So I have the layer convolutional 2D, activation function, then max pooling, flattening, dense, and again these 3 I have added more just to get a more accuracy, right? Lastly, I need to compile my model. How can I compile my model, right? So in that case, I'm using .compile. So my model is ready. Now in compile, what I'm going to write? I'm going to actually provide my data, right? Sorry. So in that case, I use model.compile, and I'm using optimizer. Why do I use optimizer? Optimizer help us to understand that maybe your data is not right? So in that case, optimizer help us to understand optimizing our input, right? Optimizing our model. And here I am using loss equals to binary cross entropy. And lastly, the accuracy matrix. And you can see I got the summary of that, right? And now lastly, I'm going to fit my model. How can I fit my model? How can I train my model? My model is actually compiled, but now I need to give the proper data set of our model, right? So in that case, we use .fit generator function. You can see .fit generation function fits the model on data yield batch by a Python generator, right? So this is how we use .fit generator. And I'm going to provide training generator and epochs. Already I have mentioned that, right? So you can see in I gave 20 epochs. If you guys want, you guys can give epochs can be 25, 30, anything, right? So I am not going to execute over here because this actually takes time. So if you guys want to do that, please use GPU to do that, because it will take lot time. So you can see the value accuracy. Lastly, I got 72.90. So if you add more epochs to it, maybe your model start working more tunely, right? More finely. Okay. Lastly, I am going to see the accuracy curve, right? So you can see this is the plotting one. So already you get the accuracy at 0.7290. If you guys want to go for checking the curve as well, you can do that. Otherwise, you already got your accuracy, how your model is working. So you can see training part is this, and for the testing, it's working fine, but not too good, right? So maybe in that case, you can add more model to your model. So add more layer to your model. And one more thing I just want to let you know, guys, for convolutional layer, you can use any of the layer twice, thrice, anytime, any number of time. but be sure your data is not lost. But before just going for the output layer, you have to be sure you use flatten part, right? So without flattening your data, you will not get your output. Okay, fine. Now, lastly, I want to see the predicted image. Okay, so you can see this is actually a dog, but it's saying it's a cat. Let me try to do these things with some other one. Maybe for this image it is not working. So let me check. Okay, so let me just copy the path. How it's going to work? Yes, now it's this case it is showing it's cat, right? So this is the main thing. Like if it's 72% accuracy, maybe some of the time it's working fine, or some of the time it's not working fine.
So let's go to the demo and try to understand that how face recognition using Python works. So basically we came to Google Colab, and here we are going to see what is OpenCV. So a color face is a way for representing color in such a way that makes it easily reproducible, right? So it's basically color space we use in a way to representing the colors for a way that makes them easily reproducible, right? We know that grayscale images, so basically when we do image processing, we try to use grayscale image, right? Not the color image. So the grayscale images have single pixel values, and color images contain 3 values for each pixels. Right? So always remember, for into 3, if you have as a shape into 3, that means your images are in colored mode, right? If your images are in grayscale, then you will get like, there is a pixel value will be single value, right? So most computer visions use cases process images in RGB format. However, application like video compression and device independent storage, these are heavily dependent on other color spaces like that hue saturations value, that's known as HSV color space, right, which is basically going to give you the percentage and mix and match of RGB values, right? So as you understand, a RGB image consists of color intensity of different color channels, that is the intensity and the color information are mixed in RGB color space, but in HSV color space the color and the intensity information are separated from each other. This makes HSV color space more robust to lighting changes, right? So basically this is pretty much about the HSV color, the color space, the grayscale, right? So let's start with OpenCV. So how to install OpenCV? You just need to write pip install OpenCV Python. So your OpenCV will be installed. Now, if you're just going to use Google Colab, that time you just need to you just need to write one more particular library you have to import, that from google.colab.patches import cv2_imshow. So basically when we actually install OpenCV, we just need to write import cv2. Now we just need to do one thing. We need to read our image, which will do what? Which will actually change our images into an array. We will see as well. So read an image, we are going to use .imread function. So cv2.imread and content download 123.jpg. So here, if you click here, it's already I have uploaded my data over here. Now, if you want to change, like take the path over here, just click over here and click on copy path. You will get this path, right? So now, after you copy this part, let me just cross it. Put it over here, right? So what we have done, we have actually read the image. Now, if I just want to see how they are actually trying to convert the images, you can see what my image the computer reads. It's an array, right? It's not an image first, it's an array. Now, if you want to see the images, what we have actually read, that is cv2_imshow, and you have given the image. Yes, your image is actually read by the computer itself, but this is in the array form, right? So what we were saying, that computer doesn't have eye, that then how a computer can see an image? So this is the way that actually convert the images into an array. Now, if you want to check the shape of the image, like it's a color image or it's a grayscale image, you just need to write .shape function. If you just execute that, you can see you will get 207, 243, 3. So this 3 is nothing but your RGB value. Now, when you are actually reading this particular image, that time if you want to read it in a grayscale, you just need to write 0 over here. For the parameter, if you write 0 over here, you will get an grayscale image. If you just write 1 over here, you will get an colored image, right? The image you are giving as an input. So in this case, if I just do that, you can see these images in the grayscale. Now, if I just do the same thing, and if I just write 1 instead of 0, I will get a colored image. Can you see? I get the color image over here. Now, if you just see this image, right? And if I just write img.shape, okay, I will get an error. Right, can you see here when it actually is a gray one, right? That time you will not get the 3. Basically it's 1, so basically it does not give you 1. So if you don't get 3 over here, you can see this 3 is basically for RGB value. Now this is the way we actually can read the images. Now there are like what we are talking about, like the facial landmarks like eyebrow, eyes, jaws, nose and mouth, etc. So these landmarks are used for localizing and representing salient regions or facial parts of the person's face, right? So this is how this OpenCV basically try to find it out a face in an image. Now if you just try to change it using cv2.cvt color, so you can use this as well, that cv2.cvt color, then you are passing the image and the image will be BGR to RGB, right? So in this case, if you just show this, you can see again you will get a gray image over here. Now we are going to do the face detection. Here we are going to use a function called detect multiscale function. Before that, let's have a look at the other thing. Suppose we are imported cv2, that's not needed, it's already imported. And okay, I have imported cv2 so many times. Okay, now what we are going to do, we are going to use a har cascade file. So what is a har cascade file? Har cascade is a machine learning object detection algorithm used to identify objects in the image or video based on the concepts of feature proposed by Paul Weiler. And the paper is basically we have there are two scientists we have. One is Paul Weiler and Michael Jones in their paper Rapid Object Detection Using Boosted Cascade of Simple Features in 2001. Right? So this is how har cascade concepts comes into the picture. It's basically a machine learning concepts for object detection. So you can see what we are going to do. We are going to, here we have this har cascade frontal face default file. This is a .xml file, and you can see we have actually read this file using cv2.cascade classifier. You can see in the variable called face cascade we have used this. Now we have read this image that download 123.jpg, and there we are actually changing it to gray. How we are changing it to gray? We have written like cv2.color BGR to gray, right? So this is how we can change the color. Basically what happened when we do the processing, we try to use the gray color, right? So gray color picture to get the proper places where these objects are situated in the image. Now it's you are going to use face cascade detect multiscale gray 1.1, 4. So let's have a look at what is a detect multiscale function. So it is used to detect the faces. It takes 3 arguments: the input image, scale factor, and minimum neighbors. So scale factor specify how much the image size is reduced with each scale, and minimum neighbors specify how many neighbors each candidate rectangle should have to retain it. Right, so you can see these are the parameters we have for detect multiscale. Now we are going to use for loop. There is a 4 part in our face: x, y, w, h, right? So in this case, you can see for x, y, w, h in faces, we are going to make a rectangle. So cv2.rectangle, then we are passing the image, then x, y, x plus w, y plus h, then 255, 0, 0, and 2. Right, so now if I just execute it, you can see there is a rectangle near your face. So it's basically successfully detected the face in the image itself. Now if you say, hey, is it just only one image we have in the image, so only one face we have in the image, so if we have multiple face, what will happen? So for that we have used one more image over here, right? So now if I just try to show you what image we have used, you can see this is okay. I just need to do that. Right. So in this case, you can see the image we are going to get. We will have lots of, 6 different faces in one image, right? So now we will do the same thing over here, and we will try to check is like if we have multiple faces in one picture, it's able to find it out or not. So in this case, you can see the 6 different faces we have over here. They are particularly detected and successfully detected by OpenCV. So this is how we do the face recognition using OpenCV in Python.
Okay, so Yogesh asked me what is mean by focusing a data. Focusing a data is basically when you have the past data, and based on those past data, if you want to focus the future, if you want to predict your future, right, using some machine learning algorithm, you can do that. This is actually means by focusing a data. Okay, Deepak asked me, are you also going to deploy the model? Deepak, this session is not a long session. In 1 hour session, I can just show you how can you build your model and how can you predict your model. But deploying model, we should come up with some session where we'll show you how can you deploy your model as well. Okay, so I got a question from Sanu. I am become graduate. How should I start in data science? So basically, Sanu, it's nothing like that from which background you are belong to. If you want to start data science, so basically there are some pillars you need to go for. Suppose you need to understand the maths, you need to understand statistics because statistics is the base of the data science, and you need to know one of the programming language, basics data structures, not the complex one, right? So these are the things you need to know when you go for any data science, like if you want to start your career in data science, right? So Cloud is asking data cleaning and data mining is same. So basically, yes, you can say, but in data mining, there is a broad picture actually. We have some of the part in data mining, right? We use some of the process on that as well. So basically, data cleaning and data mining can be same, but in data mining, there are more process we need to follow. Okay, so I got from one question from business OSH, is competitive programming required for ML and AI? No, not the competitive programming you need to know for ML and AI. You just need to know the basics of the programming language, and then you are ready to go with the data science one, right? Okay, fine. Okay, good. So do I get any other question? Yes, I got a question from Jaya that how to perform attribute selection according to our problem statement. Okay, so we use correlation matrix in machine learning, where you will get the how much your attributes are correlated with each other. According to the performance of the correlated matrix, we go for choosing which attribute we are going to use it, right? We will see in the machine learning concept that what is this actually, how can you use this attributes, right? Okay, so I got a question from Priya, how to find if any peculiar or non-standard values are present in data frames during data pre-processing. Okay, so in the data pre-processing, you need to look into all these things, right? You need to understand that what are they are disturbing your data, and they can disturb your model as well. So in that case, you need to cut those unwanted objects from your data. Okay, so see, I'm in this session, I'm going to out of the topic that how can I what's the scope of data science. So for that, we will surely come up with some of the session, but not in this session. Okay, so I got a question from Neha. In data cleaning, shall we do outlier treatment first or missing value treatment? So basically, Neha, you can go for first missing value treatment, because if you have the missing value, so for that, if you want to go for outlier, maybe you will get a more outlier, and in cutting down the outlier first, maybe you will lose some of the major part of your data set, right? So first, I suggest that you should go for missing value treatment, and then you should go for outlier treatment, right? Okay. So after that, we are going to go for machine learning algorithm. After you have done the exploratory data analysis, after those exploratory data analysis, when you have the proper idea about your data, you know what are the attributes you are going to use for your algorithm, your machine learning algorithm, and what algorithm will actually go for your data. That time you will go for machine learning. And machine learning has a 3 type. We will look into that, what are the types we have in machine learning. And after build your model, you can go for predict your model accuracy, right? After you build your model, then you will go for like some unknown data you will provide to your model, so that your model can understand that like your model never seen those data, right? So with the new data, your model will predict that, so you can understand how your model is actually working. And lastly, we will deploy our model, right? Okay. So now let's see what are the tools we are going to use, like we are actually using in data science. There's a basic tools. There are so many tools in data science like SQL, Informatica, R, SAS, MATLAB, Python, and Java. These are the basic tools, and there are so many tools we have in data science as well. If you want, you can explore them, right? Okay. Now we will see what is Python. So Python is basically high-level language. It's object-oriented and interpreted language. So if you don't have, I got so many doubts that you don't have idea about programming language. How can you start with, right? Python is as simple as like a English language. If you know how to write an English language, you are ready to use Python, right? So this is why we actually prefer to use Python in data science, and like you can say all the upgrowing technologies, we are using Python because of its features, because of its simplicity, right? Okay. So now we will see who is the inventor of Python. So the inventor of Python is Rossum, who invented Python in 1989. And why the name is Python, right? So Rossum used to love watching comedy movies, right? So he needed a short, unique, and slightly mysterious name for his language. So in that time, he was watching Monty Python's Flying Circus. And from that series, he ended up choosing his language name Python. So this is the history behind Python. Why this is named as Python. Okay. So I got some queries from Javed that I have started learning R. Do I need to learn Python as well? So basically, Javed, R is actually used for statistical purpose. If you want to go for data mining, or if you want to like go with your data, right? I mean, the R is basically used by the professionals of statisticians, right? So if you want to go for like R is also something like you can use Python language, machine learning with it, fine. But yeah, if you want to learn Python, you can learn Python because Python is very easy. Okay. So I got a question from Pallab that use Google Colab or Kaggle. So if you ask me, Google Colab is something else and Kaggle is something, right? So Google Colab is basically provided by Google, and we will do our project in Google Colab only. So it's provided by Google to use to build your model, and Kaggle is a competition platform, right? You can do your code, but if you want to do some like particular project, you can go for Google Colab. Okay. So now we will see why should you learn Python. So I have given you enough reason that Python is simple, beginner friendly, and Python is the length of the program is very short, and mathematical computational. When you go for any data mining technique, the mathematical computational is actually very easy with the Python, and Python is also used as web development as well, right? So these are the main reason why you should learn Python. And why Python is so popular? Because of its largest community for learners and collaborators. For any language getting popular, the main reason behind is the community. If you feel like I'm not able to do it and I don't know how to do it, in that time you will get the community support, right? Python is open source. It's easy to learn and usable flexibility. Huge number of Python libraries and frameworks are used in Python. So it supports big data, machine learning, cloud computing. All the new technologies is actually supported by Python, and Python supports automations as well. What we have right now, okay, how can you install Python? So installing Python, what you need to do, you need to go to their official website and you need to just write Python download and you will get their official website. And we use some of the integrated development environment for Python like PyCharm. But before using any IDE, right, you have to make sure that your Python is already installed in your local system. Otherwise, it is not going to support, right? If you are going to use PyCharm, before that, you need to be sure that Python is already installed in your system. Okay, so we have one more IDE like Anaconda. This is one of the most used IDE for data science toolkit. So if you want to go for data science toolkit, data science, all the tools you will get in Anaconda, and yeah, Anaconda you can use for Python as well, right? And today we are going to use Google Colab. This is one of my favorite because I don't need to install anything. I don't need to go for installing Python or something like that. This is actually given by Google, where you will actually go for using all your model. You can build your model, and they provide GPU and TPU as well. If you are going to go for very high level in the graph, right? So Python is basically popular because of its all the feature we get. And we can, if you are not a programming background, if you're not coming from a programming background, or if you're not a computer science person, you also can learn Python, right? Okay. Now we will see UBE data analysis, right? And how can you do the data analysis, right? This is the main heart of the session, right? So let's see how we can do that. But before start that, we will talk about some of the topic. I already have a give idea about what is exploratory data analysis. So basically, exploratory analysis is basically a technique to understand your data using statistics concepts, right? Okay. So again, I got a comment that Rahul, that no sound. I'm literally not audible. Please let me know. I mean, it's actually disturbing, but from my side, everything is fine. Please let me know in the comment that I'm audible or not. For that, we can continue the session. Okay, so let's come the feature engineering part. Okay, so feature engineering basically is a process used to create a new feature from the existing data, which helps to understand the data more deeply. So if you want to make some new feature to your data, right? Maybe you think that this feature I can make that will help my model to understand my data more properly. So in that case, we used to go for feature engineering. This is known as feature engineering, right? Okay. I got a question from Ava Trending that, ma'am, I'm from BCom. How can I start in data science? So basically, what you can do, you can start with any programming language, start learning the mathematics. Already you are from BCom, you should have a good idea about maths, and maybe you need to, as a pillar, you need to have a little bit understanding of stats as well. So to start with your data science journey. Okay. So now we will see what is machine learning. So machine learning is a heart of data science, right? After doing all of the thing, we need to do what we need to do. We need to build our model. So building our model, we use machine learning technology algorithms, right? So machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that allows the system to automatically learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed, right? So let me give you an example what actually I mean by that. So basically, when you start making your own model, right? So I just need to find the credit card fraud analysis. So finding the fraud, how can we do that? So finding the fraud, we need to go for looking at the data, right? Looking at the data, we need to look at the data, and from that data, we need to say maybe this transaction can be a fraud transaction. But for a manual, let's have a look. What's the traditional version machine learning approach, right? For the traditional part, you have to actually go for coding from the scratch for each and every time, right? But for the machine learning part, what actually you will get for the machine learning, when you actually make your model, you know your model has a good accuracy, right? That time you don't need to code from the scratch every time, right? What you need to do, you need to provide your new data to your model to predict the answer, right? So basically, machine learning is actually help us to reduce the human effort and help us to reduce the production cost as well. Okay. I got a question from Ratul. How can feature engineering be effective for a data set with respect to analysis of data? So basically, feature engineering is something after you understand your data, you can add some more feature to your data from the existing features, right? Maybe you can add 2 column, maybe you can just normalize the column. These are the part of feature engineering. So it's up to you, how can you do the feature engineering to your data set, right? Okay, so I got a question from Kunal. I'm parsing MCA 4th same. So nowadays, what is the best project of career? So if you are asking me about the data science, so basically when you have the basic idea about data science, you can start making your own project. And if you have a proper understanding for any of the project you have made, that is actually matters when you go for any interview, right? So maybe you have made 10 different project, but you don't have a proper idea about any one of them. That will not going to help you out. Okay. So let's see what else we have. Okay, so now we will see what are the type of machine learning we have. Like we have supervised learning, we have unsupervised learning, we have reinforcement learning. These are the 3 types of machine learning. So what is supervised learning? From the name itself, you can see supervise is something, there is a teacher, right, who will supervise your learning. Okay, so for the machine also, we will have a teacher to teach our machine. Okay, so this is known as the supervised learning. We will see a little bit about supervised learning as well. Now comes the unsupervised learning. So unsupervised learning is basically when your model does not have anyone to learn, to teach, so your model will start learning from itself. So this is actually unsupervised learning. And then comes the reinforcement learning. So reinforcement learning is basically when you give reward to your model when it actually predicts properly, and when your model is not able to predict properly, you will give a penalty to your model. So this is actually, these are the 3 types of machine learning we have. Okay, so I got so many queries again. Okay, so let's see how can I use that. Okay, fine. So what is supervised learning? Supervised learning is basically a supervisor. I told you there is a supervisor for your model. In supervised learning, we teach or train the machine with label data, right? So let me give you an example. Suppose you have a data set. Suppose you need to find this person is a male or female. So if it's male, it's 0. If it's female, it's 1, right? So this is the class, right? Male belongs to 0 class, female belongs to 1 class, right? So this is known as the label we have for the data. Okay, so when we have a label data, we should go for a supervised learning. So this label data is basically our supervisor for the model. Okay, so you can see the then we test and when we are going for testing our model, we need to give a data without the label part. So this is how we can test our model if our model is able to predict the class properly or not. Okay, so types of supervised learning we have: linear regression, logistic regression we have decision tree, we have naive Bayes classifier, right? So yes, and now we will see what is linear regression, because we are going to use linear regression in our data set. Okay, so what is linear regression? Before start with linear regression, let me tell you what is regression. Regression is basically when you try to predict a relation between 2 variables, right? Suppose okay, let me give you an example. If the winter is coming, the sale of the ice cream is going to decrease, right? So season and the sales of ice cream is related to each other, right? To prove that relation, we use regression, right? So regression concept is basically actually help us to understand the relation between 2 variable or 2 attributes, right? And linear regression is basically linear regression is to find the relationship between dependent and the independent variable. Okay, and linear regression is a supervised learning. Obviously, we do linear regression with label data only. It's not an unsupervised learning algorithm. Always works with continuous value, right? What does that mean? Always continuous value. So basically, I say that I have a label data of 0 and 1, right? So if my class is 0 and 1, right? So it's a discrete value. It's not a continuous value. But your weight, right? Maybe your height and weight, right? Your weight is 56.7, 56.8, 80, like this, right? It's a continuous value. So always linear regression works with continuous value. And the main target for linear regression to find a base value for x and y, right? So please let me know in the comment section below that if you have any doubt till this concept, I will help you out to understand, and I will help you out to clear your doubt as well. Okay, now we will go for the data set we have. So yes, we are going to use Uber data analysis. Okay, but before starting that, let me show you how can you use Google Colab. Go to a new tab according to your users. Go to that tab, just write Google Colab. Okay, press enter. You will get the first link, right? For the first link, you need to click on that. You will click on that. You will get a new notebook option. What you need to do? Click on the new notebook, right? So you are ready to use Google Colab. You don't need to go for installing any Python library, anything. There are actually so many pre-installed Python libraries are there already in the Google Colab. Okay. Okay. Fine. So guys, please put your comment in the live chat. I will get back to you after I complete the project. For that, you guys do not miss the project. Okay. So let's see. So what we will do, first we are going to import our library. So we are going to use pandas for the data manipulation, and we use ASPD as an alias, right? It's an alias for pandas. We don't want to use pandas every time. So in that case, we are going to use ASPD. And for the, we are going to use linear regression model we will get from the scikit-learn library. So from scikit-learn, that is sklearn.linear model, we are going to use linear regression. So you don't need to put logistic regression, you can just remove it. And we are going to import linear regression. We are going to use NumPy for the mathematical calculation. We are going to use matplotlib for the data visualization, and Seaborn is also for the data visualization, right? So let me just do that, execute that. Okay, we have already downloaded. Okay, so we are going to use two data over here, that is weather.csv and cabrights.csv. You will get these two data from Kaggle itself, and I have already uploaded those data in the Dropbox for my convenience, right? But if you want to use the data, that is also available in Kaggle. Okay, so to fetch the data from Dropbox, what we need to do, we need to use wget function, right? That's all you need to do. Your data will be fetched, and the amount of the data is big. We are going to use two data CSV, right? So the amount of the data is actually a huge data. So in that case, we are going to use a memory saving function that is also taken from Kaggle. You can see I have provided the link as well. So we are going to use that, will actually reduce our data size, because using a huge number of data over here, it will take a long time. As we have a time crunch in the session, we are not going to we are not able to use the full data, right? So we are going to use reduce memory uses. So we have already defined a function that is def reduce memory uses, that is taken from Kaggle as at will. Okay, so let's see how can you take the data. Already we have fetched the data from the Dropbox, right? Now what we need to do, using .csv function, we are going to store our data in a variable. So first we are going to store our data in a cap data. So our variable name is cap data, and then we are going to use pd.readcsv, and then you need to give the path of the data. For my path is content and cabrights.csv, right? And then we are going to use reduce memory uses function, which is actually going to show how much it reduced our data set. Okay, then the same thing with the weather data as well. Let me just execute that. And guys, please, getting more exciting sessions like this, please subscribe Great Learning channel, and you will get so many exciting exciting sessions from them. Okay. So let's see. So you can see our data was for the first data was 52.88 MB, and it is decreased by 15%, and now it's 44.95, right? And for our weather data was 0.38 MB. It was not that big, but it was also decreased by 43.7%, right? Now let's see what data we have. To get the first 5 rows from your data, we use .get function, right? So we already stored our cap data in cap data variable. Now I am just writing dot head. It will just give me the first 5 rows of my data. So I got first 5 rows. So what we have, let's have a look at what are the columns we have, right, for cap data. So first, I told you, first you need to understand your data very well. Okay, so let's see what are the columns we have. Okay, so first we have columns like distance. What is the distance they are traveling? Cap type. What is the cap type? We are using Uber and Lyft. Lyft is basically a American based company. Okay, then we are having timestamp. What is the timestamp they are traveling? The destination and the source for like particular user. Then we are getting the price, and we get surge multiplier. We used to see some of the time in the cab application that the surge is actually, it's because of the high demand, the surge is actually added, right? So in that case, we will get the surge multiplier. We are going to get an ID for each and every entries in the data. That is actually required to understand how many like distinct data you have, not the repeated data, right? And the product ID and the name, right? These are the columns we have in cap rights data. Okay, fine. Let's see what we have in weather data. So to get the columns, we use columns function. So it will return all the column you have in your data set. In weather, we have temperature, we have location, clouds, pressure, rain, timestamp, humidity, wind, right? So basically this helps us to understand maybe in the rain, the price of the cab is maybe high, or maybe if it's the weather is fine enough, so the price will be not that high, right? So for that we are going to use these attributes over here, right? So before start the any analysis, we need to change our timestamp into date time, right? We need to have a, like, before that timestamp is a string, but if we have using string on timestamp, we are not able to get the proper date and the time from that, right? Maybe in the base of time, maybe in the base of date, the price varies, right? Maybe we don't have idea that what actually our how our attributes are related to each other. For that, we are going to use dot to date time. It's going to convert a string to the date time value, right? So we are going to use from pandas pd dot to date time, and we are going to pass the particular column in the cap data, that is timestamp. And the same thing with the weather data as well. We have a timestamp in weather data, we will convert into date time. Okay, fine. So let me just execute that. Okay, so now we are going to check the shape of the data. For the shape of the data is basically how many rows we have, how many columns we have in the data, right? So we are going to use dot shape function. Let's see. So we are having 693071 rows and 11 columns in cap data, right? So let's see for the weather data, what we have. For the weather data, we have 6276 rows and 9 columns, right? So if you want to check your data shape, you can go for using dot shape function, right? Now we are going to use dot describe. So dot describe is basically it's a basic part or the initial parts of exploratory data analysis. We use dot describe to understand the standard deviation of our data. What is the count we have in the data? How many data we have actually? We get the IQR, interquartile range, that is 25%, 50%, 70%. So these are the concepts of stats you will get, right? Okay. So fine. Let's see what actually we have for particularly cap data. So you can see for the cap data we have almost 693071. These are the total rows we have, right? So we have mean for each of the column, we have standard deviation, we have minimum, and interquartile range for 25%, 50%, and 75%, right? Okay. So for the weather data also, we are going to see the describe. So you can see count, mean, standard deviation, mean, all the things we get for weather data as well. This actually helps us to understand our data more intuitively, right? If you don't understand your data, how can you do modeling, right? Okay. Now, as we have the two data, now we are going to use dot concat function. Dot concat function is basically used to join two data frame, you can say, right? So I have two data frame. One is cap data, one is weather data. I just want to join them. So to join them, I am going to use dot concat function. Okay, right, fine. So okay, fine. So you can see, let me just do that and just let me print it. So I'm going to use which function we are going to use to get the first 5 rows. Please let me know in the comment section so that I can understand you are actually listening to my session. Which function we use to get the first 5 rows from the data frame? Just let me know. So yes, we are going to use dot head function to get the first 5 rows from the data frame. Please guys, please be attentive. Otherwise there is no point of doing the analysis, right? You need to have an idea about these basic parts of the data. So yes, you can see I got my A. So A is basically the combination of cap data and the weather data. You can see, right? This we got. Okay, right. So now we are going to see that we are just going to make a column for day. So I just want from timestamp what's the particular day it was or what's the hour it was, right? For date time, Python provides us a function that is dot day that actually help us to get the day from the timestamp, and they actually provide hour function as well, which provides us the hour, like at what particular hour it was in the timestamp, right? So these are the actual flexibility with Python when we go for using Python, right? So you can see, yes, let's see what we have in that. So let me print a dot head, right? So what we get in the day and in the hour, right? Let's have a look at that. So let me just, okay. So for the, okay. So most of the cases it's nan. So we need to understand that how can you solve that nan value as well, right? So we can't go with the nan value because it will going to affect our model, right? Okay. Okay. So when we are going to use dot tail, you can say it will give me the last 5. Okay. So last 5 column of my data set. So you can say in the day we get some of the values over here. That is day 1.0, 1.0, 1.0 and 1.0. Right. So this is how we are going to use dot day function or dot hour function, right? So now as you see, there are lots of nan values we have in our data set, right? So we cannot go with so many nan values, right? So in that case, what we need to do, we need to use dot fill in a function. So dot fill in a function is basically give you that 0, like dot fill in is basically going to fill your nan values. So I want to fill my nan values with 0. So I'm going to write 0 and in place equals to true, right? Okay. Right. It's going to take a little bit of time. Okay. And then we are going to see our data e dot head. So I have just shown you the basic how can you go for data manipulation, but trust me, what you need to do to go for a good data manipulation part, you need to you need to add so many things. These are the basic things, right? So you can see whatever the nan value I used to have, it actually converted with 0. So day and hour becomes 0, 0, 0, right? So this is how you can remove nan value from your data set. Okay. Okay. So let's see what are the columns we have in A. So we have column like distance, we have column like cap type, timestamp, destination. These are the column we have after concat your 2 data frames, right? Now we are going to use group by function. Why we need to use group by function? So basically group by function is going to return you the group based on the column you have provided. So I have cap type 2, right? One is Uber, one is Lyft. So I want to see how many data are from Lyft and how many data are from Uber, right? So So I just okay, I got a question from Gautam. If the columns has more null values, why can't we remove that column? Yes, we can remove that column. It's up to you. I just want to fill that nan values with 0, right? So these everyone has their own type of handling data set. So I just don't want to lose any data, so that I use 0. I just want to fill that null values with 0. So if you want to drop those columns, you can go for it. It's up to you, right? But be sure that you are not going to lose any data. You are not going to lose any data from your data set. They are actually giving some good good part of your data, right? So be sure when you are actually working with that. Okay. So again, I got a question from Sumit. Can I get the data set and the code? Yes, you will get the data set and the code from Great Learning Academy. Just go for registering on the course, in the same course, and you will get all the materials over there. Okay, fine. So let's see after group by what we will get. It I said I want to group by cap type. So I have a cap type Lyft and Uber. In that case, I am going to see how many count. I want to see dot count, right? How many data we have for Lyft, how many data we have for Uber, right? So you can see I got 307408 for Lyft, and Uber, for Uber I have 385663, right? So this is the way we are going to use group by. So group by is used for that. And I want to visualize my data. How can I just want to see a bar plot? So using bar plot, I just group by my data according to cap type. So I said a dot group by, and then I have provided the which column, right? For cap type, I want to do that. So cap type and dot count, the same, it will going to give me the count of how many cab we have for Lyft and we have for Uber. And then I'm going to plot bar plot. To plot the bar plot, what we need to do? Use dot plot and dot bar function. Then you will get the data set like this. You can see we get different color for different attributes. For distance we have blue, for timestamp we have orange. This is like this, and this is for Lyft and this is for Uber. So you can see in in the visualization, Uber is high because we have high number of data for Uber, right? Now we are going to see that price. What is the price we have, right? What is the fluctuation of price we have? For that, what we need to do? We need to specify the column. So for A, price is the column, and then dot value counts. What is the value it has? And dot plot, and I want which type of a plot? That is bar plot, right? So you can see we got it, right? It will take some time because of the data set. Yes, you can see this is the plot we got for price. This is the fluctuation we have in the price, right? Okay. And if we want to see which hour is the peak hour for the cab, right? So I want to see which hour is the peak hour. So for that, I'm going to use our column, right? Okay. So I'm going to use our column and then the value. And then again, I'm going to plot bar plot. Let me just execute that. In between that, I got some of the question that could you please repeat group by concept? Okay. So basically, Srikant, group by is basically if you want to group your data according to the category you have. I have two categories in my data, that is Lyft data and the Uber data, right? For Lyft data, so I just want to see how many data I have for Lyft and how many data I have for Uber, right? In that case, we are going to use group by function for that, right? Okay. So please keep coming your question for that I can answer them and I can solve those doubts as well, right? So here I'm just going to use a dot plot function normal. So I want to see how price and hour is varies with each other, right? So I'm going to use dot plot function for that. So in the X, I took the hour. In the Y axis, I took the price. Okay. And I'm going to plot that using X dot comma Y, right? Okay. And again, I want to see if it's rain. What's the difference? What's the connection between rain and price? Again, I'm going to plot them, right? Using the same value. Okay, right. Now we will see how can we actually make our model. Now there comes the basic interesting part. How can you make your model? So for my case, I thought maybe distance, temperature, cloud, pressure, humidity, wind, rain, day, hour, surge multiplier, and clouds. These are the, I use clouds twice, so I can remove that. Okay. So these are the main call attributes for my data to train my model, right? So in that case, I want to use these data. Okay, so this data will be my training data, and my label data will my price, right? So this is the label data, this is the supervisor for supervised learning, right? So let me just take that. Okay, so in X1 we have all the columns, and in Y we will have only the label we have for the data, right? And sklearn is basically a scikit-learn library where you can use all the machine learning that's already predefined, it's written in from the scratch. You can just need to call the function for that, right? Okay, now we are going to use train, test, split. So this function is used basically to split your data into training part, into testing part, right? I have a data, but I just don't want to put all the data to my model, right? I want to give a specific maybe 80% of the data for training and 20% data for the testing, right? So I gave my X1 and Y1, and test size I gave 0.25. I mean 85%. Yes. So 75% of my data. 75% of my data will be test data, and 25% of my data will be 75% of my data will be test data, train data, and 25% will be my test data, right? Okay, and we use random state equals to 42 is basically just to, it will take the data randomly. Okay, now we are going to call linear regression function. So calling linear regression function, you just need to write linear regression and then the bracket. This is how you can call the linear regression function. And you need to feed. You need to actually train your model using dot feed function, and I'm going to provide xtrain and xtest data for my model to learn. You can see my model is already learned, right, from the xtrain and xtest. Xtrain contains all the attributes and xtest has the price, right? Now I'm going to see the prediction. What is the prediction for my model? Okay, fine, let's see. Okay, so let me just print it, the prediction for you guys. So this is the prediction. This is the array we got for the prediction. Let's see what is the actual and what is the predicted value, right? So for that, I'm going to create a data frame, calling pd.dataframe, and then we are going to write the name of the column, that is actual. Then we are going to provide the actual value, that is y-test, and the predicted one, that is already comes under predictions, right? Now we are going to see that. So you can see actual is 42.5, predicted is showing 32.54. Our model is good but not best, right? So we can, now this comes the part of fine tuning. How can you tune your model? So here you can see I got 13.5 is the actual and the predicted is 15.51, right? And here you can see the actual is 7.5, right? And there is predicted is 10.70. So you can see our model works pretty well, but if you want to make your model more perfect, you can go for using some fine-tuning techniques, right? Right. Now we are going to see the visualization of how can we actually our predicted and actual value works. For that, we are going to use grid function, right? And we are going to use plot. So here I said, if our model is actually in the blue, they are the actual, and what are they in the orange? They are actually the predicted. So see the graph, guys. You can see this is the actual, this is the predicted. In here, my model is not working pretty well. But here you can see our model is working pretty well. There is a very few difference between these two, right? So yeah, this is our actual graph according to the actual and the predictions, right?
Yes.
Okay, now we will have a look at that basic library we have in in Python, right? What are the basic library do we have? We have NumPy and Pandas. I already told that NumPy is a library that we use for mathematical calculation, and we use pandas for manipulating our data. So here you can see, if you need to install NumPy, you need to write pip install NumPy, and your NumPy will be installed. For the case of Google Colab, this is already pre-installed, so you are getting already satisfied. So how can you import a NumPy? So importing NumPy, you need to write import NumPy as NP. So why we are using this as NP? This as NP is basically stands for the alias name, right? What is alias name? Basically, it's a nickname for your particular library, right? If you don't use NP, then every time you are going to call any function from that library, you need to write NumPy, right? So this is long. So for that, I just gave a alias that as NP. If you want to put one character alias, you can go for doing that, right? Now I'm going to create a single array. So first I'm going to show you some basic parts of NumPy and pandas, and then we will move into the project. So for that, whoever doesn't have idea about NumPy pandas, so they will understand that, and they can also go with us to do the project, right? Tanmoy, machine learning model, we are going to use logistic regression. Yes, Ashik, we don't need to install Python anything for Google Colab. What you need to have a Google Gmail account. That's all you need to have. Okay. So yes, you can do that. You can upload your IPYNB file. So Google Colab does not support .py file. So you need to have .ipynb file, right? Okay. Fine. Now what we need to do, I'm going to make an array of it. How can I do that? To do that, we are going to use np.array, right? So we are going to use np.array function to create my first array. Okay, so in this case, I just call the function and then I'm providing my data. What is my data? My data is 789, right? So I have provided one-dimensional data which have the elements of 789, right? Let me just print that. You can see my first single dimensional array is ready with 789. Okay, now we will have a look at the multi-dimensional array. How can I do that? For multi-dimensional array, you need to provide each dimensional elements. For my case, you can see 8, 9, 10 is my first dimension and 11, 12, 13 is my second dimension. So this is how I measured my dimension. So here my dimension is 2. But in that case, if you want to check, I am saying my dimension is 2. But if you want to check some big array, you have a big array, you don't know that what are the elements and what are the dimension that particular array has. To check that, you need to use .endim function, right? So that .endim function will return you what's the dimension of your array. Okay, so for the first case, single array should have a single dimension. You can see this is 1. But for the multi-dimensional array, it should be 2. So this is how you can get the dimension of your array. Svetang, I didn't get your answer. Can you please clearly the steps? I didn't get that. Okay. How we start with PyCharm, because by default Google Colab is coming in Jupyter. Shushila, I really don't understand your question. How come that Google Colab is coming with Jupyter? I didn't get your question at all. Okay, right. So here you can see these are the basic terms, basic functions we have. If you want to check the type of the array, you can use .dtype function, right? So now if you want to check the size of the array, okay? So basically what is that size stands for? This size is going to show you what's the how many elements you have in your array, okay? So this is how we are going to use this basic parts of the NumPy, okay? So you need to have a good idea about array when NumPy is basically manipulating arrays and mathematical implementations, right? Now if you want to reshape your array, how can you do that? Using .reshape function. So basically .reshape function helps you to say, okay, from 2-dimensional to I want my array should be 3-dimensional, right? So in that case, I am going to put the first parameter, it's how many, what's the dimension you want for your particular array. And then you need to put the parameter how many elements you want in particularly per dimension, right? So in that case, you can see I want a 3-dimensional array with at least 2 elements in my each dimension. So you can see my output is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so this is how. What does ndim, Thamiza? Ndim is basically checking your dimension of the data. Please we can just check pd.describe, right? Afnas, pd.describe is basically we use for our data set. Okay. Okay. Ndim is basically the difference between Srihari. Okay. So difference between ndim and shape is the ndim is going to give you what's the dimension, and shape is going to give you dimension. Okay, the dimension and how many elements you have in your array, right? Okay. So now we are going to go for, these are the basic part I know. Now we will go for pandas. How can you install pandas? So installing pandas, you need to write again pip install panda, and importing panda is same as numpy that import pandas as pd, right? Now here is a concept called data frame. Okay, so when we are going to use our credit card fraud analysis, we are going to store our CSV file in a data frame. So what is CSV? How many of you guys have idea about the full form of CSV? Can you please let me know in the live chat that what's the full form of CSV? So most of the cases we use CSV file to make our models. So what is CSV? So in the meantime, I will explain what is data frame. Okay. So data frame is basically a tabular format, right? In that frame, data frame, you can store your data. Okay. So here I have some of the built-in function. We have dot head that will return you first 5 rows of your data set. Then we have dot tail function that will give you the last 5 rows of your data set. Then we will show as a shape, right? What is shape? So it will give you the what's the data set, what's the structure of your data, how many rows, how many columns you have. CSV file is an Excel file. No, Tanmay, CSV file is not an Excel file. Right, comma separated values. Right, you guys have idea about that? That's really nice. Yes, so most of the cases we are going to use comma separated value. Right? Fine. So here, if you have one more column, that is if you want to drop something from your data set, that can be used like using dot drop function. Okay, so these are the basic functions. So I hope you guys are quite clear with NumPy and pandas, and we can start our project credit card fraud analysis. Can you please confirm me guys that how many of you are quite clear with the understanding of NumPy and pandas? Because I am going to ask some question when I am going to do the projects. How many of you are quite okay with NumPy and pandas? Confirm me on the live chat. So here you can see many of you are asking that what's the data set. So this is the data set we have, that credit card analysis, right? So if you write on Kaggle, if you write that, okay, I want to see credit card fraud analysis data set, you will get the data set directly and you just need to download it. Or otherwise you can fetch them from the directly. Okay. Okay. So I can see Sumant, Tanmoy, Avish is saying clear. Okay, and the rest of you are clear or not? Can you please repeat the CSV file, Thamiza? Okay, I will do that. When I'm going to do the project, I'm going to do that. Completely clear, Arpita. Thanks, Ashik. Okay, fine. I can see you guys are quite clear with NumPy and pandas. So if I'm going to ask you some question, I think you are up for answering. Faisal, yes, this is not a course, it's a session for today, but we do come with lots of live session. You can follow Great Learning for that. Okay. Shashank, you can get the data from Kaggle itself, right? Okay. So basically, I have uploaded my dataset in Dropbox because fetching data from Dropbox is quite easy for me. If you want to guys take this data from Kaggle, you can directly download them. And you can directly upload over here in Google Colab. You can see in this part, you can see this sign, right? Upload sign. So if you click here, you will get like where you have downloaded the data set. You can directly just upload it over here. But be sure in Google Colab, whatever you are doing, you are saving it to your drive, because it's going to remove it after 12 hours, right? Okay. Faisal, yeah, this is the demo. This is the credit card fraud analysis demo, right? Okay. Now already I have uploaded my dataset, that is creditcard.csv. Okay. So you can see already it is uploaded. Now what I am going to do, I am going to import my libraries. Okay. So what are the libraries why we are using pandas? So many of you guys already say that, okay, I am quite clear with NumPy pandas. So in this case, when we are going to use NumPy and when we are going to use pandas? How many of you can give me the answer? Shavik, that's the question I have asked right now. You need to give me the answer that do we need to have NumPy pandas both or only pandas and NumPy? Because then only I can understand that how much, what's the depth for you guys that you understand that what is NumPy and pandas, right? Can you give me Dropbox URL? So I don't need to give you Dropbox URL. You can get it directly from Kaggle, right? Okay. Royal is saying no sound. How many of you? Okay. Both, right? Okay, right. Now what we need to do, we need to import our libraries, that pandas and NumPy. You can see we are going to use pandas and NumPy. And we are also going to import matplotlib for data visualization. We are going to use scikit-learn. That scikit-learn is basically we use for machine learning purpose, right? And then what we need to do, we are going to import all the scikit-learn parts. Okay. Now already you can see this is my link, right? I think you guys can see that what's the link. You can see this is the link. You guys can get the link over here. Fine. Now what I did, already I have uploaded my data. Now what I need to do, I need to go for reading those data. So reading those data using pandas, we need to use .read CSV function, right? From there I need to give the path of that file that contain credit card to CSV. Okay, let me just do that. So what is contains? So this data set contains 285000 rows. Okay, and we have 31 columns. In those columns, what we have, the important columns is time, amount and class. Okay, so if you want to see what's the data you have, so in that case, okay, why we use CSV file? So CSV file is basically stand for comma separated file, right? So in that case, we use to store our huge number of data. Okay, now we are going to use .head. So why we use .head? I have already explained that why we use .head function. I want answer from you guys. Thank you. I can see that you guys are saying I'm audible. So I want answer from you why we are using .head function over here. So I have already explained that why we are using .head and why we are using .tail. Right. So basically we are going to use .head to get the first 5 rows from your data set. Right. So this is our data set. You can see we have time and this many columns. Now if you want to see the shape of the data set, that how many rows and how many columns you have, you need to write .shape function. Now I am going to use .describe. What is this .describe stands for? So this .describe is basically going to give you some of the statistical measurements, right? What's the count of your data? What's the mean, median and standard deviation for your data set? Now comes the IQR, right? Interquartile range. That is for 25%, 50% and 70%. So basically this will help you to understand your data set more deeply. Weekly to view the first 6 observations from the dataset, to see the first 5 observations from your dataset. Head returns 5, right? If you are not right in there, not 6, not 5, it's 5. Yes, Raj, I'm going to show you if there is any missing value. How can you do that? Okay. Right. So over here you can see we are going to take the description for amount, time and class. Okay. So these are the basic main columns we have in our data set. Now, if you want to see how many columns you have in your data, you can use dot columns function. Okay. Now, as we are talking about the unstructured data, so first we need to go for checking our data. Okay, my data is unstructured or structured, or how many null values I have in our data set. Because we all know making model with null values, that cannot give you a good prediction. So always we try to remove null values from our data set, or to replace those null values with some other zero or nan, something like that. So to check the nan value in your data set, you need to use .isNA function, right? But why I use .any? So basically .isNA is going to give you a boolean value. Okay. So when you're going to have a boolean value, that time what you will get for each and every row and column, you are going to get this boolean value. But I want to see for each and every column, if there any nan value, let me show that. Okay. So in that case, I say .any. .any is basically if you have one like nan value also, it is going to give you true, right? So in that case, this is how you can check your data set. You can see for my cases, there is no nan value. So I can say my data is well prepared. I don't need to check, or I don't need to do lots of things to understand my, like to change our data to use my data. But most of the cases, you have data where you will have lots of nan values, right? So in there are lots of functions you have in Python who will help you to handle those missing values, right? I hope I cleared your doubts, right? Okay. Now what I need to say, I'm going to check the null value with a percentage. So here I just use the percentage formula over here, right? And I said, okay, is there any percentage? What's the percentage of null value I have? This is the rechecking. So you can see I have 0%. Okay. So I can say my data is good to go. Now I want to see the class. So what is class? Before going to class, we need to check some of the machine learning concepts as well. But in that case, now in my data, I want to see how many of my data transaction I have in my data set, which is fraud transaction, and how many data sets I have which are not a fraud transaction, right? In order to understand that, you need to have an idea about machine learning. So let's go and check what is machine learning and what's the technique we are going to use, right? So what is machine learning? So how many of you have an idea about machine learning? You guys can give me like few words that you have idea, like when machine learning comes, that's particular words, what came into your your mind, right? When, like, for my cases, it's something came for machine learning, maybe I start thinking like when I didn't know the concepts. So maybe I used to feel like, okay, machine can learn is like by itself, right? So what you guys think about when the first you heard about machine learning? Can you just, okay. So I can see you guys are actually have a little bit idea about machine learning. So machine learning is a subfield of artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is the umbrella, and under that we have lots of subfield. And that subfield, one of the subfield is machine learning. That allows a system to automatically learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed, right? So this is the definition of machine learning. Now let me give you a simple example that what I want to mean by machine learning. So if you see our traditional programming, what we have, okay. So guys, I will try to answer all of you. For that, please keep watching the video. I will try to answer all of them. Okay. So what is traditional programming? So in the traditional programming, what we need to do, we need to give our input, we need to program for that, we get the output, right? We all familiar with that. But every time you give new data, you need to write a code. But for the machine learning, you need to provide the data, you need to train your model, you need to make a model, right? And you will get the output. But when in the next time you are going to give the data to your model will work for you. You don't need to write a code from the scratch. So this is the basic difference between traditional programming and machine learning. Okay. And in this case, it's going to reduce the human efforts, right? If something I know that credit card fraud analysis model is ready, for the each and every time, I don't need to make a model for that, right? So what I need to do, I need to provide the new data to my model, and my model will say this transaction is a fraud or this transaction is a genuine transaction. So this is the help of machine. When you have a lots of data, or already you have a model that is trained, it's like you don't need to go for doing anything. You just need to provide that new data to your machine, right? Now, there is a types of machine learning we have. We have supervised learning. Okay. So, we have supervised learning, we have unsupervised learning, and we have reinforcement learning. So, I will give you one-liner of what the types of what this stands for, right? From the supervised learning itself, you can understand that there is a supervisor or a teacher, right? So, is a supervisor a teacher is going to teach my model? What you guys want to, like, you guys feel like there is a real teacher will be there to teach your model? I want your inputs as well. So, if like I want to make this session more interactive to answer your most of the question. Yes, Shunita, okay, I will like show you how can you give new data to your model. That's not a problem. So how many of you can understand, like feel like there is a real teacher will be there to train your model? I want your input from your side. I will wait for a few seconds because within few minutes I'm going to like complete this machine learning and we will jump to the part. Classes, okay. Vijay, I want more answer from you guys. Okay, so basically supervised learning is work as a supervisor or a teacher. But this teacher or a supervisor is basically your class. If you can remember in the data set, we get our outcome, right? So that outcome is our class basically, right? We teach or train our machine with label data. Okay, we teach our model with label data. So that label is basically the classes. And when you have that teacher with your data, so that time we can use the supervised learning technique. So supervised learning technique is basically you need to provide a teacher with your data to learn your model. Okay. Then when we are going to check our data set, we need to give the test data. But when we are going to provide the test data, we are not going to provide that particular class. So basically your model task is to find the outcome, to find the class, right? So like suppose we have a credit card fraud analysis project. So there what we need to do, we need to check that particular transaction is like fraud or genuine. So you have the attributes, right? Whenever the that particular transaction is a fraud transaction, you have the attributes, the data. Lastly, you need to classify those data in a class, that if it's a 0, if I'm going to say it's a representing a 0, maybe your transaction is a fraud transaction or is a genuine transaction. When I'm going to provide this your class as a 1, I said, okay, this is a genuine transaction, right? So this is how we provide, mention a class for a particular data set. And those classes basically helping us to teach our data, to teach our model. Okay. So how many of you understand the concepts of supervised learning? Dehanu, thank you. Okay. So how many of you understand the concepts of supervised learning? Then I can go for the second part. So in the supervised learning, from the label data and applying the knowledge to predict the level of the new data, right? And we have some of the supervised learning techniques like linear regression, logistic regression, decision tree, random forest, and naive bias. Now I will give you one line that what is unsupervised learning. Unsupervised learning is basically from the picture itself, you can see we should set our own label. Yeah, you can do that. Okay. So basically in the unsupervised learning case, machine starts learning from itself. There will be no label data. There will be no teacher for your model. Your model starts learning by itself, right? So this is the difference between supervised and unsupervised learning. Now comes the reinforcement learning. What is this reinforcement learning stands for? So basically reinforcement learning is when your model is going to predict rightly, you are going to give a reward. But when your model is going to predict wrongly, you need to give a penalty to your model, right? So this is how our reinforcement learning works, right? Now we will have a look at what is logistic regression, because at any way we are going to use logistic regression. But why logistic regression, right? So when your data is divided into two parts, right? When you have a data with the classes, right? 0, 1, right? Yes, no, true, false, okay? Men, women. So that time these data are known as discrete data. And for this data to analyze this discrete data, you need to use logistic regression concept. For linear regression, you should have a continuous value, right? You will not have 0, 1, true, false, okay? You do have some labels, but those labels are a continuous level, right? Continuous value. Now, the logistic regression is also part of supervised learning classification. It's used to predict the probability of a target variable, and the nature of the target or dependent variable is discrete. So for the output, there will be only two classes will be present, that I said already. The dependent variable is a binary in nature, so can be it 0 and 1, yes, no, true, false, like this. So in logistic regression, we have a function called sigmoid function. In this function, we are going to use to make our ACE curve. There is a curve in logistic regression. This is known as the ACE curve. And that curve is actually made by sigmoid function. That is 1 by 1 plus e to the power minus value. Now, I think you guys understand the concepts of machine learning and logistic regression. Now we can implement them in the actual data set. Okay. Let's answer me some of the question and then I will complete those. Okay. Okay, logistic regression is a supervised learning, so we do not need to have an input data labeled as false and genuine transaction. What could we do in case we do not have input data labeled? So agreed, if you don't have an input data labeled, you can go for using unsupervised learning. So if you don't have data set where this is already the data is labeled, you can go for using unsupervised learning. Okay, Shovik, but how we put the labels, classification? So basically, putting labels, you don't need to do that. Already available data you will get. And if you are going to make your own data set, then you need to write manually. Now, what I am going to do, I am going to write a for loop over here, right? So in this for loop, I said if my class, right? So if you guys can see over here, right. Let me just go up. You can see, yes, you can see there is a column called class. Okay, let me go up. Okay, so in this you can see we have a column called class. So in class, what we are going to check, this class is basically our label. That 0 is for what? 0 is for the not fraud transaction or genuine transaction. 1 is for the fraud transaction, right? So I am going to use a simple for loop that whenever my data is equals to, my class is equals to 0, I am going to count that and I'm going to say, okay, this is my, the number of, I'm going to use this, you can see over here, the normal average formula that, okay, the percentage of fraud transaction, not fraud transaction in my data set or the genuine transaction. If you can see over there, you can see 99.8% data I have, that is basically a genuine data set. So I have very few data that is our actual fraud transaction, right? Now, the same thing I did for the fraud transaction as well, that I take that if my class equals to 1, then please add them. And lastly, I'm going to take the average of that. Okay. Now, what I'm going to see, you can see the fraud transaction is 0.172% for my data set. Now, I want to see a proper, the proper graph, right? So proper graph, how can you make that? So this is something, it's going to give you a dataset visualization. So I am going to use a bar plot over here using SNS, that is Seaborn. So Seaborn is also a same like Matplotlib. You can use Matplotlib as well for for the bar plot. So here I use Seaborn, right? Now what I said, now I already have x-axis will be my fraud transaction and y will be my genuine transaction, right? Now I am going to plot my data and there I said the color of that palette, that is blues. If you want to use something else, you can go for doing that as well, right? Okay, now I am going to execute that. Okay, let me do that. It is going to take some time or few time. Okay, you can see. So you can see 0 and 1. Okay, so this is how I got my bar plot. now what I need to check, I am going to check my amount. What is the relation between amount and time? Okay, so in that case I am going to plot that. You can see amount is this and time is in a milliseconds over here, right? This is the relation between time and amount. Now in this graph we are going to check the amount distribution, right? What's the amount is basically when a person is going to take a transaction. What's the normal amount? So in this distribution graph, you can see there is a very little, if you guys can see over here, right? So for the most of the cases, okay, so for the most of the cases, the amount is like very low amount, right? But here if you can see, there is a, can I just do that? No. So here you can see there is a little graph changing, right? So this basically is saying when your amount is getting higher, there is a possibility that your transaction is a fraud transaction, right? So this is the way your graph is trying to communicate with you. So your graph is going to give you a intuitive that maybe when the amount is high, the transaction is becoming more, you can say the transaction is become more fraud. There is a chances of probability is high. Okay. Now we see some of the outliers or anomaly detection. So in my case, I want these outliers or the anomalies, right? So this is basically when I have a huge transaction, right? Maybe this is my outlier on the analysis on the, or the anomaly in my data. But this is where I can find, okay, so when my transaction is very high and when these attributes are changing, that time maybe my transaction is a fraud transaction. So in this project, we are going to keep our outlier. You can see these are our outliers, right? You can see over here, the amount is high. The outlier, you can say, okay, they can be my, these three two are my for sure outliers. But you can see these are, can be outlier, can be like the normal genuine transaction as well, right? Fine. So, okay. So here you can see this is how we actually find our outlier. Now we came to the what? We came to the correlation matrix. But why do we need correlation matrix? So basically we need correlation matrix to understand how our each and every attributes are connected to each other, right? To get that correlation matrix, we are going to use dot core function. Okay. Now, what I need to say, I am going to provide my data. So if you can see in the data, you can see over here, if I can write over here, equals to true. It's going to be like this. Okay. No, anode will be there, I think. Okay. Let me just do that. Yes, if you can look at this, you can see the class, okay? So you can see over here, class and V90 is quite correlated, right? And there are some time and maybe if you can see over here, time and amount, right? Time and amount is also very correlated. So this is how we can understand our correlation for the data. Now, it comes the machine learning part. Now, as I said, I am going to give 80% of my data to train our model. But 20% of my data will be not seen from my model, right? This will be the new data for my model. How can I do that? In the X variable, I am going to take all the attributes except the class. And in the Y variable, I am going to take only the classes. So here you can see I have X train, X test, Y train and Y test. So I have two parts of the data. One is containing attributes, one is containing class. So I have divided them into two parts. So I will have 4 variables, right? So here I am going to use train, test, fleets function. And there I need to provide my data, that X and Y. Here I said my test size equals to 0.2. That is means that 20% of your data. And random state equals to 42. Why do we use random state? Is basically it will take randomly data for the making, testing and training part of your data set. There is no hard and fast rule when you say, okay, I want to have a random state. So basically there is no hard and fast rule that it will take the first 80% for your training and second 20% for your testing. So it can be any data, right? Now we are going to call our logistic regression. And if I want to feed my model, to train my model, I am going to use .feed function, and I am going to provide X train the attributes and Y train the classes. Okay. Now I am going to predict my data. How can I do that? Using ypred equals to logistic. Let's do that. Okay. So here you can see I am going to write logistic.predict function. This will help you to give the prediction. But when we are going to give the prediction, we are not going to give the label. We are going to only give the attribute. You can see X test. Now I want to see my accuracy. So in accuracy check, we use confusion matrix. Is one of the concept that when you go for checking your accuracy, you can calculate your accuracy from the confusion matrix. But here we have a direct function called accuracy, where you will get the direct accuracy for your model. You can see my model is working with 99.85%. So we can say my model is working quite fine, right? So you can use this model. You can use some other testing data set as well, and then you can deploy your model. So your model is ready to deploy. So now we are going to do the recommendation, basically a movie recommendation system using machine learning. So already I got my data from Kaggle and I have uploaded them to Dropbox. So I have two data set. One is ratings.csv, one is movies.csv data set. So all the data set you will get in the Kaggle itself. Otherwise, you will get the notebook as well, and you don't need to go for downloading the data. Directly, it will fetch the data from Dropbox. So I have used wget function. So it will directly, and I need to give the path of the data set, right? So from that, it will directly fetch the data set from the Dropbox. So let me just execute that. Okay. Now you can see, I just want to see my ratings.csv, what we have in our data set, right? So in that, we are going to use pandas data frame. This is a library of Python. Well, like using Python, using pandas, you can go for many data mining course, like data mining techniques. So pandas is one of the most popular library in Python, you can say. Okay, so in that case, we are going to use read CSV function to read ratings.csv, right? So I got a question from Nikhil. This coding is done in Jupyter Notebook. Yeah, you can do the same thing in Jupyter Notebook as well. For me, it's quite handy to use Google Colab. So it's up to you which ID you want to go for, right? So you can see, I'm going to just store in ratings detail variable to the ratings CSV file, right? So you can see I use .head function. It will return the first 5 rows of your data. So I got user ID, movie ID, rating, and timestamp. Okay. So I have the movie ID. I have rating, that how much rating the user gave, and the user ID for the respective user, right? So now I am going to take the movies.csv from the Dropbox itself. So it will fetch the data same way. Yes. You can see it's already fetched the data. Now I will do the same thing. So I am going to use movie details in the variable name, and I will store the movies.csv on that variable. And with the head, I will get the first 5 rows from that. So I have movie ID, I have title, I have genres for each of the movies, right? Now I'm going to, like, as I have the both data, let's have a look at the what are the shape we have for each of the data set. So I have ratings.csv already in the ratings details, right? So if you want to see the shape of the data set, what you will do, you just need to write .shape function, right? Yes. So you can see I have 100836 columns and 4 rows. Okay. So I got a question from Ria. Can you please explain wget method? So we use wget to fetch a data from any, like suppose you have a link, the data link. So we use wget to fetch that data from that link. It will directly fetch that. It's a command line command, you can say. Okay, so I got a question from Ankit. What is the use of Panda? So Panda is basically used for data mining techniques. If you want to manipulate your data, if you want to clean your data, or if you want to learn your data easily, you can go for Panda. So Panda is one of the most important library in Python, right? Okay. Now let's see. We already got the shape of the rating details, and we just want to see the shape of the movie details, right? Yes. So yes, we have 9742 columns and 9742 rows and 3 columns, right? Okay. So this is the shape of our data set. And now we are going to use .describe function to have a good understanding of our data. Okay. So .describe is basically will return you all the basic statistic part of your data, right? So .describe. Yes, you can see I got this, and if I want to see this in a data frame, that is also available. Yeah. So I got count, the mean for each of the column, standard deviation for each of the column, 25%, 25 percentile, 50 percentile, 75 percentile, and the max. We got these are the basic statistic for our data set, right? Now we are going to see the same for the movie data set. Okay, so if you want to add some new code in your notebook, you just need to click on the plus sign on the Google Colab, right? So movies, have movies details dot describe. Okay, so I got an error. Okay, it's movie details, right? Okay, I got a question from Prashant that from where we get this data which you are using. You will get this data from Kaggle, Prashant. You don't need to go for any other. Well, we all use the data from the Kaggle. Okay. From Gulam Murtaja, yes. Can you give this data set? Yeah, you will get the data set. You just need to go to Great Learning Academy, and you just need to go for registering the same course, and you will get all the presentation and the notebook as well. That is also free of cost. Yes. So yeah, we see the describe for the movies details as well. So we have a movie ID and we have this. You can see, right? These are the describe we already got for this. Okay. Okay. So yeah, let me just execute this once. Okay. So yes. Now we are going to merge the data set. We have the ratings, we have the movie details. Now we are want to use merge the data set, two data set. But how can you merge that? To merging the data set, you need to go for .merge function. We use pandas .merge function to merge two different CSV file, right? So we have ratings details, we have movie details, right? But we want to merge those two data sets on the basis of which column? Right? So on the basis of movie ID, we want to actually merge those. We want to concat, you can say, we want to actually merge those data set, right? So basis of movie ID. So movie ID will be our basic primary key for this data set when we are going to merge them, right? Okay. So yes, you can see we got so if you want to get the last 5 rows from your data set, we are going to use .tail function for that, right? So basically, to get the last 5 rows of your data set, you actually need to use .tail, and getting the first 5 rows from your data set, you need to use .head, right? Okay. So already we have merged our data, right? We have in our data set, we have user ID, we have movie ID, we have rating, we have timestamp, we have the title of the movie, and we have the genres of the movie, right? Now what we need to do, we just need to change our timestamp into the proper date time. So how can you do that? To doing that, we need to use date time function or date time library, and we can just say that PD dot, that is also part of pandas, PD dot to date time, and you need to provide the data set of the which column you need to change. So I want to change my timestamp column to the date time, right? So I'm providing that data set of timestamp column, right? Okay, so let me just execute that. Okay, now let's see what we have in the data, like what is the shape now we have in our data set, right? So as we merge our data, we actually add a one date time column as well. So now we have almost 100836 like rows and 7 columns. Okay. So I got a question from Prashant that when do we use scikit-learn in this scenario? Basically, scikit-learn we use to split our data set to make the model from the make model and machine learning. That's all the predefined algorithm is there in scikit-learn. Okay. Fine. Okay. Avinash is asking why can't we use concatenate? So yeah, if you want, you can use concatenate. I use merge function. It's up to you which one you want to go for. Okay, fine. So let's see. Now we want to see what are the non-unique. What are the actually using n unique. So it will actually return you how many unique data you have. Maybe we have the same user for just to rate the different movie or for that, right? Just I want to see how many unique customers we have in our data set, right? So let me just use, and for that we use dot n unique function, right? So you can see for user ID I have 610, for movie ID I have 9724, but our data is more than that, so we have repetitive data as well. So maybe our one user can see lots of movies, so they are going to rate for that movies as well, right? Okay, so let's see the describe of the data set, merge data set. What we have for the count, we have 100836. We see that we have mean value, standard deviation, 25 percentile and 50 percentile and 75 percentile, right? Now what we need to do, now this data manipulation part came, right? So now what we need to do, we need to group by our data to see the average rating for each movie. Now I want to see, suppose I have Joker movie, right? I want to see what is the average rating we have in our data set for that particular movie. So how can you do that? So I actually take a variable. In that variable, I have stored our full data set. Now I want to group by my data. So a dot group by function is used to group your data according to the column. Suppose I have a title of Joker, right? So in the title, I have Joker. So what it will do, it will actually group all the ratings and all the data we have according to Joker. And it will do same for the each and every title I have, right? So this is why we use group by function. Okay. Fine. So in that case, you can see I'm going to provide title and rating. I want to see title like first Joker and then the rating, how many rating it has. And then I want to take a mean of that just to get the average, in order to get the average for that particular movie, right? So you can see I already got that. For title Hellboy, I got 4 rating, right? For XXX2002, for that I got 2.77 ratings, right? So this is how you will get the average rating for each and every movie we have in the data set, right? Now we are going to see we are going to sort our data set, right? So we are going to see how many movies has actually 5, how many movies has 4, how many movies has 3. We want to just sort our data set in a descending order, right? It will start from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So to get the data set in the sorting the data set in a descending order, in order to, what you need to do, you just need to write ascending equals to false, right? This is how you will get the descending order data, right? So let's see. Yeah. So already it's stored in sorted ratings wise movie. Okay. So let's see what we will get. Yeah. We get like Coulson returns is 5 and the Beast of Hollow Mountain is 0.5. Right. So you can see we already got the data, which is actually in a, like the first 5 we got the 5 ratings data. Now we got the less, right? This is how the descending order works. Okay. Now we are going to see the total number of rating for a particular movie. for a particular movie, how many numbers of rating we have. Maybe some of the movie is actually getting a high ratings, but the rating of the rating of the customer is not high, right? Suppose a movie is rated by a customers like 10 customer, they rated 4, right? And one movie is rated by 2 customers 5. So obviously the movie rating for that two movie will be high, right? So for that we need to check what is the count of the users we have for each and every movies. Okay, for that we are going to use the same technique, dot group by. Okay, we are going to use the dot group by, and then we are going to group by title and the rating. Okay, and we are going to use dot count function for that. Okay, so you can see for XSS 2002 we got 24, for State of Union we got 5, for existence we got 22, right? So I just get the last 5 rows of my data set, but for all the movies it's actually giving me the rating, how many ratings it has particularly, right? Now we are going to make a new data frame, right, where we will have the average rating, we will have the title of the movie, and we will have the count of the total rating. It will actually help us to analyze our data more easily. So in that case we are going to make new record. I got a question from Avinash. Can we use print A in group by syntax? I didn't get you. Can you just more explain it? Like, can you give more explanation on that? I didn't get your answer. Okay, fine. So I got a question from Likhit that shouldn't we use mode here instead of mean? So maybe it's something like up to you. If you want to use mode function just to understand your data, yeah, you can go for it. So I use mean for that. Okay. So now we are going to see how can you make a new data frame. To making a new data frame, we just need to call pd.data frame. Okay, pd.data frame. That how you can call a new data frame. And the new column of my the new data frame has a column called average rating, right? So I want a column average rating, and I'm going to provide the A has the all the average rating for each of the movies, right? So let me do that. Okay, and for the new record data frame, I'm going to again add the count of total ratings, right? So in this data frame I will have 3 columns, right? One is title, one is average rating, one is count of total ratings, right? So let's see our new data frame. Yes, we got title, we have got average rating, and we have count of total ratings, right? So for 71, 2 and 04 I got ratings of 4.0. For round midnight we got rating for 3.5, right? And count of total rating is 2, this is 1, right? We have in our data set. Now what we need to do, we just want to see and we just want to visualize our data. For that we are going to use matplotlib library. Okay? So we are going to use matplotlib library and the seaborn library both. Okay, fine. So in that case, first let's see what are the columns we have. So you can see I got a column for average rating and the count of total rating, but where this title goes, the title is basically the part of index. Your index is titles, right? Now I want to see what is the graph of my count of total ratings. So let me just, okay. So from the output you can see the most of the movies has received less than 50 ratings, right? Most of the ratings like less than 50. While the number of movies having more than 100 rating is very low. I mean, more than hundreds we even can see them, but more than 50 is also very less, right? So this is how you can judge your data. So 0, 1, 2 are more. You can see these are the more, right? Almost 6,000 data are almost 0, 1, under 0, 1. And 50 and you can see 30, 40, maybe it can be under 30, 40. These are also more, but more than 50 is very less. So maybe for that you can use more like a big data set. I'm not using a big data set. So if you want, you can use a big data set for that to just to get a proper like efficient model, right? Okay. So now I'm going to see the average rating. I want to see a histogram of the average rating. To get the histogram, what we need to do? We need to use .hist function. Okay, the .hist function actually return as the histogram for that. So I use the average rating column and I am going to use dot his function for that. Let's see what we will get. So you can see this graph. For we have the integer value have a taller burst than the floating values. Since the most of the user assigns rating as an integer value, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. And furthermore, it is evident that the data has a weak normal distribution. So using this data visualization part, you can understand your data more efficiently. You can say your data is weak in the normal distributions, right? With the mean of around 3.5. And there are few outliers we have in our data. So if you want to remove those outliers in your data, you can do that, because when you actually remove your outliers from the data, your model will start performing very well, right? So it's actually data visualization is one of the most important part in your when you are going to model build a model, right? So yes, from the graph itself, it will start saying so many things to you. Okay, so yeah, so you can see, like, I'm going to plot one more thing, that is using joint plot, that is the part of Seaborn library. So for the X, I'm going to use average rating, and for the Y, I'm going to use count ratings, right? So let's see. Yeah, so we got this graph. So this graph actually shows that the general movies with higher average ratings actually have more number of ratings, okay, compared with the movies that have lower average ratings. So from that you can see this is actually saying the same thing. The movies with the high average ratings actually have more number of ratings, and the compared with the movies that have lower average rating, like suppose a movie is actually getting 1, right? So in that case, you can see the number of ratings is less for that movie. So you can see in this count of total ratings and the average ratings, right? Okay, fine. So now we are going to use actually, so how can you make your recommendation system? So in before this part, we are actually understanding our data. What actually our data wants to tell us. What actually the spread of our data set, right? So now I am going to show you, we are going to use dot pivot table, right? In that pivot table, we are going to use user ID, title and the rating, okay? And what we are going to do, we are going to check all the columns and the head as well. So first, let me just print that. You will guys get that what we have in movie matrix. So you can see in the columns, we get all the movie name, right? We make a pivot table where the column is actually with the movie names, right? So you can see, I am going to again execute that. Yes. So we have the columns, right? We have the columns. Now what we need to do, we actually need to take that XXX2002, right? So we are going to use the movie name XXX2002, where actually you will get all the ratings and the average ratings for XXX2002, right? So we are going to check what are the similar movies we have like XXX2002, right? Okay, so yes, for that I'm going to take all the ratings from movie matrix to XXX2002 ratings variable. Okay, just now let me check what we get in that. Yes, we get that 3.5, 2.0, the ratings we have for each users they have given, right? Now we are going to see find the similarity. What are the similarity we have for other movies like XXX2002? So checking the similarity, we use dot core with function. It actually give us the correlation with the same movies we are actually passing to it. So in that case, we are using XXX2002, right? So it's going to give me that what is the similar movies we have in this data, in this movie list, right? Okay, so let me just execute that. Yes, you can see we got that Hellboy, and these are the actually correlated movie we got. That is, you can see State of Union, and yeah, and you can see XXX2002 is actually getting the most correlation. Like correlation is 1. Suppose correlation with 1 with the similar one is always 1, right? So you can see that XXX2002 we get the correlation is 1. So this is how you can see actually it is working perfectly when you are going for checking the correlation of the particular movie with the other one, right? So here we are going to use the heat map just to check the correlation in a visualized way, right? So here we are using matplotlib for that. You can see all these are 1 1 1. Suppose rating के साथ rating is always 1, right? And user ID with user ID is always 1. This is how we actually calculate all the correlations. Okay, right. Now we will see what is the correlation we got in a data frame. Okay, so here we are going to pass our movies similar to XSS 2002 and we are going to use a correlation column for that. And we want to drop all the nan value from the data frame, right? To dropping all the nan value from the data frame, we use drop in a function, right? So you can see XSS 2002 correlation dot drop in place equals to 2. So let's see. Yes, you can see 500 days of summer has a correlation with the XSS 2002 that is 0.83, right? And 10 items or less 2016 has a correlation of 1. So this can be the next recommended movie for the particular user who have actually watched XXX 2002, right? And maybe the next one can be 500 days of summer. Okay, so we actually got the, I actually print the head. So if I'm not going to print the head, if I'm going to print the whole part, so let's see. Yeah, you can see some of them have the minus as well. So there is the meaning of minus is basically there is no correlation between that two language. Now let's have a look at what we are going to install first. So we are going to use NLTK. Okay, so why we are going to use NLTK? NLTK is basically a library for natural language processing. Okay, so if you want to use NLTK, you need to install that first. So pip install NLTK, right? Now you need to import the NLTK library. Okay, so basically when it comes to natural language processing, we start using NLTK library. Sabia, no doubts. Okay, that's really nice. Rajat, I know. Muhammad, ma'am, I don't know. What you don't know, Muhammad? Saloni, I don't know. Nikhil Kumar, no doubt, ma'am. Okay, fine, cool. So basically, when we are going to use the NLTK library, we need to download, right? So what we need to download? So there are lots of packages we have under NLTK. So if you can see, to download those packages, you need to write nltk.downloads. And if you can see over here, you can see so many classes are there, right? So names, opinion lexion, product, right? There are lots of libraries and everything we have in NLTK. So you need to use nltk.download. Now I will show you three concepts of natural language processing. One is tokenization, one is lemmatization, and the third one is stemming, right? So these are the basic part of Adrian, greetings from Peru. Thank you so much. Pratyush, NLTK. NLTK is basically a library for natural language processing. Okay. Swati, is Jupyter Notebook is alternative for Google Colab? Yes, you can use Jupyter Notebook as well. So I love to use Google Colab because I don't need to install anything. Adarsh, I don't know. What you don't know, Adarsh, can you please let me know? Okay. Now, what is tokenization? Tokenization basically may be defined as the process of breaking a given text. Okay. So I said I am Sampriti Chatterjee. So when you use tokenization, what we will get? I, comma, am, comma, Sampriti, comma, Chatterjee, right? It will tokenize your each and every words, right? So whenever we are going to process our natural language, we need to tokenize our any kind of a text or any kind of a language, right? To understand what that particular person wants to talk about. Okay. Now, so you can see over here that the tokenization may be defined as the process of breaking the given text into smaller units called tokens. That can be numbers, words, or punctuation. Marks can be tokens, right? So it may also be called word segmentation. So before we start with any natural language processing like project, you need to first tokenize your data. Okay, so doing that, we need to import that from nltk.tokenize import saint tokenize, right? Okay, now what I need to do, I'm going to give my data, that is text. Under that, what I say, natural language processing is a field of computer science and artificial intelligence. Now what I need to do, I need to just tokenize my data, right? So how can I do that? So same token, I'm sending my token, right, my text, right? So for that, we are going to use this function send tokenize, and on that we are going to provide text, right? Okay, now we are going to execute that. Now if you want to see that, okay, I have sent my text, but what is my where is my tokenized text, right? So in this case, you need to use word tokenize. This is a function to get your tokenized text or tokenized data, and then you need to pass the data you have seen, that is text. You can see after executing that, I got natural language processing. After that, each and everything is in a tokenized format, right? The brackets, NLP, is everything is a proper. If you see this comma, right? This comma is also tokenized, right? How can you understand this comma and this comma? This is under a like quotation, right? You can see over here. Okay, so do you guys have any doubt about tokenization? Can you let me know in the live chat that you guys have a doubt about tokenization? You guys don't have any doubt about tokenization? Then we will move towards the next concept, that is lemmatization. I will wait for a few seconds for you guys to understand that how many of you actually understand that what is tokenization stands for and how we are going to use that. Gurjat, Spacey is better than NLTK. Obviously, Spacey is better than NLTK. But in today's session, we are going to do a basic one. So we are going to show the NLTK. Divesh, no doubt. I'm waiting for you guys to reply. How many of you understand that? Okay. So this is how the tokenization works. Are we still using NLTK in market? It depends on the companies. No doubt, no doubt. Okay. For that, I can start the next topic. That what is lemmatization? So lemmatization is another way to extract the base from a word, right? So maybe I am going to say beta. Okay. So computer is going to say no, it can be good. It can be something marvelous, right? So basically, we use lemmatization to understand extract the base form of the words, right? So good, better, based, right? So better what is the base form, right? That is good. Okay, normally aiming to remove inflectional endings by using vocabulary and morphological analysis. So if there is something that is right existing, okay, so it will cut that ing, it will give you exist, right? So this is how our lemmatization works. Maruti, can we host the chatbot? No, we are not going to use any cloud concepts, Maruti. Okay. Okay. So which library you are going to use for that? We are going to use NLTK, and from there you need to import word-mate lemmatizer. So this is the one you need to import from NLTK. Now what we need to do, we need to create an object of word-mate lemmatizer. Okay. So lemmatizer equals to word-mate lemmatizer. It's an object of word-mate lemmatizer. Okay. Now I said, okay, fine. Let me show the lemmatization for rocks. Okay, how can I do that? For that, I am going to write lemmatizer dot lemmatize. Okay, so we need to call our object of lemmatizer dot lemmatize, and we are going to provide our data, that is rocks. Okay, so you can see in that we got the actual one, rocks from rock, right? So basically, it's giving you the base form of the word. Tokenizer is basically dividing the text, right? Yes, this is right. Okay, tokenizer is basically dividing the text in small form. Not dividing the text in small form, it's dividing the each and every token of your data. Okay, so it will actually token your bracket, your commas, your punctuations, everything. It's a number, everything is going to be tokenized if you use tokenizer. So yes, this is how our lemmatization works. So if you guys have any doubt about lemmatization, can you just let me know in the chat that how many actually of you can understand that what is lemmatization. Okay, now we will jump into the third concept, that is stemming. So what is stemming? Stemming is a process of producing morphological variants of root or base word. Okay, stemming programs are commonly referred to as stemming algorithms or stemmers. Okay, a stemming algorithm reduces the word chocolates, chocolatey, choco to the root word, right? That is chocolate. So a normal word we can say in a various form, right? Like you can take the example of chocolate, right? Chocolates, chocolatey, choco. So it will actually give you the root word, that is chocolate. Okay, Nikhil, no doubt. That's really nice. Okay. Okay. Fine. Now let's have a look at that retrieves, right? Reduce the stem, but at the end of the day you will get retrieved, right? So you can see in this as well. Likes, liked, likely, liking. So you will get what you will get from this. So I have given likes, liked, likely, liking. So what you will get from there? Oh, I'm waiting for your answer, guys. So what will be your base word for that? For likes, liked, likely, and liking, what will be your base word? What it will gonna give you? Difference between stemming and lemmatizing. So basically, stemming is something that any kind of suppose you can see likes, like, likely, liking. You are giving anything, it's giving you the base. But for the lemmatization, okay. But for the lemmatization, if you give some, suppose worst, right, or good, better, best. So you give better, it will return you good. So it's something that it's not gonna give you if you are gonna write that goodly. So it's not going to give you that. Okay, like yes, right. I can see. Sparse. I don't think you are not right. Not liked. Okay, like yes, right. You guys are understanding then? Yes. So how can you do that? To doing that, you need to import two modules from NLTK. Okay, one is word tokenize, one is porter steamer. In this case, you need to create an object of that porter steamer, that is PS, and words is equals to program, programs, programmer, programming, programmer. So we know it's going to give you program. Okay, so I am going to use a for loop, and it will go to till words, each and every words, and it's going to check, okay, ps.steam, and then each and every words. Okay, so if you do these things normally as well, you can go for doing that. Okay, so if I'm going to write this and I am going to do this, that demo is equals to, okay, suppose good I have given, let's see, goods, let's see what I will get. Yes, you can see I got good, right? So if you want to do for one words, you can do that. I made a list and I have done it for the list, right? Okay, so this is how our 3 basic steps to understand NLP first stage, right? I can start writing the chatbot code, but if you guys don't understand the basic parts of what is lemmatization, what is tokenization, so how can you start with, right? So our first step is creating a chatbot in Python with Chatterbot library. Okay, so Chatterbot library, if you want to install Chatterbot library, how can you do that? Proful, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, you can see that pip install Chatterbot. Okay, so this is how you can install their library for chatbot. Okay, so this is a pre-install library. If you guys want to go for deep learning techniques, you can go for it. If you want to go for some other like NLP techniques using Spacey or some like Dialogflow, so you can go for it, right? So this is a basic chatbot we are going to make. Now I'm going to just this, you can see this is already installed. I'm not going to do that again because this is gonna take a lot of time. Now we are going to install the Chatterbot corpus. So what does that corpus stands for? So how many of you guys have idea about corpus? Can you let me know in the live chat that how many of you actually have an idea about what is corpus? What does that corpus stands for? I'm waiting for you for 10 seconds and then I will explain you what is corpus. Okay, I can see no one is actually commenting, so I understand that you guys don't have a proper idea about what is corpus. Okay, so corpus is basically no idea. Okay, so basically corpus is something data, right? In machine learning we use a data set, right? But for chatbot you don't have any data set, but how can you train your data? In that case, don't know ma'am Sanjana, yes, I'm going to say that. So basically in chatbot we have a corpus. Corpus is working as a data set. So maybe you said hi, so after that you said your chatbot to say hello, right? So that will be written in a corpus, right? Hi, hello, how are you? I'm fine. How are you? And how are you? Like this, right? So this data set is actually known as corpus. So you guys got that? Arun Mishra, collection of words, maybe collection of text. Okay, so basically corpus is a data set for your chatbot. Right, Sujit. Corpus is a Python library dataset for training chatbot. So basically corpus is not a Python library. Corpus, we use this term to making a dataset for a particular data like chatbot, right? So our chatbot, we don't have any dataset. We have, okay, so we have a corpus. So this is known as corpus. Okay, now you need to install that that as well for your chatbot. Okay, now you can see if you want to upgrade chatbot, you can do that. If you don't want to upgrade, you can let it be. Okay, now we are going to import the classes in the second step in Python chatbot creation process, right? So all you need to do, import two classes. One is chatbot from chatbot. Okay, from chatbot import chatbot. Okay, now what I need to do, you need to write chatbot.trainers import list trainer. So what is this list trainer? So list trainer is basically help you this this class will help you to train your bot. Okay, now you can see create and train the chatbot. The chatbot you are creating will be instance of classes chatbot. Okay, you have to execute the following command. Okay, and from there you will get the understand that okay, I am making my own chatbot. Okay, how can you do that? Here you need to write your bot, the variable name, the bot name you want to go for, and then you need to write chatbot. You need to call the function chatbot. Then you need to write the name of that particular chatbot. For my case, I took pybot, right? Read only equals to true, so it's going to read only read. Okay. Okay, now comes the logic adapter. So logic adapter denotes the list of adapter used in training the chatbot. Okay, so when it comes to chatbot.logic mathematical evaluation, it helps to solve bot mathematical problem. So if you want your bot to learn mathematical problem and help you to solve the mathematical problem, for that I am going to use chatbot.logic mathematical evaluation, right? When it's come the base match, right, to chatbot.logic base match, it helps it to choose the base match from the list of response already provided. So here we are going to write some of the response and it will going to check, okay, what response will be the base match for my answers, right? What is the list trainer? List trainer is basically, Mrinal, the way you are going to train your chatbot. I will show you as well. Okay, right. So basic part is like your bot, like using the name of your bot. For my case, I gave your bot, then call chatbot, name the pybot, then read only equals to true, and then logic operators. Okay, now what I am going to write. So for greetings, I am making my own corpus. So you can see greetings is my own corpus, right? So here I said hi, hello, how are you? I'm fine. Hey, nice to talk to you. So these are my corpus. I'm saying, like, if someone is going to say hi, my chatbot is going to say hello. If I'm going to say how are you, my chatbot is going to say I'm fine, right? So this is how I'm making my little corpus over here. Now comes some of the formula. Okay, so I said maybe Pythagorean theorem. So a squared plus b squared equals to c squared, right? So I'm going to give some formula as well to my chatbot, right? So these are the corpus I am making. For formula 2, I am making that A2 tips. Thank you so much. Okay, so for the formula 2, I am going to write law of quotients, that c square equals to a square plus 2 square, a square plus b square plus 2ab. Okay, right. Okay, right. Then we have some physics like Ohm's law. We have Newton first law, second law, and third law. Right. So this is your corpus actually stands for. So you can see here, if you look at this corpus, you can see I give the name first. Okay. So this will be your keyword for the chatbot, that Pythagorean theorem. Then law of cosines. Then Ohm's laws, right? So this will be your what? This will be your Arun. Yes, it's the corpus we are making right now, and then we will train our chatbot and we will try it, right? We will try it as well, that how our chatbot is going to work. Okay, so you can see that Ohm's law, and Ohm's law. Then first law of Newton. So what this thing stands for? This is the keyword. When you are going to say your chatbot, okay, can you please show me what's the first law of Newton? Your chatbot will understand, okay, this is the keyword and this will be the answer. Okay, so this will be the answer for your particular question. So this is how our chatbot works. Prapti, is it? Yes. This is similar to intent, right? IBM Cloud using Watson Assistant. Yes, this is similar to cloud, like intent, right? Okay. Now, if you want to train your bot, how can you do that? List trainer. I think you guys can see this list trainer. I'm going to call this function, and I am going to provide my bot. Okay. So train your bot and then call list trainer, and I'm providing my bot. Right? Okay. Let me do that. Here in the for loop, I have written item, and then I have provided all the corpus I have made so far. That is greetings, formula 1, 2, physics, Newton 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now I said my train bot object, please train my bot with these items, right? So each and every item will come over here and it will train my bot. Okay. Let me do that. Okay. Now you can see that list trainer, that it is already trained 100%. Now I want to say, okay, please see, give me the response. I'm going to say my bot that please give me the response. How can I do that? Maybe I'm going to write hi over here. Not nice to talking with you. You can see my bot is giving me response that hello. Okay. All of the above. What is Scratch? The Scratch is from the basic, right? Okay. So I think you guys are understanding what I'm doing right now. Can you please confirm me on the chat? Can you please confirm me from the chat that how many of you actually understanding the concepts and how many of you actually enjoying the session? Okay. So you can see that your bot.get response, I said hi. Maybe I am going to write more over here. I'm going to write, hey, how are you? Okay, let's see. So basically I am doing over here, it's a very, okay. If I do that. I said, hey, how are you? My bot is giving me response. I'm fine, right? Swati, get response is inbuilt. Right, it's an inbuilt function. For more, yes, if we have to feed the more Q and answer, yes, you need to like actually give more question and answers to get more accurate result. Brinal, thank you so much. Ashish, thank you. Okay, fine. So, okay. You can see over here as well. And if you guys want to make your own Python projects as well, you can go for Python project tutorial in Great Learning, Great Learning channel. You will get so many cool projects with Python as well. Ma'am, why can we use Wikipedia Python package and create a chatbot to search things in Wikipedia and gives the answer to us? Yes, we can do that, Thala. This is a nice concept. I should appreciate you for that. Okay, right. Now I am going to write, please help me with Pythagorean theorem, right? I don't know. Okay. But here, if you see the catch, I say Pythagorean theorem. So this is my intent or keyword I say to my bot. Let's see. Okay, you can see a square plus b square plus c square. So this is how our chatbot is using. Now up to now rule based, right? Yes, this is a rule based. That's a really nice answer I got. Kotesh Worau. Okay, so basically yes, this is a rule based. So how many of you can understand the difference between rule based and self learning? Okay, Arun, we don't have any feedback form. Can you please let us know in the chat box how you are actually feeling for the session? Okay, fine. Okay. Muhammad, can we do this? Yes, we can do this with voice as well. This is a basic one we are doing right now. So if you want, you can do this with voice. How can you use? Okay, for the wave application, you need to integrate this. Okay, right. So you can see for the response, I said, can you please explain Ohm's law? Yes, it's gonna explain me for that. A law stating that electric currents is proportional to voltage and inversely proportional to resistance, right? So this is how our bot works. Okay. Right? Okay. So can you guys let me know if you guys have any doubt till now, whatever we have covered so far, right? So I am going to check some of more answers for my bot dot get response, and I am going to say maybe something explain me the first law. Of Newton. Right? Let's see what okay, I got it. In the first law, an object will not change its motion unless a force acts on it. Right? This is really very interesting for me. What actually data set? Satya, for chatbot, we don't have data set. For chatbot, we provide corpus. Okay. How can it be integrated in order to be used in website? So integration is something like I need to check your website and then only I can understand that how can you integrate this chatbot with your website. Okay, can link it. Okay, so getting the code, like for that you need to go to Great Learning Academy and there you need to register for the course and you will get all the materials over there. What if we put wrong response? Okay, let's see if I'm going to write something out of the box, how my bot is going to reply on that, right? Your bot dot get response. I'm not feeling okay. I am not feeling good, right? Let's see. I'm giving a out of box understanding that what my bot is going to understand for that. Let's see. Okay, my bot is saying I'm fine, but I said I'm not feeling good. Okay, right? So in this case, Swati, I'm coming to our answer. So we almost came to a end of the session that how we are going to make our chatbot, right? Okay, fine. Let me just try to answer give the answer. What is gravity? I don't think my chatbot is going to answer that. Okay, for my chatbot, gravity is a squared plus b squared equals to c squared. Okay. Okay, can you dance? Okay, I can take that as well. Can you dance? Hi, my chatbot is saying hi. Can you dance? Okay, is there only 3 laws? Okay, let me just try it with that. Is there only 3 laws? Let me just try with that as well. 3 is equals to 3. My bot is giving. How old are you? Ask to chatbot. Oh my god, really? Okay, fine. Let's see. How old are you? I can see you guys are really excited. Let's see how my chatbot is going to say. Okay, my chatbot is going to give me a law, that a law starting the Ohm's law my chatbot is going to give, right? So basically you guys can understand that my corpus, the data set is really low. So if you guys want to make the fun of like making a chatbot, you can use this techniques and you can make your own like cool chatbot. I think it's actually when COVID will end, that my chatbot is not going to answer for sure, Susmit. Yes. If A is equals to 4, B is equals to 5, what is C? Maybe for that I need to give some of the mathematics idea to my chatbot, for that they can start doing this, right?
So first we'll be learning about the time module. Now, whenever you want to do up any task or whenever you want to deal up with any function or task which is related to the time, okay, that's related to time. So now into that perspective, please, we use this time module. Now that's one of the modules, means you do not need out the installation of this time module, okay? It automatically comes installed with the Python programming language. So this time module which we have up in Python, it completely helps you to deal up with the time related functions and the task. Let's say you want to get what's the current time. You can use a time module with some sort of function. Let's say you want to get the time in some other format. Let's say you want to get the current time, current seconds, whatever are there, and everything. So all those particular things you can do with the time module. Okay. Now, if you as well want to work out with the time stamps, so on that case as well, this time module is having up a good range of functions, and those as well help you to deal up with the time stamps as well. Okay. So now on to that respective case, first of all, I hope that you are pretty much clear with the uses of the time module, that what are the uses. So time module in Python programming language, it helps you to deal up with the time related functions and the time related tasks. Next, this module as well has up a good range of functions, and that's will help you to deal up with the time stamps. Okay. Now, what are the functions of the time module which you are having out actually? So the functions which you're having up in the time module, the first one is time.time. Okay. Now, the time which is written at the left side of the dot, that's your module. So it means that whenever you are using up any of the function related to the time module, first of all, it's necessary for you to use that time module. Then for that, after that, putting up a dot, you write up your respective function which you want to use up from the time module. This is how it actually works out. Okay, so hope I am pretty much clear. So this time function actually helps you to get up the current time, whatever the current time is there, it helps you to get that out. Next is time.sleep. What is the sleep function about actually? So let's say you are having 3 printer statements with you. As soon as you run up your program, you want the output in such a format that as soon as you run out your program, so first of all, the first print statement shall come as an output. Okay. Then moving further, let's say after 30 seconds, you want your second print statement to be printed. And let's say after again 30 seconds, you want your third print statement to be printed. Now, you want the statements to be printed in some interval of time, right? Now, onto that particular case, you use up this sleep function. Okay. So now in that case, whenever you want your statements, or whenever you want your functions or anything like that to run in some sort of interval of time, so now in that particular case, you use up the sleep function. Next, you have the C time. So this C time is as well. It helps you to get up the current time, whatever the current time you are having right away. It helps you to get that out. And next is your local time functions. The local time is one of the functions which as well, it lets you know the time, but that's so in the format of the date of today, the day of today, the year, what is the month going on, what is the day going, which is the week going, every details you get up into this local time function. Okay. So these are the some functions of the time module. One will be learning up further in this particular tutorial only, in this video only. That's the strf. So we'll be learning that about in a short while. So I would not discuss that particular thing right here. So hope I am pretty much clear regarding the time module. Once again, I would let you know, time module helps you to deal with the time related functions and the tasks. It as well has up a good range of functions which help you to deal up with the time stamps. Then we are having different functions onto a time module. Some I have listed up here. It's time, sleep, tea time, and the local time. Okay. Hope I'm pretty much clear with these all things. Now let's move forward. And my second module here for my discussion is the Tkinter module. Okay. Now Tkinter, that's one of a package which we are having. So it is one of the libraries in Python which helps you to develop up some GUI projects. GUI means the graphical user interface projects. It helps you to develop those out. Okay. And it really supports up a good range of TCL and TK versions. That is only a Tkinter only. So into that particular case. So why is this Tkinter actually used? So that is used because when we want to add up some GUIs like graphical user interfaces and all those respective things into your project. So into that respective case, you use up the Tkinter module. Now, whenever you are using up this particular module, so you do not get your output onto the console. Let's see, whenever we write up a program in the IDE, simply you get up the output onto the console. Right, that's the thing which is happening. But in the Tkinter, it doesn't happen. As soon as you write up your program, you have to make up a Tkinter window. The very first task, whenever you are using the Tkinter module, the very first task is that you have to make up a Tkinter window. Now, what will that window be about? So that will be the window only into which you'll be able to see all your outputs regarding the GUI project which you are making. It means that this Tkinter has its own interface. So if at some point you are using up this Tkinter module, so you will not be able to see your final output onto the console. A new Tkinter window will appear. TK interface will appear. And further on to that only, you will be able to check out your final outputs, whatever you are having. Okay, so hope I'm pretty much clear. Now, into this Tkinter window only, you have a function that is a main loop function. You use that respective function at the very last of your program because that works as a ending way of your program. So if you haven't used out the main loop function at the last of your program and you do not have any error as well, so into that particular case, you won't be able to see the final output because main loop function is not added up there. Right, so please make sure that whenever you are using up the Tkinter module, there will be a last line of your program and that will be your main loop function. Okay, and one more thing, as it is a module, it as well doesn't need out any of the installation. It as well comes automatically installed with the Python programming language. So you do not need to write any command like pip install Tkinter or anything like that. No. Nothing is needed in that particular case. Okay, and yeah, if you just want to run up if you want to save the Tkinter window only, so onto the command prompt only, you could write up a command that is -m Tkinter and it will let you open up a Tkinter interface. Okay, so hope I am pretty much clear with this Tkinter module to you that what is it actually about and what is it used for and all of those particular things. Okay, so let's start out with the label function here. Let's understand now about the label function, that what is it. So this label is a function which comes under the Tkinter module only. Okay, so whenever you want to use of the label function, you first of all have to import up the Tkinter module and then only you could use up this label function. Now let's look upon that what are the parameters that you have to you can actually put up in the label function. Now here the first parameter is your text. Let's say Now here, let's say that you want to print out anything. Whenever you want to print out anything onto the Tkinter window, what do? We use up the print statement, right? And simply your whatever the statement has to be printed, that you get out as an output, right? Now, when you want to print out any text onto the Tkinter window, then what you use? You use up this text parameter. See, printing up the text onto the printing up some text onto the Tkinter window, you have to use up a different label function, and inside that label function, you have to write up that text parameter, put up a equal to sign, and print in front of that you have to initialize at what text you want to be printed. Then only that you will be able to write up any text onto the Tkinter window. It's not like that you simply have used up the print statement and you write up anything and that respective one will be written up onto your Tkinter window. No, it's not like that, right, in the Tkinter. Okay. So if you want to write up anything, so use up the text parameter. Now text variable, whenever you want the user to give any input, into that case, you have a text variable parameter. So first of all, what you do? First of all, you make a variable and onto that assign the input from the user. Then further, you come inside your label function. There you define up the text variable parameter, and simply you have the option for assigning up the variable into which the text variable is actually working about. Okay, that is the procedure. Now, if you want to underline up any text, so yeah, this underline is the parameter which is used. If you want to put up any image, so image is the parameter which is used. When you want to set up the background and the foreground, means whenever you want to set out the background or the font color, so into that case you use up the BG and the FG parameters. And let's say you are making up any box like that, and with that you want to set up a width. So onto that particular case, this width is the parameter that helps you to do so. Okay. So hope I am little much clear to you that regarding the label function, that what is it and how do you use that out actually. So in detail, you'll be getting up as soon as we move towards the hands-on. So there in the hands-on, you will be able to see out in a very clear manner that how does these things actually work around and how do you put up these particular things. Okay, hope I am clear with that. Let me take you forward towards my strf function. Now what is this about? So as I told you in the very starting only, that whenever you want to print up your respective time into some format means like first of all you want the hours to be coming, then you want the minutes, then you want the second. So onto that respective case, this strf function is a parameter which allows you to do so. Okay, so it means that it actually returns you out a string which represents the time, and it is controlled by an explicit format string. Explicit format string means like I did put up this %h, then I put up this colon, then I use %m, then again I put up the colon, and then I use %s. So into this respective manner, these particular things actually work. So this is what is called an explicit format string. So whenever you want to refer to the hours or minutes or seconds, so onto that respective case, you simply use round this strf function, strf time function. Okay. So %h or %i represents up your hour, %m represents up the minutes for you, %s represents up the seconds, and this %p represents the PM or the AM, whatever the meridian you are having. Okay, it represents that out. So this strf function in mainly helps you to achieve, it helps you to give out the current particular time according to a format which is according to a hour, minutes, and then seconds. And even it displays, if you use %p, then even it displays about that it is PM or AM. Okay, so hope I am pretty much clear with this particular thing to you in regards that what's the use of this strf function and what's the format you use and rest everything. Right, now here let's move on towards the demo. It means the practical implementation. So what I'll be doing is that I'll be taking you to my PyCharm IDE, and onto that PyCharm IDE we will be actually implementing up all of these respective functions which we have learned. We'll be implementing up the modules which we have learned so far, and with the help of implementation of these things, we'll be making out our digital clock. So when you do the implementation for these particular things, you will be very much clear once again about these functions, that what are these and how you could actually use them into your project, right? So let's move on to the PyCharm IDE. So here I am onto my PyCharm IDE, and now further we'll be looking on towards the hands-on for this digital clock Python project. Okay. So as already discussed up into the slide deck with you people, that we do not need the installation of any of the libraries which we are using up here into this particular project. So I won't be installing any of the libraries, okay? As we want to use up the Tkinter and the time module, so these are the both which come already installed with Python. So manually we do not need to install those out, okay? So onto that particular case, I won't be installing out these things. Further, I'll be moving ahead and I'll be importing out my required libraries, my required modules, and then further moving ahead with the project. So what I'm going to do is that, first of all, I'm going to import up the time module. Okay, I'm going to write up import time. This is the importing up of my time module that I'll be using this out right up here because I want to get the I'm making up a digital clock, right? And into that one, I just want to get up the exact current time, whatever is right now. So onto that particular case, I want up this import time module. Okay, I'll be using up this time module. Next, I'll be importing up the Tkinter. So from Tkinter, okay, Tkinter, T-E-R, right? 1 second. Right. So from Tkinter, I'm going to import up the label first of import, and here goes my label. That's my requirement which I actually want to import out from here. That from Tkinter, import the label. So label is my function that I'll be using up here onto the Tkinter. That's used for writing up anything onto the Tkinter window. So right here, I want to display up the current time onto the Tkinter window. That's the reason I am using up here the label function. And next what I'm going to write up is that I'm going to write that from Tkinter, I'm going to import up the asterisk. So what does this line actually means? This line means that from the Tkinter library, I am importing up all of the respective functions which you have up here. Because I can use up any, maybe there's some use of any respective functions. So for that, I simply wrote up this particular line that from Tkinter, import all of my functions. These three were first of all my requirements, my importing of the libraries, whichever are actually required into my project for going further. Right, so first of all was my time module because I want to display up the current time. Second was my Tkinter, my label function, because I want to display that time onto the Tkinter window. So that could be done with the help of label function. And third, I was having the importing of asterisk. It means third, I was having the importing of all of my functions for the Tkinter library. Okay. This was what the requirements we were having up here for this particular project. Now, further I'll be moving ahead and I'll be making up the Tkinter window, and from that only I'll be moving up with the rest of my things. Okay, so I'm going to get down here. So, my respective variable will be tk underscore window, which I'll be making up the Tkinter window. You could define any of the respective variables according to your choice. Okay, here I wrote tk underscore window. So that's one of the variables into which I had stored up my Tkinter window. So further into my project, wherever I'll be needing the use of my Tkinter window, I'll be using up this variable that is tk underscore window. Okay, that's the complete idea. regarding this particular thing which we are making it out here. Okay. Next, if you want to set up any title, so yeah, you could do. I could write up tk underscore window dot, and I could use up the method which is title. And inside that, I could put up double inverted quotations and I could write up my respective title here. Let's say my title is my own digi clock. Okay, my own digi. Okay, where is that clock? CLO. Right here. So this is, let's say, my title which I wanted to put up here. My own digi clock. My own digital clock. Okay, this is the title of this respective Tkinter window which we are having. So tk underscore window is equal to tk and window dot title my own digi clock, right? And further I'm going to write up here tk underscore window dot mean loop. Now what is this? What mean loop about? This mean loop is about using this mean loop function means that at this particular point my program is getting completed. Now in Tkinter, it is that whenever you write up a project, whenever you use up a Tkinter library, so always when your project is completed, the very last line of your program is main loop function. So if you do not add out the main loop function, so what will happen? You won't be able to see the output of your program. Whatever the program you are having, you won't be able to see the output of that respective project, that respective program. So now in that respective case, I shall use up this main loop function. If there is any error into my program, then it will throw the error. But if you do not have any error and you do not add this main loop function, so it won't display out the final program. It won't display out the final output to you. Okay. So hope I am pretty much clear with this particular thing to you about using the main loop. And always make sure that this main loop function will always be the very last of your function. Okay, it will always be the very last line of your complete program. Great. I could run out my program here once and I could just check out that how come this output is coming for me. So run. And I'll be getting up my output right up here into the respective, a new window will appear. See, this is how the window looks like, this one. Okay. So here if I'll make this bigger. So under that it is written my own digi clock. That was my respective title which I did mention it out. Right. So I'll be minimizing that again. Great. Fine. So I could just close this out because right away we hadn't given out any dimension or we haven't given out any background color. Anything like that is not done. So simply the by default, the Tkinter window, however it looks, it is coming into that respective way only. Okay. That's pretty much done. Now further what I'm going to do is that I am going to make up out the label. I'm going to use of the label function and I'm going to set up the font and the font size, the font color, the font style, everything for my text which is going to appear onto my Tkinter window. Okay. Okay. So time underscore display, my variable name. Okay. Now that I'm going to set up here into the label function. This is my label function because I want to display up the time onto my Tkinter window. And that's my reason I am using up this label function. Okay, label. And here we are having up, okay, here I'm going to put up tk underscore window because this is the variable which is storing up my Tkinter window. So onto that particular case, we have tk underscore window as a variable. Okay. Now, comma. Here we are even having up the font as well. That what is the font which is to be put it upon here. So I want my font to be in the Arial. Okay, the size I'll be preferring is 145. Let's say I want that into the bold, and even I want it into be the italic as well. Okay. So that's my label which is tk underscore window and that's my Tkinter window. My font is Arial. My size for that is 145 Then we are having bold, and further we are having the italic as well for that respective font. Okay, that's the idea regarding this particular thing. Now next, what I am left about giving up here, so I could set up a BG color. That's my background color. Let's say I want my background color to be light green. Okay, and let's say I want my FG, that's my font color. The complete full form is foreground, but we see that for the font color. And let's say my font color is black. Okay, black. So I did mention out that particular thing as well. So right here, what I did, I simply made up a variable that is time underscore display. And onto that, what did I use? I used up my label function, which is used for displaying up any text onto the Tkinter window. Further, I made tk underscore window variable. This was my variable which was having my Tkinter window, because I want to write up the things onto my Tkinter window only, right? So into that particular case, this tk underscore window variable was made, into which I assigned up my Tkinter window. So wherever I want to use up my Tkinter window, I'll be using up the variable which is tk underscore window. Okay. Further, I want to set out a font here. So font is equal to the Arial. That's my font style. 145 is my font size. Bold is respective font, and italic is as well the font style which I wanted to be put it up here. Further, I can give up a background color of my choice. Let's say that's the light green. So yeah, I did do so. Next, we're having the font color as black. Now, I want to put it onto the respective my Tkinter windows. Into that, I could use time underscore display dot path, and I could put it out like this. Now, what is this path? This path is one of the function which puts up the written, whatever the text you're having, it puts up that text onto the Tkinter window. Whenever you want to define up any whenever you want to define up any x or y values, okay, whenever you are having any x or y value, so into that particular case, you use up the function that's the place function, okay. And whenever you are having whenever you do not want to display or put up any x or y values, simply you have the path function. It means that it will display that row into one single row. So onto that particular case, you use up the path function. So for defining the dimensions, you use the place function, and for not defining the dimensions, you use the path function. Okay. So that's the reason I simply have to display up only the time. That is the reason I haven't used up the place function, because I have only one row to be displayed. That's my time. Other than that, I do not have anything to be mentioned it up there. Okay. Great. That's pretty much completed. Now, this is all set. We did meet up all of these particular things. Now, what is left out? Simply one thing is left out. That's my function which is to be made, and that will display me the current time. Okay. Now, what I would do, I would get here. Let me make up a function, def. Okay. Let's say my function name is def time underscore current. Let's say this is my function name, that's time underscore current. Okay. Now, into that time, first of all, what I'm going to do is that the very first step that I'll be writing up here is that I'll be applying out that in which format I want the time to be displayed onto the Tkinter window. Let's say you want into the hour, minute and second. In that case, you do. Let's say you want the time into minute, hour and second. Then you do. So accordingly, it will help you to display up the time. Okay. So now into that particular case, I'll be using up here, let's say A as my variable. And into that, I'm going to use up now my time module, because time will be the module which will help me to display up the current time. And okay, where is that? STRF time function. Right, this we already discussed up onto the slide deck. That what is this STRF time about? So it will help you to display up the current time. Right, and I'm going to put up the double inverted quotations. Now, what is the format in which you want? Let's say I want my time to be into the format of %h. That is my hours. Then comes my minutes. Then comes about my second. Okay, HM is my hour, my minutes, and my seconds. And I'm gonna keep them closer like this. 1 second. Right. So this is I want to display up my time into the hour, minutes, and second. This is how we do so. Further, how we add up the AM and PM, that I would let you know in a short while. Okay, that it's 8 in the AM or it's 8 in the PM, that I would let you. Fine. Now, right here, now what I'm going to use is that I'm going to use up that respective variable into which I have used up my label function. What is that? That is time underscore display. Because time underscore display is a respective function. Time underscore display is a respective variable into which I have used about my label function, and into which I wrote that what will be the font size of the time, what will be the background color, what will be the font color, everything I wrote up there. Right, so that is the reason I'm using it out here. Dot, and I'm going to use up the config function. This config function will be having up the text is equal to, and what it is going to do, it is going to display up the time. So my variable will be text is equal to, okay, and I'm going to use up here A, because A is the variable into which I use this time module and gave up the format for the time, right? That is percent hour, minutes, and the seconds format, right? That's the particular thing. So onto that respective case is the thing which is done. So time underscore display dot config, and text which I wanted to mention up here is A. Right, hope I'm pretty much clear with this particular thing. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to get down. Here I'm again going to use up that time underscore display. So time underscore display dot, and here I'm having up the function which is after. Okay. Now, why does this 1 second label? Yeah. What is the use of this after function? So this after is used that for after how many seconds you actually want up the time to be changed. Okay, now the value will be here in the millisecond. Okay, comma, and here what you will be doing, you will be calling up your function, that's time underscore current. But make sure that the brackets are not put it up here. So this time underscore current function, this function which you're having, this function will be changed after every 200 milliseconds. Okay, and what are you going to do after this pack function? You simply have to call up the function into which you have written up about the complete idea regarding this particular function. So time underscore current, that is the function which we have actually written out here, right? Time underscore function is the function into which all of our details regarding displaying up of the time and what are the text to be written, everything is displayed up here. Everything we have actually written it out here at this particular place, right? So hope I am pretty much clear with this particular thing to you, that what is it about, how did we actually wrote it out. Now let me get here. So what we did, we imported up the time module. I did mention of the reason, but right here onto the practical implementation as well. I hope you are pretty much able to see the reason for the importing of my time module, because into that I wanted to display up my current time. For displaying the current time, we have a function which is strf time. That strf time allows you, it helps you to display up the correct time accordingly. So into that respective case, we used up this strf time. Now, there was a use of using this strf time function, and that was the reason we imported up the time module. Okay. Now, as it is a GUI project, that's my graphical user interfaces, the GUIs are put up on using the Tkinter library in the Python programming language. That was the reason we used up here this Tkinter library. If I haven't used this Tkinter library, then simply onto the console your output would have come about. But we wanted to make it in a GUI one. So that was the reason I used up this Tkinter library. So with the help of Tkinter library, what we did, we simply first of all made out the Tkinter window, because whatever the outputs you are having for the Tkinter window, all of those respective outputs you get to see onto a new window, that is a Tkinter window which appears. You will not be able to see any of your outputs onto the console because Tkinter has its own interface. So as soon as you make up the Tkinter window, automatically the TK interface opens about, and then further you could write up the things with the help of label. You could put the buttons with the help of button function. Further, you are having many things which you could do up there. Okay, so yeah, we made up the Tkinter window. Then you could put up a title to your Tkinter window. So yeah, we did. So we did put up a title to our Tkinter window, which is my own digi. Now, here at this particular place, if you want to set out any background color, so yes, you could set out any respective background color also according to your choice for this Tkinter window. But right here onto this only, as I wanted to only and only display up the time, I do not want any other things to be displayed upon. So that was the reason I simply put out my background color into my label function only. Otherwise, simply apart from that as well, you could wrote up tk_window dot config, and into the background you could put up bg is equal to, and you could set out any background color accordingly. Okay, so hope I'm pretty much clear with that. Further, I made up a variable that's time_display, and I used out my label function. Using my label function helps me to write up anything onto my Tkinter window. As I wanted to write out the text that is for my current time, that what is my time right now. So into that particular case, I used up this label function. Inside that, we have to pass on the variable for onto which we have stored out our Tkinter window. For me, that variable was tk_window. So I simply passed on this tk_window variable inside my label function. I defined out my respective fonts. Let's say that for Arial, my font is type. I wanted up the size to be 145. That depends on you. Whatever you want, you can put it accordingly. I wanted 45, so I did. Next, you are having up the bold, and then you are even having up the italics. Further, you are having up the background color, which is a light green, and font color, I wanted to put it up into the black. Then I simply use up the pack function with the time_display because I do not want to mention up any row or column because I have only one thing to display, that's my time. Other than that, if I was having some more things to be displayed upon, then into that particular case, I had used up my place function, P-L-A-C-E. Okay, but I didn't wanted to mention up any respectively row or any respective column, or I didn't want to mention up any respective X or Y values. So that was the reason I didn't use up this I didn't use up that place function, right? And we were having up the main loop function. So whenever you are using up the Tkinter library and you want to see up the output, so into that case, it's for sure that you have to use up the main loop function. Without the main loop, you won't be able to see your final output of the program. Okay. So hope I'm clear, and here we simply use up the things. I use up the config function to write up this text onto my time_display, and my time_display was having my label function. And now is the time for running out our project, so I'm going to click on run here. Now let's see what's going to appear up as an output for us. So here we are having, it's 19, that's 8, sorry, that's 7, right? Here we are having it's 40 minutes, and seconds are continuously moving and increasing accordingly, right? So it's 7:40 and 39, then 40, this much of seconds, right? So yeah, that's pretty much clear, right? Now, instead of this, if I let's say want AM or PM as well, I could put a one more % sign and I could write up here P. That will help me to display the PM or AM. And instead of H, okay, let me first write this, okay? And I could even leave up some space between these dots as well, like this. Now let's run out our project once again. And this time I'm going to change up the background color as well. Let's make it as light blue. Okay. Let's run that out, and okay, I could make up the font size as well a little bigger. Let's say it's 155. I guess that's going to work out. Let's run it out here. So yeah, here you are having up once again your outputs, and now this time you're able to see it's AM or PM. So right away it's PM. Yes, it's right away it's 7:41, this much of seconds, and according to AM or PM it's PM. That's in the evening. Okay, here I'm having my title, my own digiclock. Now I guess you noticed one thing, that the size of this Tkinter window is automatically adjusted by the time. Right, yes, this happens that the size automatically, if you are not mentioning up any size of the Tkinter window, like if you're not mentioning any length and width of the Tkinter window, then whatever the text you are writing and whatever the font size is of the text, accordingly the Tkinter window gets adjusted. So onto that respective case, if you are having some one or two things only to be displayed upon to the Tkinter window, so there is no such need for mentioning up the text or mentioning up the dimensions of to the Tkinter window. It automatically adjusts those according. Now, let's say here it's coming up 19. Let's say I want that into numerical format of, let's say it's 7 or 8. I do not want into this 19 and things like that. So what could I do? Here, when I wrote up H, instead of that, you could write up here I. Okay, and getting down here, I would once again change up the background color. Let's say this time I wanted to make it pink. And what I would do, I would like do them right away as they were, because when they were closer, then it was looking more readable and more good, right? So now have a look that here, what did I got? I got here 7. So whenever you want the terms into this numerical formats from 1 up till 9 or 1 up till 12, then in that case, you simply use a I here. Here at this particular place in the STRF time, use %I. When you want into the R, let's say after 12, you want into 13, then 14, then 15, moving forward, then you use up here the H, that is the R. Okay. So right away, it's 7:43, this much number of seconds, and it's this much PM right here. Okay, it's PM actually. So now if you have checked about this time into the somewhat in the morning, so it would have displayed instead of PM, it would have displayed you the AM. So accordingly, the minutes as well change. I just like here, let's say it's 57, it's 58 seconds, 59, 60. So not 60, 00. So here that my minutes as well changed about like this. Now, one more thing to mention it out to you, that let's say if I change up the thing, let's say here my comes minutes, then here come my hour, then we are having seconds. Now let's run that out here and have a look. See, minutes are there, in the middle I'm having hour, and then I am having up the seconds. So many times it happens, right, that somewhat the format for the time is like changed as well. So into that case, you could change that according to your sake of easiness. If you want minutes in the starting, you could put that out. If you want hours in the starting, you could put that out. If you even want the seconds in the starting, then as well you could put that accordingly. Okay, now I'm gonna make this as it was. It was right here. Yeah, it was right here I. And at this particular place, it was M. That were my minutes. Okay, and now finally I'm going to display out my output once right here. Okay, so right here, that's my output. My time in the hours, 10 minutes, and the seconds here, and it's PM actually. It's 7 PM in the evening. That's why displaying me out the PM. I'm going to close that out. Right. So hope you got up the idea that how you could make up a digital clock with the help of Python programming language, and that's so in the GUI format. I don't think so it was that much difficult, because some 15 to 20 lines of code is actually written up, and the main code is only and only of 3 lines, which is actually written up here at this particular place. Nothing more than that is actually needed, simply the one function of STRF time. Nothing more than that is needed to make up a digital clock. Then we added up some Tkinter, some functions into that makes it at a GUI library. So hope I'm pretty much clear with this particular thing to you. Let me take you to the very first topic of ours, and that's the gTTS library. Okay, whenever you want to convert text to a speech, you always use out the gTTS library. As the name suggests, G stands for Google, first T stands for text, second T stands for to, and the S stands for speech. That's the Google Text to Speech library. Okay, first of all, that's the full form of gTTS library. Okay, it converts the Google text to speech using the Google. It's one of the Python libraries which we have up here, and preferably that's used for converting of the text to speech only. With the help of the Google, you translate up the text into the speech format. Okay, and how is that done? That's done with the help of the APIs. Okay, so it's one of the Python libraries and CLI tool to interface with Google Translate's text to speech API. Okay, it's used for Google Translate's text to speech. Whenever you want to translate or convert, whatever you can say about that. So whenever is the need for converting any text to speech, preferably in that we use up the gTTS library only. Okay, this is the very first library which is used by, because if there is a need for translating up any text to speech with the help of Google, so that's the most used library which works, and yeah, it will be giving you the clear output as well in the case of the conversion of the text. Okay, now let's say I want to convert up my text of English into French. In that case, I'm going to use up this gTTS library. But it's not alone. It's not alone one library. We have more libraries which can be used, and I'll be talking about the second one into this particular video only. Okay, so first of all, I hope you got up an idea that what is this gTTS library about, right? Now, what are the features of this particular library? So features is that you can use unlimited length of text. It means that you do not have a limitation that the text should be of 100 words or 200 words, nothing like that. Okay, you can use up any length of the text. Okay, you can use up any length of the text for converting that respective text to any other language. Okay, now why into my project I have used up this particular library? Because it helps you to translate the text with the help of Google. Okay, because in this particular project I don't want to convert my text to speech. I do not want to do that out, because that will be I'll be converting the text to text only. But what's the use? Because it helps you to do the things with the Google translation. And for sure, if I want to convert up any text into any different language, I'll be needing the use of the Google translation. That's the way I did use it out into this particular project. Okay, hope I'm pretty much clear with this particular thing, because might be this particular question must be coming up into your mind that if you do not have to convert the text to speech, then why are you using up this gTTS library? Because I want to translate out my text with the help of Google, because it's not possible for me to write n number of things. Like in English, if it is how are you doing written, then what is it said in German, what is it said in French, what is it said in Spanish, or whatever is said, like you say that into Hindi. It's not possible for me to write up each and everything into my program. That there has to be some automation in the use of these particular things, right? So into that particular case, I am simply using up this Google translation. Okay, so hope I'm pretty much clear. So yeah, I just told you that you can use any unlimited length of text, and even you have here customizable text. It means that like you want to provide up some pronunciation corrections or all those things, that as well works fine. So this is how this gTTS library works about. This is how it is used for, and these are the features which you have up here. What's the process for installation? So yes, you need to install this library onto your device for the use. So into that particular case, the command is pip install gTTS. Okay, further I'll be showing you as per the practical that how do you install up these libraries onto your respective IDEs or onto your command prompts. Okay, but make sure to do out one thing here, that the G will be small and T, T and S, these three characters will be into the capital letters only. Make sure to do out this particular thing, otherwise if you're not doing it, will show you some sort of error that the library doesn't exist or name is wrong written, something like that. Okay, so if you're installing onto your own, To do out this particular thing, write up G in the small and double TS will be into the caps. Okay. Hope I'm pretty much clear with this gTTS library that what is it, why are we using this into our project, and what's the use of, what are the features of this particular library, and how to install that out. Right. Let me further proceed out with our second library for the project. That's my Tkinter library. I hope many of you have must heard about this Tkinter library because this is one of the most famous libraries which we have up into the Python programming language. So why are we using it into our project and what's the actual use of Tkinter? Let's understand them about. Here we go. So Tkinter is actually a package. You call it as a library or package, that depends on you. So Tkinter, whenever you want to make up some GUI stuff, GUI means the graphical user interface. Okay, whenever you want to make up some GUI stuffs that are graphical user with the help of graphical user interfaces, so into that particular case, you use out your Tkinter library. Okay, we call that as TK interface as well. Okay, so this is used for making up the GUIs program, GUI apps as well you can use. And here you are having many versions of the Tkinter as well. Okay, many versions of Tkinter are there as well. The one thing you have up here that Tkinter library always use, whenever you're using the Tkinter library, always use out any offline IDE. Okay, because many IDEs are there which are online, and onto that online it's not possible for you to make up the Tkinter projects. Reason is that because Tkinter generates its own output window. Let's say whenever you run up a program, onto the downside or onto left hand side or onto right hand side you have up a console, right? And in that console you get out your simple outputs whatever are there. But this doesn't happen now with the Tkinter library. In the Tkinter library, it actually has its own window which is generated out, and further onto that respective window only the work is done. Okay, further onto that only the work is done. Whatever the output you are gonna get, that will be onto a different Tkinter window. Whether you want to write anything, you want to put up some buttons, you want to put up some drop down menu, or you want to write up anything, everything will be displayed onto your Tkinter window only. Okay, so how does this Tkinter window looks, and what are the things which you could do, what are the functions that you could use, that I'll be showing you up all into the practical implementation of this language translator project. Okay, there I'll be discussing up with the practical implementation that how is it, how does the new different window looks about, and what are the things, what are the functions, everything I'll be discussing them. Okay, now simply you can, if you are having a command prompt, command line, so into that simply you could write -m Tkinter and a window will be opened up for you. That will be a simple Tkinter window. We even call that as a Tkinter window, or we even see that as a TK interface. Any of these actually work about. Okay, so hope I am pretty much clear with this thing to you as well. Now, if I talk about that, what's the process for installation of Tkinter? So Tkinter doesn't need installation onto your devices. It automatically comes installed with the Python programming language. So you do not have any command like pip install Tkinter or anything like that. Nothing is used about. Simply you could write import Tkinter and you could use further your you could use the functions or methods whatever are there into the Tkinter library. Again, I would repeat because that's a confusion which many people are actually having, that Tkinter is the library, it's a package which doesn't need the installation. Installation is not at all required. It automatically comes up with the Python. Okay, so hope I am pretty much clear. So Tkinter is used for making up some GUI apps, And simply you could use Tkinter for making up some cool projects, making up some apps, making up some GUI projects. Okay, so hope I am clear with what is the Tkinter library, what is it used for, and how the output is demonstrated, and about the installation as well of the Tkinter library. Great. Now let me take you to the next library, that's the last one for the project of our language translator. At last, we are having up the GoogleTrans library. So, what this library is actually about? Now, this is the library which helps you to Google translate out the things. Okay, this is the one which helps you in the translation with the help of Google. Okay, I want to translate up the text. That was the reason previously I used gTTS that will translate up the text. Now from this GoogleTrans, I'll be using up that text to be translated about. Okay, so yes, this is one of the free and unlimited Python library that implemented Google Translate API. It uses up the API for the translation of your text. Okay, so text will be taken up from gTTS library and GoogleTrans will help you to translate that text. Okay, hope I am pretty much clear. So this perspective, now there is one simple thing that GoogleTrans library is compatible. Like you can use the GoogleTrans library if you're having Python version 3.6 or above. Okay, so make sure that if you are not having the Python version 3.6 or above, and I would recommend you that have 3.6 above only. So into that respective case, if you do not have the version 3.6 above, so once uninstall your Python, or you could simply upgrade your Python version as well. Whatever is preferable, please do that out because it's GoogleTrans only and only works upon the Python 3.6 above version. Okay, great. What are the features of the GoogleTrans library? So it actually is this library works in a faster manner and it uses up the server that is translate.google.com. Okay, this is a server which is used in this particular library. Now, this GoogleTrans library is actually having up a feature of the auto language detection. It means that it can automatically detect up the language, that what sort of language is written up. Let's say I'm not going to declare that I'm going to put up my text into English language only. I'm not going to do that out. Okay, in the further video, when I would show you the practical implementation of the project, into that case you will be noticing that at none of the places I mentioned that I'll be writing up my text into English. Then how come it is able to detect that from English I have converted into different language? That thing will be done with the help of GoogleTrans library. So actually it is having up a feature like it can detect up any language accordingly. Auto language detection feature is there in the GoogleTrans library. Okay, whenever you want to do the bulk translations, whenever you want to do a lot of translations at one time, this library is as well used about. Okay, it is as well having up a customizable service URL and even it is having HTTP support. Okay, so these are the features which you have up here into the GoogleTrans library and that will be using up into our project as well. Okay, installation is again simple. You could use pip install GoogleTrans and it will be installed out for you. I'll be showing you out that onto the IDE that I'll be using about. I'll be showing you the practical implementation for the installations as well. Okay, so hope I am pretty much clear with this GoogleTrans library as well, that what is it about, what is it used for, what are the features, and even about the installation. Now next we are having out the demo for our Python project, that's our language translator. So from this particular place, I'll be taking you to my IDE and that's my PyCharm IDE. You can use any IDE of your choice. Let's say Visual Studio Code, Jupyter Notebook, Sublime, Spider, PyCharm, whatever you prefer, like you can use about, but not the online IDEs. Only use the offline IDEs. Okay. Now let me take you further onto my PyCharm IDE, and let's first of all see the installation process. Further, we'll be writing out our project for the language translator. So here I am onto my PyCharm IDE, and let's first of all see the installation. Further, I'll be demonstrating you the importing and the rest of the things of the libraries. Okay, so let me go on to the terminal here. Great. You can use the command prompt or whatever you prefer like for the installation process. Okay. So my very first command for the installation is I'll be installing the gTTS. So pip install gTTS. I would zoom in and you can have a clear look. This is my command which you have to write up here once again. That's my command. Okay. You have to write up pip. Then you have to write up here install, and further you have to write up here gTTS. G will be small and TTS will be in the cap. Hit out enter. It will install up this particular library for you in some time. But for me, I did already install out this library. So it's showing me that the requirement is already satisfied. But for you, if you haven't downloaded this up till now, so it will take up some time in the installation, and further it will show you that successfully installed. Okay. I could do one more thing. I could write up the same command here as well. Once I could put that out. I could put up right and like this. My first command is pip install and gTTS. Okay, that's my first command. Now, further, what do I need? I need to install up my second library. Okay, so Tkinter doesn't need an installation, so that's pretty fine. I'll be installing up my GoogleTrans. Again, the command is same, pip install, and you're going to write Google TRANS. Okay, TRANS. Hit out enter. This is how your GoogleTrans library will be installed. In GoogleTrans, you do not need out any capitals or anything like that. Let me highlight that. This is the command. Okay, pip install GoogleTrans. For me, this is as well already installed, so it is showing me requirement already satisfied. But if you haven't installed that up till now, so for you it will show that installing, and at last it will show in successfully installed. Okay, Google, and here goes your trans. And let me close out this right here. Tkinter doesn't need installation, that I had already mentioned to you about. These are the two commands. You can write them onto you can use them onto the command prompt, or you are using Jupyter Notebook, whatever you are comfortable with. Okay, installation. Now I'll be taking you to a new notebook, and into that notebook we'll be learning about the practical implementation of our project for the language translator. Okay, so here I am onto my PyCharm IDE, and further I'll be writing up all of my codes onto this respective IDE only. Okay, before moving forward with any of the things, let me quickly tell you about this particular IDE, that what is it actually, and how to use this out. So this is one of an offline IDEs where you write up the Python program to use up the Python programming language for making up your projects and even for writing up your codes. Okay, now I would refer you that you can use any of the respective IDEs according to your choice. You want to use Visual Studio Code? Yes, you can. You want to use Jupyter Notebooks? Yes, you can. If you want to use PyCharm, you want to use Sublime, whatever you just want to use, you can use that out. But one exception is there, that do not use the online IDEs. Okay, because now this is a GUI project, that's the graphical user interface. It's that sort of project. Okay, now the library which we'll be using up here, that is Tkinter. So that Tkinter library, you can't use that out onto any of the online IDEs. Okay, you can use that out into the offline IDEs only. Okay, so I recommend you to use any of the offline IDEs according to your choice, according to your easiness. Okay, so I'll be using a PyCharm throughout this respective video for making up my project. Okay, so let's get started with making up of our language translator. Okay, The libraries which will be used, I did already give you the idea regarding all the 3 libraries that are used up into this particular project. The gTTS, the Tkinter and the GoogleTrans. All 3 I gave you the overview that what are these library about and what do these libraries actually do. Okay, so further now I'll be moving up and I'll be start installing up the libraries for me and I'll be writing up the respective codes for me. Okay. So first of all, my libraries which I'm having, I'll be importing them out. So for the very first, I'll be importing up my Tkinter library from Tkinter import asterisk. Okay. Now, what does this line actually means? This line means that from my Tkinter library, okay, from a Tkinter library, I am importing up all of the functions which I am having up into this particular library. Now, why I am actually importing up all the functions? Because it can be the case that at some point I could put up the buttons, at some point I would need up a box, or let's say at some time I need up the drop down menu, the things like that. Okay, so individually importing all of these functions, it's not a tedious task, but yeah, it's going to take up some time for you to import all of these functions individually, right? So as to avoid up that particular thing, I am simply importing up all of the functions from my Tkinter library. So that's from Tkinter import asterisk. Okay, hope I'm pretty much clear with this. Now next I'm going to import up from GoogleTrans. From GoogleTrans, I'm going to import up the translator. Now, what is this about? GoogleTrans is yet another library with which we help, it is a sort of a library. With the help of Google, we used to translate out our languages into different language. Right, so this GoogleTrans is all about that. And from that, I imported up a respective function, that's my translator. Because what project I am making up a language translator, right? So into that, I will be needing up that function which will help me to translate one language into another. So if you want to do so, into that case, translator is the function which helps you to translate one language onto the other language. Let's say I want to translate English to German, or English to French, or English to Hindi, or Hindi to English, any sort of things like that. So translator is the function which will help me to do so. And this translator is a function which comes under the GoogleTrans library. Okay, so hope you got the idea that why from the GoogleTrans I imported up the translator. Okay. Next, my third library goes from gTTS. Okay, from gTTS, you have to import gTT capital S. Okay, so this gTTS is as well GoogleTrans library. It is as well a sort of library which will be helping you to translate up your language into different types of languages. Okay, so that's the complete and even that's the clear idea regarding all of the 3 libraries which I'm using up here. Okay, now what will be the layout of my project? What will be the layout of my program? So what we'll be doing is that we'll be giving up the dimensions. I just want it in a rectangular manner. So I'll be giving up some dimensions according to that, like my length will be somewhat larger and my height would be somewhat smaller. Okay, so I want it in a rectangular shape, so I'll be giving up the dimensions accordingly. Further, at one side it will be written that from which language you want to convert into which language. So let's say on the left hand side it would be written that I want to convert from English. On to the right hand side you will be having up a drop down menu. Under that drop down menu, as soon as you click, you will be having many options of different languages into which you want to convert your written text. Okay, then you'll be having up a space for writing that what text you want to convert. So into that, whatever the text you want to convert, you have to write that down. And in the center of that rectangle, I'll be having up a box. And that box will actually, into that respective box, my converted language will be displayed. Let's say I want to convert English to Hindi. Okay. So when I wrote that, I want to convert this sentence, let's say, how are you? Okay, I want to convert this sentence, how are you, of English into Hindi. So in the center, I'll be having up a box, and into that box only, my translated, my converted sentence will be shown, and that's so into my Hindi language. Okay, that's the idea of my language translator program. Okay, now further into this perspective, accordingly you could put up some background colors, accordingly you could give different sort of colors so as to make it look more feasible. Okay, so I'll be letting you know those as well in the respective video only. Pretty fine. Let me just get forward here. And now the very first thing that you always have to do whenever you are using up the Tkinter library is that you have to make up a window of that Tkinter library. Okay, so I'll be giving up the variable tk_window. Again, the variable you could give according to your choice, whatever you want. Now, if you're using up the Tkinter library, so into that the output which you will be able to see, a new window will open for you, and into that respective window, you'll be able to see your final output. Okay. That is why it's our duty, first of all, to make up that respective window into which you will be able to see your output. Okay. So tk_window is equal to, I'll be writing up tk like this. This is what is actually my Tkinter window. With the help of this respective line, I am making up my Tkinter window. Okay. Further getting down here, I'll be setting up a geometry. So I'll be writing up tk_window, because tk_window is the variable into which I had made my Tkinter window. Right? So for rest of my program, at each and every place, if I want to insert something, if I want to put some color, if I want to give some dimensions, if I want to put up any button, or if I want to put up any box, anything like that, I will be using up this tk_window variable. Okay, for the rest of my complete program. So tk_window, and here I'll be having up the geometry function. So geometry. Okay, and into the bracket I'll be setting up the geometry. Let's say it's 600 cross 300. Now, one very important thing to mention up here, where many people actually made the mistakes, and finally they are not able to figure out the error which they are making. So it's not that multiplication sign. Okay, it's the character which is x, a small x alphabet. Okay, that is it which we had put it up here. So make sure not to put up the multiplication sign, put up this x here. Okay. Now, if you just want to give up any background color to your Tkinter window which is gonna appear, so yes, you could do so as well. Let me tell you how. So it's tk_window dot, it will be config. Yes, config. Into the bracket, write up BG. BG is referring to your background. Okay, and what background color you want to give? Let's say I want to give it here as light pink. So I did mention that out. Now, whenever you are using up the Tkinter library, let's say whatever the things you did want to write, you wrote up everything. Now, further you want to finish up your program, let's say. Okay. Now, into the Tkinter library, it's very much necessary for you to put up a function which is main loop at the last. Let me show you how. So, tk_window dot main loop. What this main loop does, it actually a sort of, it gives the indication that yes, at this particular place your complete program has been completed. Now when you run up your program, you will be able to see your final output, and if you are not using up the main loop function, so into that respective case, you won't be able to see any of the output of your program. Either you are getting the error or you are not getting the error. If your program is completely error free, then also if you haven't mentioned up this main loop function at the last of your program, you won't be able to see your final output. Okay, so make sure, and this respective line has to be written at the very last of your program. Okay, so yes, this is what it is appearing. Now let me show you that how the Tkinter window actually looks like, and then further we'll be moving forward with the rest of our things. Okay, so yes, this is how my Tkinter window actually looks like. Pretty fine. So this is how my Tkinter live window actually looks like. So this is a light pink color which we did give up, and TK is already mentioned up here. That's my Tkinter window. Okay, I haven't mentioned up anything inside that, so nothing is coming up here. Simply my screen is coming. Okay, it is of the dimension 600 cross 300. Okay, I would just now stop running this out now. Fine, done. This is all sorted. Now what is my next task that I have to do? My next task is that I have to put up the boxes here, the entry boxes, the buttons for translating the language, and all those things I have to put it up here. Okay, so let me just get down from this particular place and let's start writing up all of those respective things. Okay, so first of all, what I'll be making up an entry window. Okay, so my variable goes entry underscore window. Entry window means that into which you will be able to write what is the text which you want to convert. Okay, so into that I'll be using up the function which is entry function. Okay, I'll be using up the entry function because this is the function which allows you to make up the entry window into which you will be able to type or write anything. Okay, into the bracket I'll be writing a first of all tk underscore window variable into which I have made up my Tkinter window. Okay, comma. What will be the background of the entry box? So BG I want to be in, let's say BG I want to be in the black color. Okay, and what about my FT? FT is my font color. Okay, you can say it as foreground, or FG is my font color as well. Okay, font color I want to be the white. So my background will be black and my font color will be the white. Okay. Further, what will be the font size for you? So font size I will be just defining those about. Let's say my first of all the writing of my font will be Arial. The size I want it to be 16, let's say, and I want the writing to be in bold. Okay. Let me do out one thing. Yes. Okay, so my font will be the Arial. The respective size for my font will be 16, and I want my font to be in the bold handwriting. So this is what I did. Now here you could give any of the respective fonts according to your choice. Okay, no issues in that case. That's done. Now what I would do is that I would simply give up here the dimension where this entry window has to be placed about. Okay, this entry box has to be placed about. So entry underscore window, okay, dot, and here I have the function which is place. Now place is a function which allows you to give up the x and y dimensions, x and y values, to place up any of your respective thing. Okay, let's see now into this particular case I want to place up my entry box. Okay, so onto that particular case this respective function, that is the place, which will help me to allow and it will help me to put up the entry box onto a respective place. So pack, and here my let's say dimensions are 20 and let's say I want to be 60. Okay, 60. Fine, pretty fine, that's done. Now if I run out my program here for a quick, so see here you are able to see up this entry box, and yes, you could write up anything onto this respective one. Okay, Done. I would just close this out now. Okay, fine. And is y value, I could take it as 40. That would be, I guess, more feasible. Let me just check it out once. Yes, it's a little bit upper only, and then that's working. Fine. Okay, fine, that's done. Entry window has been made up. Now next, what do I have to make? I have to make up that drop down menu. Okay, with that drop down menu will be having different sort of languages which I want, right? Onto which I want to convert up my text. So drop down. Okay, drop underscore drop down. That's my variable name. Into that, first of all, I just want to write up here that what sort of things will be giving. So that will be all will be my string var, right? So string var, that whatever the like names will be there into this drop down menu, all will be belonging to the string into this particular case. Okay, great. Now further, what do I have to do? I will simply once again use up this drop underscore down variable which we did make, drop underscore down. I'll be putting up a dot and I'll be using up the set function. Now what has to be set up here? Like that drop down which is gonna come up in the very starting, what do you want to write? I want to give it a text in such a way that it will be select or I could just try choose language, but select would be more like good. Okay, select lang. Like this, right? So this is the drop down menu which I just wanted to write up here, and this is the respective text which I wanted to be displayed up. Okay, now what I'll be doing is that I'll be giving it up the dimensions and setting up the background color, setting up the foreground color, the size, everything I'll be doing up here. Okay, so how to do that out? Okay, drop underscore down was a variable which is actually already made it out. Now what I could do is that I could simply make a one more variable. Okay, so okay, list underscore lang. Okay, my variable name, language list. Okay, so into this I could give up the function which is option menu, my respective function which will help me to make up the drop down menu, and into that you'll be having up different options of different languages into which you want to translate your text. Okay, so option menu is the function which will help you to do so. So option menu, into this I'll be first of all writing up my variable into which my Tkinter window is there. So tk underscore window, right? Next, what's my option? So that will be my drop down, the respective variable which we did make, so drop underscore down. Okay, and what do I have? I actually have to make up a variable. Okay, for right now I'll be making up an empty list. That will be lang underscore choose, lang underscore options. Okay, and I'll be making up an empty list right now. I'll be afterwards filling that out. Okay, and this respective I'll be putting up here. So lang underscore option. Fine, that's pretty much done. I guess I just did out. Further, I will have to give up some configurations about my background, about my foreground, about my font and everything. Okay, so now what I'll be doing is that I'll be getting up here, I'll be writing list underscore language, my variable, but I'll be using up the configure function. Okay, now into the bracket I'll be using up the bg color. So my background color, I want it to be let's want it to be yellow. Okay, I have to put up the double quotes, and let me just get up some space here. Yeah, yellow will work. And then after that I just want up FG color, that's my foreground, and my font color, I want that to be into the black. Okay, what will be the font size and everything? So I want my font equal to, that will be Arial, rather than I want the size to be in the 16. and even I want all the languages to be in the bold. Okay, this was all which I wanted, so I'll note that down. Further, I have to give up the dimensions that where to put that out. So list underscore language variable dot, here will be my function. This is place, which will help me to give up some x and y dimensions, x and y values. So x will be equal to the 400, and let's say my y is equal to 4. Okay. So this is something which I did give up here. This is something which is simply mentioned by me at this particular place. That's my option menu, my drop down menu. Okay. Now, next what I'll be making up? I'll be making up the second label. Okay. And now I'll be making up some few labels here. And those respective labels will help me to display up my translated text and all those particular things. Okay, let's make those things out. So I'll be writing up one underscore label. Okay, my variable name. So that will be equal to here as I'll be using up the label function. Now, whenever you want to write up something onto the Tkinter window, you always use up this label function. Okay, whenever you want to write up anything, you always use up this label function. So into this, I'll be writing up tk underscore window. Okay, tk underscore window. Comma, what about my text? So I want my text, okay, I want my text to be like this something. Okay, that will be 6 right here. Now, okay, I am simply giving up the spaces here, nothing more than that. Okay, fine. Now, what about my background color? So, my background color, I want up to be for this label as, let's say, black only. Okay, comma. And what about my FG color? FG would be white only, let's say. Okay, putting up a comma, getting down. Let me just get down here. Again, displaying up my font values. So font values, I'll be writing up into a form like here I have the Arial. Size I would be increasing up now, let's say 42. And I'll be writing that up into the bold language. Okay. Getting down and placing this one underscore label. So one underscore label dot place function will come up here. And now I have to give up the value. So value for x will be 0. And the value for the y will be 120. Okay, let's say these are my values which I want to give. Fine. This one is made. Now, second, I will be simply making, okay, first of all, I will be writing up a translated text. I'll be having up a text place. And into that place, it will be showing translated text. So after that translate text, I'll be having up a button of translating. So as soon as I click on that respective button for translating, what will happen? At the place where it is written translated text, my real translated text will come up there and show us as an output. Okay, this is what is going to happen about. So here I'll be writing up a 2 underscore label. That's equal to, I'll be writing up the label function here. Okay, inside that I'll be giving up the Tkinter window. So tk underscore window. Okay. Comma, what's my text which I want to mention up here? So text I want it to be in the form in the translated language. Let's say this is the thing which I want it to be. Okay, comma. Now what about my background color? So I want this background color of mine to be in the white color. Okay, and what about the FG color? That's my font color, and this time I want it to be in the red. What about the font values? So font will be equal to here as like Arial. Okay, then we'll be having the size again 42, and then here I am having the bold. This is the font size which I want. Okay, further getting down, I will be rounding up 2 underscore label dot, here I'm having up the place function, that's where to place that out. Okay, So value for the x will be 180 and value for the y will be 140. Okay, value for x will be 180 and y will be 140. Okay, that's pretty much done. Now, next what do I want? One second, let me get down right here. Now I'll be making up a button. So that will be a button which will onto which it will written translate. That will be written onto that particular button. As soon as I click onto the button, it will show me the translated text. Okay, so here I'll be making that out. So translate underscore b. Okay, my variable name. Function which I'll be using for making up a button is this button function only, but b will be capital for this. Okay. Further, I'll be writing up the Tkinter window into which my Tkinter window is stored. Next, what is the text which you want to write up onto that button? So I want to write up onto that button somewhat in the way, let's say, translate. Okay. Further, what will be the background color for that button? So background color, I want it to be into a manner, let's say it would be green. Okay. And what about my FG? FG, I will be keeping this as white. Okay. And about the font, so yeah, font will again be somewhat the same values only a little change will be there. Font is equal to firstly it will be my Arial. Okay, let's say it will be 26 the font size and it will be in the bold as well. Okay. Now further after this, what I'll be doing is that I will be having up an option for simply giving up the command as well. Okay, I have to give up the command here as well. So what I would do, I'll put up a comma and here goes my command function. Now into this command, what I will be giving, I will be simply giving up the values. I'll be simply giving up my command function at this particular place. So for that, I have to define up a new function and into that respective function, I'll be writing up the main command of my complete program. Okay. So first I'll be going above and defining up that command function. So let's say I'll be coming up somewhat at this particular place. 1 second. Right here. And I'll be writing div. And let's say it will be translate underscore language, my function name. And simply I would be writing up here as pass for now. Okay, and inside this I'll be passing up the same function translate underscore language, but make sure one thing, that you do not put up the brackets after this translate language function. Okay, after this particular function you do not put up the brackets because that's not at all needed, right? So hope I am pretty much clear up to this particular place, whatever I did wrote up. Now further we'll be defining up the functions, giving up the choices and rest everything now we'll be doing about. Okay. Okay. So now further I'll be giving up, first of all I'll be filling up this lang underscore or function. Then I'll be moving up forward with the rest of my things. Okay. So now into this particular case, what I'll be doing is that I'll be giving up different languages. Now I'll be giving up those respective languages in, okay, I'm sorry. I have to put up equal to. Right now, I'll be giving up the languages in such a way as I want them to appear into my drop down menu. Okay, we want that to be appearing in the 1 by 1 format. So that is the reason I'll be giving up all of the languages in the 1 by 1 format. Let's say I would just put up here, let's say it's Hindi, okay, comma. Let's say it's English, comma. Let's say I am having Spanish. Okay, let me put that double inverted commas. Spanish. Okay. Then let's say I'm having a German. Let's say then I'm having a French. Okay, let's say I'm having this French. Where is that F gone? Great. Okay, let's say these are the only languages in which I just wanted up the conversions. Further, according to your choice, you could add n number of languages, whichever you prefer like. Okay. That's done. Now let's do it one quick thing. Let's run out our program up till this particular place and let's see what's gonna happen and like what sort of output we are getting up here. Okay. So translated language is too big. This is my button, I guess. So yeah, this was my translated language or some button. And this is okay, pretty fine. So select languages, option is let's select French. Yeah, this is coming. It's pretty fine. Okay, translated language is to be changed upon because the dimensions actually have to be changed, right? I would just close this out about. Okay, what did I give here? Did I give any button value? I guess I didn't give. Yes, that was the mistake. Let's give out a button value here. Let's write up here in the form button. What was the variable name? It was translate underscore b. Okay, so it is translate underscore b dot. Here we'll be having the place function. Okay, now where do I have to place it about? So I want to place it at, let's say 220. X will be 220, and let's say y value will be here again. Let's say same 220. Okay. Yes, that's pretty much done, I guess. Let this be in the 25. Command is done. This is done. This is done. Okay, let's run that out now. Let's check it about. Okay, this is my button, my translate button, which is coming up, and this translated language has to be a little bit more above. Okay, pretty fine. That works. Let's make that a little bit more above. So what I could do is that simply I could just give up the different sort of values. Okay, let's do that afterwards. First of all, let me define up the complete function. Then we can do up that respective thing afterwards. Okay, let's first of all define up the complete function of ours. Right, so now this language underscore option, I just filled up all of those like languages, and those are completely coming up correctly into the drop down menu. Right, now what do I have to do is that I have to make up this particular function. Okay, that is translate underscore language. Okay, now into this I'll be writing up, let's say O1. Right, okay, let that not be, let it be N1. My variable name, okay? And you remember I made up an entry box. Right, that was entry underscore window. I'll be using up that same entry underscore window variable dot get. What it will help me to do, it will help me to get the like what are the text I have written onto the entry box. What are the entry box we did made and what are the text I have written. It will help me to get up that respective up here. It will help me to get up that respective box here. Okay, now that's the particular thing which is coming out. Okay, so that is the reason we use of this get function here. Let me now just get down at this particular place, and I could use N2, my next variable, and into that I'll be using up my translator function, which we did actually import it out from my GoogleTrans library. Remember, the second line which we wrote out of our program was from GoogleTrans import translator. So now this is the thing which we didn't import out, that from my GoogleTrans library, I am importing up the translator. Okay, let me just get down here. Further, I'm having N3 as my variable, and into that now I'll be having up a respective function, and that respective will help me to get up the value. So we did made up that downside. Remember, I just made this drop underscore down, but I'll be using that up to this particular place. So it will be drop underscore down dot, and it will be again my get, because drop down, whatever is saved up into the drop down function, I will be wanting up that, so that in whichever the language we want to convert about dot get. Okay, now after this, now if my drop down list which is being selected, if my N3, okay, if the drop down one which I have selected, if that is, first of all I did wrote up, what did I wrote? Okay, first was in Hindi. Okay, if this is equal to Hindi, then in that case, what do you have to do? You have to write up here a variable. Let's say it's CVT. Okay, and not CVT, let that be change. Okay, so now we have to change it into change is equal to HI. You remember that these are the short forms which you have for different languages. Okay, you can go onto the Google and there you could get up the different abbreviations for the languages that you have to use about. Okay, in Hindi is done. Now elif, my next condition goes elif entry, like whatever the language which is chosen by the drop down menu. Now if that language is English, so into that case, what do you have to do? You have to write change. Now change will equal to en, right? En is the abbreviation for English. So it again goes elif. What's my next language? Hindi, English, is Spanish. Now if entry is equal to Spanish, okay, then into that case, what will be the change? So change will be equal to ES. ES is for the Spanish, okay. Next, again your condition goes after Spanish. What do we have? We have German, then we have French. Now if entry is equal to German, okay, if entry is equal to German, so into that case, so change will be to, it will be DE. This is the abbreviation for German. And here my last condition, elif, entry is equal to, and this time it is French, right? Yeah. So my change will be equal to, let's say FR. Okay. So you can get up these abbreviations onto Google and you can just simply use that out. Now I did use up only 5 languages here. So I wrote that out only for 5 languages. The number of languages you are writing, for that number of languages, you'll be putting up different conditions. Okay. Great. Now here we'll be having up a variable that is text underscore translate. Now that will be equal to, now right, you remember above we just made up N2. N2, what was it having? It was having my translator function. Right, so I'll be now calling that out. So here goes my N2 dot. Here we have the translate, N2 dot translate. Now what do you want to translate out actually? I want to translate up this respective, okay, whatever the N1 we did give up here, I want to, one second, I want to translate that out. First of all, I'll be writing up here N1, comma. What will be the destination of the translation? So destination will be the change variable, which we did actually have made up here, this one. Okay, this is done. And now getting down, I'll be writing up here again. It will be text underscore translate is equal to, and again it will be here text underscore translate dot, and this time it will be my text. Okay, dot text. So whatever the text you are having, that respective one would be actually changed out here. Right, now further getting down, now what do I have? I'll be making up one more function, let's say that one more variable, let's say that's N4. What will be that about? Into this I'll be using up my gTTS library. Okay, what is my text actually? So my text is my text underscore translate variable, right? Text underscore translate variable, comma, and now here I'm going to use up the function which is slow. Okay, so for slow I'm going to do it as, set it as false for now. And what is my language? So my language is here change. Okay, this respective one, that is my change. And getting down here, you remember we just made up 2 labels, right? We made up 2 labels. This label I'm talking about now. Okay, this 2 label, one second, this 1 label and this 2 label. Let me do out one simple thing. Okay, let me do it one simple thing. This 1 label and this 2 label. These two are, I have written up here differently, right? Let me just give them a similar one. Okay, I'll be making this as 2 underscore label, and this as well, I'll be making it up as 2 underscore label. And now here what I'm going to do is that getting language is equal to change. Okay, Now getting down at this particular place, I'll be using up that to underscore label dot. Here we have the config. Okay, and now what's the text into that? So my text will be my text underscore translate. Okay, my text underscore translate will be my real text. Okay, so now what I have to do, I have to copy this out, Control C, and I'll be putting this out just below the respective function here. So just below this, I'll be putting it about, and I'll be removing this out from here. Okay, like this. And yeah, my Tkinter window is actually already made it out. Right, so translate underscore language was a function I did already give up here as in the command. Right, that's pretty much done. Now what do I have to do? I have to simply do up one single thing, that I have to make up the things in a clear way, right? That I have to give up the things in a clear way. So what I could do is that I could do up a one thing. Yeah, here what I could do, whatever the values I have given, it is white and red, and this as well I could give it as white, 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 and this as well I could set it up here as in the red. Okay, like it was coming up a different line, remember? So I could give up the similar values to these respective positions. And now what if I run out my program now? So let's see that what's gonna come up as an output. Okay, this translated language is quite large, which is written up. Let me reduce up let's reduce up the size for this, because it's coming too much bigger as coming up there, right? So I could do up one single thing. I could give this value as a 40. Translated language, that's pretty much done. 180, it's 180, 140, that's done. Yes, we could give up these respective values, but instead of that, what if I give 30? I guess that would somewhat work. Let's see that out. So I could run it out here. Translated language, now it's looking a pretty fine thing. Now here I have to write out what I want to translate it out here. I could just increase up the size like this, yeah. Let's say I want to write up that how are you. Okay, this is my term which I want to this was the thing which I actually want to translate. In which language I want to do it in the Hindi, let's say. And if I click on the translate button, okay, we are having an exception. Let's read that out here. So error, get data info fin correction error. Okay, let me do out one simple thing. So 20, line 75, 75, 85, 12, line number 12. Okay, let's take that out. So right here above, we are having change is equal to HR. That's pretty much done. Okay, so now let's check out the final output of our program for the language translator. Okay, but before moving forward with the checking of my program, I just want to make up a quick correction into my program, and that's I just want to make up this entry window. Like we had given up the font size here as 16, right? I just want to change out that and make it a little larger, because in between of the project, when we just when we just ran out of program, so into that case, I hope that you have noticed that on left hand side corner, we were having up our entry box of the black color, right? And it was pretty looking small. So let's do one thing. Let's change up that out. Let me write up the size for my entry box as 20. I guess this would actually work out here. Okay, now let's run out our program. Let's check out the final output. Then further, I'll be giving you once a recap of what we did in this particular project. Okay, so let me run that out very quickly here. So yes, here we click on the run. Great. So yeah, it would take up quite a little time, because one more thing, that it's necessary for you to be connected to the internet for running out your particular program. Okay, pretty fine. So yes, here's my final output. Here, this is my entry box is black color. Okay, I'm gonna write up here. Let's say that how are you? Okay, let's say my text which I want to convert in some other different language. Okay, from here I could just click on the drop down menu, and here we have different languages for which I could select out that for which respective language you want to translate out the text. Let's say I want to do it for Hindi. Okay, I click on that. Simply I can click on the translate. And where it is written translated language. See, here I got up my output, that's aap kaise hain. That's the conversion of how are you, that's in English in Hindi, right? Now, let's say I want to convert this how are you, that same thing onto, let's say, German. Okay, I clicked on German and I click on translate. See, at that respective place only, my text got changed. Right, so that was the reason actually. At every time, you remember, I used to write up here and 1 second, let me get above here, not that place, yes, this respective place. I used to write up here somewhat like this, somewhat like false and all those respective things, right? So that is the reason that I was writing about all of those particular things, so that again and again I do not have any of the need for running about my project. If I go up here and now if I just erase that out and I'm just, let's say, alright, I am going good, okay, and I want to convert that into Hindi, let's say, and I'm going to click on translate. So into that respective case, see, it translated my English text, I'm doing good, into Hindi, that's मैं अच्छा कर रहा हूँ, right? So onto that respective case, you do not need to again close your app and again open out your language translator app. If I click on, let's say, French and I click on translate, so yeah, here that's the term which is I'm doing good into the French language, right? So I'm going to close out the output from here. Okay, now what are the changes that you could make up onto this particular project according to you? So you could add some more languages, like I did add up only 5 languages. You could add any n number of languages according to your choice. Further, you could change the dimensions, you could change the color of these respective things, and yes, you could just change up all of these respective things, right, according to your choice, whatever is actually needed about. So what we did into this particular project is that we imported out our libraries, Tkinter, GoogleTrans, and gTTS, right? These were the 3 libraries. Further, I did wrote up here translate underscore language, and that was the respective function which we did made out for translating out our text that is written to English in any other different language. All of the things were done up here. Here we made up our Tic-Tac-Toe window. The dimension is given up here. Here goes my background color. Further, now what are the requirements I wanted up here? I wanted up an entry box. Further, I wanted up a drop-down list where I'll be having an option for selecting any language in which I want to convert. Then I wanted up a space where my final output will be displayed. And further, I wanted up a button. So a translate button. So as soon as I click onto that respective button, my final output should come up there. Right, these were all of my requirements which I actually wanted up. So onto that particular case, this was the output which we actually get out here, right, after writing up this complete program. That was our final project, which is actually here for us.
Let's start off by understanding what exactly is Java. So Java is a free and open source software. It's just plug and play. All you have to do is install Java once and you can start working with it. Java is also a cross-platform compatible language. So you can run Java on any operating system. Whether you have a Windows, Mac, or a Linux system, you can seamlessly run the same project on whatever operating system you have. And Java is also an object-oriented programming language. It's actually a pure object-oriented programming language. So what do I mean by that? Well, to understand that, let's actually understand what are objects. Now, look around you. What do you see? You see a lot of objects, don't you? So let's say there's a bottle in front of you. What is that bottle? It's an object. Now, let's say there's a cricket bat in front of you. What again is that? That is an object. Now, if you want to represent all of these objects in a programming point of view, that is when you need an object-oriented programming language. So it helps you to represent all of the objects which are surrounded by you in a programming language. Let's go ahead and install Java into our systems. So you can install Java from this site over here. So Java actually belongs to Oracle. So you'd have to go to oracle.com, Java Technologies, Java downloads.html. So you'd have to download something known as a JDK. So let's go ahead and download JDK first. So I'll just type in download JDK. I'll click on the first link over here. Now I'll click on JDK download. So JDK stands for Java Development Kit, which, as the name states, is a kit for you to program all of the Java concepts. And it also gives you something known as Java Runtime Environment, which helps you to execute your code. So it's basically a kit which helps you to create your programs and also execute your programs. So over here, you have different versions of it. So if you have a Linux system, then you can download JDK for Linux. If you have a Mac, then you can download JDK for a Mac. Similarly, if you have a Windows system, then you can download JDK for a Windows system over here. So all you have to do is click on this download button, check this, and then click on download. So it is the latest version of Java, JDK 14.0.1. And as you see, the download is starting over here. Now I'll just click on cancel because I don't have a lot of Wi-Fi left. And I already have JDK in my system. So we've successfully installed JDK into our systems. Now it'll actually give you a tool wizard and you have to click on next, and that will successfully set up everything in your system. Once you download JDK, you'd have to install a development environment as well. So this is known as integrated development environment. So one such integrated development for Java is Eclipse. And you can download Eclipse from this particular site, eclipse.org/downloads. So let me click on this link over here. Let's just wait till the link opens up. So what Eclipse does is it provides you a proper platform, a proper development environment so that you can code in a very easy way. Now let me go to the bottom of this. So actually we have this download 64-bit version. And since I have a 64-bit version, I have clicked on that. And when you click on the download button again, the download would start. So as you see over here, the download is starting. Now, since I already have Eclipse in my system, I'll just go ahead and cancel this. Right. So I have successfully installed Java and Eclipse into my system. Now, let's see how does Eclipse look like. So let me just open up Eclipse and show it to you guys. So this is how Eclipse workspace looks like. Now, our first task would be to create a new Java project. So for that purpose, I'll click on File. And over here, we've got a new option. And we have to create a new Java project. So I'll just click on this. Now you'd have to give a project name. So I'll name this as test_project. Now, normally when you give a name of a project, you keep the first letter to be small over here. I'll click on Finish. So let's just wait for this to be done. Right. So the module name is also create. So we have successfully created our first Java project. Now inside this, you have the source folder. So this is where all of your code would exist. Now you'd have to right click on the source folder. Then you have this new option again. And inside the source folder, you'd have to create a package. So click on package and then you'd have to give a name to this package. So I am naming this as test project again. Let me click on finish. So we have created this project. Now, again, I'll click on this new project over here, and inside this, I'd have to create a class. So over here, I'll give a name to this class and I will name this as test project, right? And over here, just click on this, which will give you public static void main. So if this seems confusing to you right now, just wait for a few minutes and then you'll properly understand what exactly is going on, right? So I'll click on finish and this will give you your new class. So over here, as you see, we've got public class test project. So this is the name of the class. And as I've already told you, Java is a pure object-oriented programming language. So whatever you do with Java happens inside a class. So what exactly is a class? You can consider a class to be the blueprint of an object. Now let's say I've already told you what exactly is an object. So everything that you see around you is an object. So let's say if an object is a house, right? Now you would have to create a blueprint of that house, and that is what this class will give you. So over here, I am naming this class as test project, and this is a function. So main, what you see over here, this is called as a function, and the execution of your program starts inside this main method.
So the language that we are going to use here in this session is Java. If you want, or if you're familiar with other languages such as C, C++, maybe Python, maybe JavaScript, you can implement the same in that language. If you know JavaScript, maybe you can add some CSS or some HTML to it so that it looks beautiful. Now, without wasting any further time, let's get started. In this session, we are going to build a tic-tac-toe game, right? What is a tic-tac-toe game? If you can see the image that is shown on the screen, right? You see 2 horizontal lines and 2 vertical lines, right? And 4 other horizontal lines, right? Then 3 vertical dashes, right? Basically, those are actually 3 vertical lines, 3 small dashes, and on the bottom again 3 small dashes. So this is the game board that we are talking about. Okay, now in this first step is that we are going to create this board, right? We are going to create and print this board. The idea behind this is that we are going to use a 2D array, naming it a gaming board or a G board, right? So then we place the space character, then a horizontal line, then a space character, then a horizontal line, then a space character, so that each element is separated from the other. For separating first row from the second row, we use these horizontal dashes, right? There is a if you can see in the screen, the second row, that is all dashes, okay, wherein we are not going to place any of the elements. This is just for the separation of first row and the second row. Similarly, for the second row and the third row, there is again a small dash signs to separate them. Now the second method that is on the right hand side is for printing the board. Okay, now let's get started. So the editor that I'm going to use here is Sublime. Okay, now let's first save this file. Let's save it on the desktop. Let's name this file as tic-tac-toe.java, right? Let's save this file. Now let's create a class, naming it a tic-tac-toe. Cool. Now let's create a main method that is public static void main string args. Cool, guys. Now the first thing that I talked about was that we are going to use a 2D array, a character array, 2D array, right? Let's name it as gboard, right? board, right? Cool, guys. And let's make it a static one as well, right? We are going to use this static array. Now let's try to place those horizontal row, now let's place some rows and columns into it. So the first element will be a space sign wherein we will place our element. The second will be the separation, that is the horizontal stick. Then again a space, right? Then again the stick, right? The stick sign. Then finally the last element, which is a space sign. So similarly, what we are going to do, we are going to paste it several times, right? Let's paste it first, 2, 3, and 4. Now let's separate the rows. Okay, so herein we will use dash sign, again a dash sign, right? And again a dash sign, right? Then the third and the fourth, right? The third will be this. So now once we have created all our rows and columns, now it's obvious that these lines are separating them. The third row, actually it's the fourth row and the second row, right? Cool, guys. Now let's indent it a bit properly. Done. Now let's try to print this board. Okay, rather than writing everything in your main is not a good option, because it will affect our debugging. If we somehow had some error, then finding it in the main method is very problematic. Now a better approach is what we can use a method to call that. So we are going to create a method naming it as print board. Okay, let's call it print board, right? And passing it the gboard as argument, the 2D array. Now let's create this array, this method. Let's name it static, because we are not making an object. What we do, we will call it directly by its name. Okay, now it will return void. Basically it's just for printing, right? then print board, and let's make a character array which is of 2D nature. Let's call it as well the gboard. Okay, now let's try to print this. For that we will use two loops, right? One for the row, that is int r equal to 0, that is for row. R is less than what? The gboard dot length, which gives me the size of the row, right? And then I will increment our row. Similarly, what I am going to do, I'm going to create another for, right? So in this for loop, I am going to create a column. Now I will traverse in the column, right? That's how we print our 2D array, right? There's no rocket science in it, right? Now it's less than gboard, right? How we used to find how we get the column length, that is with this bracket sign and 0 inside it, dot length. Cool, guys? Now once we are done with this, then we increment our this pointer as well. Now let's create simple println statement. Okay, system dot out out. Okay, it's caps. Okay, out dot print. Now should I write here a print ln, or that is the new line, every time it will print a new line, or just a print? Just a print, because I want each row in a single line, then there will be a enter on the next line starts, then I will get another row, then another row. Okay, so I will use here only the print, right? I want each row to be in a single line, right? So what I will do here, I will just gboard, I will just print the elements, right? Row and then a column. Once we are done with this thing, right? And then after this loop is over, then we simply call a method again, a println statement, just separating these rows. Print ln, that's it. There is no rocket science in this function, right? Simple, right? You got the point, right? Okay, now let's save this file, and now let's open our command prompt. Let's go into that folder where we have stored it. We stored it on a desktop, right? And then there is the game, and then simply what we will do, we will write cmd here. This will open up the command prompt, and then we will write java c. Okay, there's something wrong with it, just give me a second. Java c, and then we will write Tic-Tac-Toe, right, .java. That's how we compile our program. Let's see if there are any errors. No errors are there. Okay, there was no rocket science in it, right? It was just getting a 2D array to look like a matrix. So this is our matrix, right? The board is done. Now this board has been done. This is the first step. Now let's go ahead and see what we are going to do. Now what we are going to do, we are going to place values, okay? That is zeros or cross sign, O sign or a cross sign, right? So for that, we are again going to create another method. Basically, writing everything in a main, as I told you earlier, is not a good thing. So now we are going to create another method, naming it placeholder, wherein we will place our positions. Okay. So in this method will be having 3 arguments, right? First will be the board that we will pass him, then the position where we want to place our value, and then the string user. What does this mean, string user? Basically, once you will play and once your opponent will play, right? Makes sense to you guys? So that's why we are going to use this string user. Then we are going to use one variable. Then we will check if this user contains you, right? You can write anything, me, you. So it's you, and then it's CPU. Okay, so if it's you, then you will place a cross sign. Then we will add the position in the set. Let's forget about this line for now. I will cover it in the next slide. Okay, so then we will place our value, and similarly we will check for the user. If user is CPU or comp, that's computer, then we will place a O sign. And once we are done with this, then we will use multiple. You can use either a switch case or a multiple else if statements, right? Wherein you will check. So now, is this a good option to write indexes, right? 0, place a value on 0, 0. If this is this, then if 0, 0 is present, that row is 0, column is 0. Then if 0, 2 is present, then place a value. So rather than using these indexes, right, these rows and columns, let's name these 9 positions by the switch case and call for the position. That means we are only going to place our values from 1 to 9. Let's make it simple for us. Okay, so now when I say case 1, that you are entering 1 position, that means you are trying to insert value on the 0th row and 0th column. Okay, if you're placing 2, that means 0th row and 2nd column. Why this 0th row and 2nd column? Why not 0 and 1? Because if I talk about earlier slide, that 0, 1, that is 0th row and 1st column, is used by that separation, right? That horizontal stick, right? So that's why. So 02 represent the 2nd position. Is it 03 or 04? 04, right? 03 is again used for separation. So 04 will represent your 3rd position. That is in the 1st row. So in the 1st row, there will be 3 positions. What? 1, 2, 3. Then in the 2nd row, 4, 5, 6. In the 3rd row, that is 7, 8 and 9 respectively. Okay. Then we will use the switch case. Then we will print that book. Okay, cool guys, done. That's it. Now let's go quickly and code it. Now let's go ahead and just simply use another static method. Let's minimize this so that it looks beautiful. Now let's go ahead and create a static method. Is it returning anything? No, it's just for inserting the values. Static, right? So void, and then let's call it p holder, not the print board. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, p holder, right? And it will accept 3 arguments. The first is the character array, that is 2D array, that is a game board, right? The second is the in position where we are going to place our values. Then the third is that we are going to use as a string, right? That is for the user. We will check if it's you that you are playing or it's if it is the CPU that who is playing, right? Okay, then simply we will use one variable, right? A character variable. Let's call it a symbol. So let's for simplicity, let's place x in it. Okay, by default. Okay, cool, done. And now what we are going to do, we are going to check if the user, there's a method in string, right, which if you want to check the content of the string, you can't use double equal to sign, right? It checks for the reference. So if you want to check for the content, you have to use dot equals method. Cool, makes sense. So dot equals, what is the string that you're looking for? Is you. So if it's you, then we are going to simply use what? We are putting symbol. We are giving a value of x to the symbol. That is this sign. And then there was one line which I told you to skip. Okay, let's skip it for now. Let's comment here so that we will remember that we have to put something here. Okay, and then that's it, Now let's check for this thing. Else if the user dot equals, what is the dot equals represent? Now we are checking for if it's comp, right? Your computer, or you can write CPU, anything, right? Then put a symbol equal to O sign, right? Simple, makes sense. Then again we are going to insert this to something. Let's comment this line so that we will remember that we have to insert some value here. Okay, now this part is done. Now let's create a switch case so that we can place our values in the matrix. Okay, now switch case, that is switch. Now we will check what is the expression that we are going to use here, right? The position, right? So we will write position here, and then we will make our switch case. So the first case will be for, that is case 1 will be for what? Gboard 0, 0, right? 0th index and 0th row, 0th row and 0 column is equal to symbol. That's it, right? Nothing more than that. And then we will write break. to break the conditions. We know how a switch works, right? Similarly, this is for the first element. Now similarly we have to do it for the all the 9 elements, right? Let's do it for the second. And herein, will it be 0 1 or 0 2? 0 2, right? Yes. Then third, will it be 0 3 or 0 4? 0 4, because those lines are used for separation as well. Now let's copy it again and let's now try to print columns. So the second row, right? Then there will be 4. Now will it be 1 0 or 2 0? 2 0, because 1 0, that entire row is used for separation. So it will be 2 0, then there will be 2 2, and then there will be 2 4. Cool. And then we will change also these values, that is 4, 5 and 6. Done. And similarly for the next 3 rows. So this time it will be 7. And will it be 3 0 or 4 0? 4 0, right guys? So 4 0. Then 4 2. Then 4 4. Right? So let's give it 8. And now let's give it a 9. Cool. Done. And then we will print a default. If somehow there is someone who doesn't use these numbers, he might have placed 10. So 10 is not a position. So we have to prompt him a message that please enter a valid input, right? So for now, let's make it a system.out.println, right? So let's prompt him a message that it's an invalid input. That's it. Please enter right value. So you can prompt him anything you want. So for now, let's do it this way. And then let's print. Okay, control. Yeah. Now let's then go ahead and call the print board, right? And call that so that we can print our board. So let's go ahead and call that function, right? So now let's call that function basically print. What is the name of the function? Print board, right? And give him the argument as gboard, right? Done. So that every time we place a value or user places a value, so that we can get that board back. Okay. So you will place a value, then we will see wherein we have placed that value. So that's why we are using this print board again. So we are done with this method. And now let's go back to our code. Okay. Now this is done, right? Let's save this file and let's go back. Okay. Now this entire slide has been covered, except the 2 statements that I used for comment and that I indicated those comments, right? That will be covered in the next slide. Okay. So now let's see what are the things that we are going to do in our main method. So basically when a user plays, you will get a prompt like enter number from 1 to 9. Then you will enter your value using a scanner class, right? We will enter our values. So after that we will check. What we will check? We will check if you have placed earlier on a position 1, then you are again placing it on a 1 on that same position. Right? So you must know that you have entered already. There must be a way, right? So to represent that thing or to implement that thing wherein we will check if this number has been entered by you or the CPU, right? We have to have some way to do that, right? So for that we will use 2 hash sets, right? Which will contain all the positions. We will use 2 hash sets, one for the user and one for the CPU. So basically those 2 sets will contain all the values that you have entered. So then the next while statement, that is your set contains user position, will check for those conditions, right? If it's either on the user set or either in the computer set, we will check. If it's not there, then we will place a holder, right? The placeholder is called at the end. No, now if it's already been entered, then we will prompt our user the message that please try again, enter a value from 1 to 9 and then give him an input, right? Cool, makes sense. Now let's go back to our code. So first and foremost thing, that let's create those boards, those hash sets. We will name it global, right? Why global? So that we don't have to pass it to each function or each method, right? So let's create those methods, right? Those hash sets, static, right? Why static? Because each of our methods is static, so that to access an element which is non-static cannot be done in a static method. So static hash set of integers, right? Done. Let's name it your set, that is the user set, equal to, let's copy this thing same back to this side, Let's name it new. That's done. Now this is how we create a hash set. Similarly, let's do it for this one as well, right? The computer set, that is comp set. You can name anything it. Now for the simplicity, I'm from user set, we have written u set, ur set and comp set. Okay, cool. Now a hash set has been created. Okay, now let's place these value. Every time you place a value, now this comment sign, now we will come back to this. So every time you will place a value, we need to update this thing, right? Now there is one statement that you just need to add, right? How you add values in the hash set using add method, right? So I will just write what u set, that is your set dot add what, we'll just add that number in it. What number? The position, right? So position will be added because we have placed a value in this position, so we will update our user set. Now if we have placed it in a comp set or the user, now the CPU is playing, so we will update our comp set. Makes sense now? Earlier you might get some difficulty in understanding. Now it's clear, right? Why we are doing this thing to update our hash sets. Now let's go back to our main method. So now for the user to enter some values, we need a scanner class, right? So that's what we are going to do in our main method. We are going to make a scanner. Let's make a scanner class. Scanner, let's call it input. Okay, let's put it in. Okay, new scanner, right? Then system.in. That's how you take an input, right? System.in. Now anything you entered using this object, we will do it. Okay, now first thing, is it the only two steps will take place? No, first you will play, then computer will play or CPU will play, then again you will play, again CPU will play, right? So that for that we will need a while condition, right? Unless and until someone wins, we will loop around, right? Okay? So it's always true. It's an infinite loop, right? Now what we will do, we will just enter values. What? We'll ask the user to enter some values, right? So let's prompt him a message as well. System.out.println, right? We'll prompt him a message that, okay, print, not println, let's keep it print. Okay, enter values. Okay, I missed the string sign. Yeah, enter values from 1 to 9. Now it's clear to user that what he has to enter, right? Now once we are done with this thing, okay, now once we are done with this thing, now we will use the position wherein we have to enter the values. So what we will do, we will write user hyphen position, right? User position is equal to in dot next int, right? This is simple stuff, right? You don't have to worry about how you will use these things. You just are inputting values, right? Now what we will do, we will check while if this position is in the comp set or is in the user set. So what we are going to do, we're just going to do one thing. What? Your set, right? The your set dot contains, while if it is present in the user set, right? If user set contains what? This position. What position? User position. Cool. Or if comp set, right, dot contains what? This position, that is user position, right? Done. What we will do, we'll just make him, unless and until he puts the right value, we'll just make him loop around it. Okay, so we'll just prompt this same thing, we'll copy again. Okay, so we'll make him say, and once we have defined it, don't need an int. So what we will tell him, let's make this message a little bit more, retry. Okay, retry, comma, and that's it. Retry, enter values from this position. Okay, makes sense? Okay, so also put a println statement so that this will separate some. This is for the indentation purposes, that's it. It will look a bit messy. Tell, and that's it. Okay, so now we have made him re-enter values unless and until he puts the right value. So once he has done that, right, once the user has done that, we will just place our value. What we will call a p hold method, right? P hyphen holder method. And what are we going to pass him? First the gboard, right? Then the second argument is the user position, right? And the third argument is the string. Now it's you that you're playing, so we will enter you. Done. So that's how we create the main method for the user. Now let's go back to our code. Okay, let's save this file. So the main method for the user is done. Now let's talk about what is the CPU method. So for user you were inputting, but for the CPU we will make a random method. We will call some random function which will generate a random, and we will restrict that random method from ranging from 1 to 9. So he can only choose from 1 to 9 positions. Okay, 1 to 9. So that's how we do it. We will call a generate random method. We will just fix it or restrict it from 1 to 9, then call a random function in the math class, and we will solve this problem. Okay, and similarly once he has entered the right value, we will place that in the comp set. Okay, cool, makes sense. Now let's go back to the code. Now what we were going to do here, first let's simply copy this thing, right? Then I will show you what are the changes that we have to do. So now do we prompt? It's always the user that is waiting, not the CPU, right? CPU doesn't get this message enter values from 9. If he has done something wrong, he will handle it himself, right? That's the idea. So we will remove this line, and then we will just call it, instead of user position, let's call it comp position, okay, or CPU position. That will make sense, right? And now instead of that you are entering it, we will make one method naming it as what? Let's name it generate random, right? Generate random. You can also use AI here. If some of you are familiar with AI, you can use AI to generate this number. Okay, cool. So now you have called this. Now what we are going to check, if your set contains comp CPU position, right? This position, and if comp set contains, right, CPU position, he will check in his set as well as in the user set. Both the sets will be checked. Okay, what happened here? Where are we? Okay, here. So he will check in the CPU position, right? Now he has checked those positions. Now do he get re-enter values? No, these two lines also have to be removed because he will handle this thing, right? So again we will just update. We will ask him to generate a random position, calling again the random method, right? Generate random, right, is the method that we called again, and he will, unless and until he enters some value that is correct. Once he has entered, we will just call the game board and send the CPU position, right? The CPU position is sent, and then we will put what are the values that we used. We used we used CPU there. Let's check what we used here. Yeah, no, we used comp, right? So we have to send this comp. Just copy this thing and done, right? So our method is done, right? Our main method is done for the CPU. But now let's try to create that main method or the random method. So again we are calling it by its name. So again it will be a static. What will be its return type? It will be int because it's returning the position, right? So for that we will use the return type as int, right? And now let's call it gen random, right? This is the method that we called. Okay, now let's restrict it from the range. So the maximum value we can go on is 9, right? And the minimum value is what? 1. Done. And then let's define its range, that is int range. What will be its range? It will be max minus min plus 1, right? So to get all the numbers from including 1 and up to 9, including the 9 as well. So max minus min plus 1. We got the range. Now let's try to get the result. So once we got the result, we will return the result. Okay, return the result, that is integer. Okay, now what should be here? So whenever we call this math, okay, whenever we call this math.random method, it will always generate what? It will always generate a value which is it will always return a value which is of double, which the return type for this is double. So first and foremost thing is that we need to typecast it, okay, to integer. Once we have done that, now whatever we got, we will just typecast it, and for setting it and giving it a range, we will just multiply it with the range and then plus our minimum value. That's how we restrict it. Cool, guys. So once we have restricted our CPU from 1 to 9, our get random method is also done. Cool. So once we have completed this, we are done with this random method as well. So let's save this file. So the main method for CPU is also done. Now let's talk about global sets. Why we defined it, it's already been clear to you guys. Now we have defined everything. Now what is the thing that is missing now? There's only one thing that is missing now. What? The winning conditions for both the players, right? So we will check, right? We will create one method in which we check who is the winner. Once we got some return value or we will return some string. You won, you lose. We will check if that string size is greater than 0. We will print that result, right, for both the user as well as the CPU. Okay. Now let's go ahead and implement this winning condition and then implement the method. So there is only one thing that we need to do. First, let's do it for that user. Okay, so now he has placed the value and now he came back. After placing the value, he came back. Now we will check string result. Let's call it result. Okay, now we make a method called check winner. Okay, let's call it check winning or winner. Check the winner, and it will know we will not send him anything. He will work on those hash sets only, right? Those will be containing the positions, right? So we don't have to send him any argument. Cool. Now we will check if the result dot length, that is if the result dot length, if it result is containing something, that is it will be greater than 0, then we will simply do one thing, that is system dot out dot print ln, right? What we will print? The result. That's it. And now you might be thinking, when we will just break out of this loop, when we will do? Once we got our result, right? Then we will write break. That's it. Done for the user. Similarly, we will copy this thing. Once the CPU has done his placement, right? He has placed his value in the board. Then we will check for the CPU as well. This result has been already defined, so we will remove this sign, and that's it. We are done with all the things, right? Now the last thing, that is the most important thing, is that check winner method. Now we will implement this check winner method. That's it, and rest of the code is ready. So now let's implement this check winner. What will be its return type? Again, it will be a static, right? First and foremost thing, it will be a static. And then what will be its return type? It will be string. What is the method called? Check winner. Will it receive any arguments? No. Now, what are the winning conditions? If you can visualize this board, what were the winning conditions when we used to play? If someone got his X's in the first row, all the first row is covered. That is 1, 2, 3 position has been covered, right? He is the winner. Right? So there are 8 winning conditions, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the second row, 7, 8, 9 for the third row. For the first column, it's 1, 4, and 7, right? So you need to visualize this thing. 2, 5, and then 8 is the another column, right? So similarly, there are 8 conditions, including the 2 diagonal ones as well. So I will just paste these things. This is just the repetition of this. So That's why I have already done this thing for you. So we'll paste this. Now, is this clear that we are making a hash set, right, for all the winning conditions? If you see, I have added r1.add1, r1.add2, r1.add3, right? 1, 2, 3 has been added. This is the winning condition for the first row. For the second row is 4, 5, 6. For the third row is 7, 8, 9. For the first column it's 1, 4, 7. So the second column it is 2, 5, 8. For the third column it's 3, 6, 9. And for the two diagonals it is 1, 5, 9 and 3, 5, 7. Now we have done the winning conditions. Now, rather than looping around each hash set and checking with then we will check this with our user set and the computer set, right? Rather than looping around each hash set one by one, the code will be what? We will have to write extra code, right? So rather than doing that, what we will do, we will create a hash set of hash sets. Okay, done. And we will call it set of sets, that is set, and we will just create this hash set again, hash set, that's it, done. Now what we will do, we will just add these hash sets to this set, that those individual rows and columns and diagonals, right? What we will do, set add what, r1, then we will do set, I'm writing it in the same line so that you guys can visualize it. You can write it in, but the better practice is to write it on the individual lines, right? The code will be, it will be spread down and it makes it easy to read, right? So for simplicity, I'm writing so that you guys can visualize what I'm doing. Okay, I'm doing add, what I'm going to add now, row 2, right? Then set dot add what, row 3. Done with this thing. Cool, guys. Now simply may copy this thing and we will do it for the columns as well. Set dot row, that we have to add column 1, the column 2, the column 3, and then finally what we will do, we will add what, diagonal 1, we have called it d1, and then set dot add what, diagonal 2. So now what we have done, we have added all the hash sets in this set of sets, right? The main hash set, we have all the winning conditions in it. Now there's one thing that we just need to do. Now what we will do, we will just loop around it. What we will do, we will just write hash set, right? It will give me a hash set. Well, let's name it C. Okay, it will give me an object, this thing. Then what we will do, I'm using the for each loop here. Okay, if you guys don't know about it, just read about it. It works similar in fashion, but it will return always, it will return the hash set, right? In this case it will return a hash set, right? So now we got the hash set. For example, we got 1, 2, 3 as an hash set. Now what we will do, we'll just check if the user set, that is our UR set, right, dot contains what, all of what, contains all of what, this 1, 2, 3 set, that's it. If it contains this thing, what we are going to do, we're just going to return what, we'll return u1, right? That's it. What we are going to do, u, let's make it some all caps lock. Now if it doesn't contain this, then we will check for the else if condition for the comp set, right? Comp set what, comp set dot if a computer set, that is this all the CPU positions, dot set, not the set method, dot contains all, right? Again same thing, contains all what, this C, right? If the CPU has this set, right, will return sorry, you lose, right? You lose, you lost, right? You won, you lost, that's it. Now if none of these match, right, and we have exhausted all the hash set and we are at the end of that, means we have entered the 9th location as well, all the locations has been filled, then we will just check if, for that we need to check, right, if our user set, right, dot size, there's a size method, right, plus in hash set we have a size which will give the number of elements in that hash set, right? Similarly, we will check if comp set dot size, right, both of these equal to, while we add up both of these, we will get a value of 9. If we get a value of 9, that just means it's a draw. Return draw. Okay, that's it. And we will put an end of statement. We have missed here the end of statement. Cool. Now then, if this also didn't match, right, then we have to return something, right? Let's return the empty string, right? That's it. So that's why we were using that condition here, right? If the result length is greater than 0, right, only then it will break. Okay, and then it will check, and if it is right, then it will break. That's it. We are done. Let's save this file, right? Go back to our code. This is done. This is all about the winning conditions, right? The winning conditions and adding them to a hash set, then checking if you won or you lose or it's a draw. All these statements have been done. Now let's try to compile it. Let's go back to a compiler. Let's compile it. Let's check for the errors. Okay, there are a lot of errors. Let's try to remove this thing. Okay, hash set of hash set. Let's go up. Cannot find the symbol. Okay, there's one main thing that we missed, right? So all these sets are present in the util package, right? So we need to just import Java. Okay, now we have to just import java.util.star, and for input output operations, right, we need to import java.io.star. That's it. Need to import these packages. Let's save this file, go back to a command prompt. Let's try to run this time. So we have compiled it successfully, and now let's run this code and let's run it maybe 2-3 times so that you can get an idea. Okay, now let's put a value. Where will we put? Let's put 1. Okay, the CPU placed its value on 6 location. Now let's try to win. Let's first try to trick him. Let's put a 6. Okay, I have entered because there is already a value entered by the CPU, so that's why we got a retry. Enter value from 1 to 9. Okay, or you can also prompt him that this position has been already taken, anything, right? So that you might know what is wrong with this program, right? So let's place 5. Okay, CPU placed there. Let's place it on 3. Okay, now let's place it on 2 and we will win this game. Yeah, you won. Let's try to lose now this time. Okay, 1. Let's now try to lose this. Let's put 4. Okay, he's winning right now. He's winning if he gets it on 3. Okay, now for us to lose, we will place it on 8. Okay, he's not still willing to win. Now let's place a value on 6 location. Okay, he's not able to win this time as well, so it will be a draw. Okay, let's place a 3 and it's a draw. That's it, guys. So we are done, guys, and let's go back. We have compiled it and run our code successfully. So you might have seen that window, right, wherein we have a snake, and once we will click on the play button and it soon starts to move, right? So we need that window. Okay, for that, what we are going to do, we are going to download processing. In that, we just have to write void setup size 500. That is the size, that is the height and the width of the window. Okay, and the background color. With this background, you will it will range from 0 to 255. 0 means black and 255 means white. So we just define these initial properties. Okay, if you try to, can we use NetBeans? If you try to use any other IDE wherein you want to implement this using Java, then you have to write for this single setup function that I wrote, you have to write 25 lines of code. Okay, so for just writing this setup function, you just need 25 lines of code. Okay, now let me go ahead and quickly implement this, then we will go ahead with the things. Okay, so once you have downloaded the IDE, you will get some this kind of a structure, right? This sketch. Okay, in this sketch, what you're going to do, if you want to get started in this in this processing tool, you just go ahead and click on help and go into environment. Okay, which ID is this? This is processing development environment, PDE. Okay, now once you will go in here, okay, you will just go in the help section and then just click on get started. Okay, so I will just select this and copy this thing. Okay, and I will just show you guys how it's done easily. Okay, now paste it. Now this is the function I was talking about, the setup function. Okay, now I have written this thing and then I will press on this play button. Okay, and you see this is the screen that I got. If you want to change the size, you can easily change. For writing this thing, this simple thing in Java will take around 25 lines of code. Why we want to do that thing? Okay, so when we press on click, run again, you see the window size has increased. Okay, and when we press this thing back to 500 and 500, then this zero represents the color. Okay, so if you want some other colors, there is something called HTML Google color picker. Okay, you just click on this. Okay, and this will give you something like this, and just you need to copy paste this color. So you don't need to remember anything here. Okay, you just copy paste this thing. Can you increase the size? Yeah, I will, sure. And that's it. Okay, let me increase this size. Okay, done. So then we will just paste here. Okay, then we will just remove this RGB signs. Okay, done. Now when we try to run this thing, you see our color has changed. Okay, the background color has been changed. Okay, sir, can we do this code in Eclipse IDE of Java? Yes, you can, but for writing this simple, creating this panel or this sketch or the outline, you need 25 lines of code. Why you want to do that, Rajni? Okay, why you want to go through that? This is a simple IDE. Therein we will be not using such complex functions here. We will just use 2 functions and that's it. It's the simplest way one can think of. Okay, so let me just go back and just keep it black for now. Okay, now I show you guys this is the thing that with which we can change the background of your game. Okay, that's it, done. Now let's move ahead and now create our snake, the pointer, the starting pointer. Okay, for that, what we are going to use, we are going to use what? 2 array lists. Okay, now we have created 2 array lists. Why we have created 2 array lists? First, x point, if you talk about a single point, we have x coordinate and the y coordinate. So for storing x coordinates, we will use this array list. Okay, and for storing y coordinates, we use this y position array list. Okay, now the window height and the block, what is this? Once we will create the starting pointer, the starting point of our snake, this block is the size of that each block. Okay, then the setup function we will include, where we want to locate our. So once we are done with this thing with height, width and the block, okay, then what we will do, we will just again put these values in our array list. That is the starting pointer. That's what the location, the pointer from which it starts, that is 4 and 15. This is the x position and this is the y position. 4 is the x position and 15 is y position. Okay, then the draw function. After the setup function, once we will open this window. Okay, once we will open this window, always setup function will be called. Okay, and after the setup function, there will be draw function which will be called automatically. There is nothing you have to do. You don't have to call these functions. They will be called automatically. Okay, then we will fill in the color of that block. Okay, and then we will iterate through these positions so that we want to print it. For example, right now you might be thinking why we are looping around, right? We are creating each block of our snake will be a rectangle. Okay, you can easily implement, I mean to say, circle or any other for the matter of fact, for any other shape. Okay, after we have included, for example, right now we have only one position, that is the x position and the y position. Sir, height and width you just told about. Okay, the height and width represents the height and the width of this panel. Okay, I will show you once I will go through this. Let me show you the things first. Okay, we'll go in this section, and then I will just use this thing. Now, this is the thing I told you, right, guys? This is the thing that I showed you, and this is the thing that I did. Okay, now let me show you one thing. So these are the 2 pointers, right? The head, the height and the width, right? If I change these starting points from 0 to 0, you just see what happens. Where will be our pointer? The starting point. You see, when I run this program, the pointer is at this location, okay? This above location. Now, when I change this to 24, where it will be? It will be at the down position, right? From the left corner side. When I run this thing, you see, here is the pointer. So we don't want it to be at the corners, okay? Magnify the screen, okay? So let me magnify it again. Okay, that's it. Okay, now what we did here, when we wrote 024, that's the thing. Now if we wrote 24, so you just have to do this thing for this screen, that is the length and the height of this panel. We are using 500, 500. So the length and breadth, right? So similarly, the positions that are, because the length, the original width and the original height of this IDE will be different. So I am just using this size to represent all those things. So if I write 24, let me just cross this thing. So if I write this thing, then you see the pointer is here. Now I figured out that the height and the width of the block is all along 24 and 24. Okay, got it? That's why I wrote 24 at the starting, because I figured out that this is the thing that this is the position that I can move along. This is the only thing that I can move along, that is 24 and 24. So from 0 to 24 x-axis, from 0 to 24 y-axis. Okay, that's why I started this height and width with this value, and wherein this block size is this pointer that I have shown. Okay, now let me just go back and put it this 14 and 15. Okay, now you see we have created our pointer, right? When you try to run this, and this will start moving, and then we will make him eat, make him die. Okay, this is the starting pointer. Okay, you can use any other figure as well, any other shape, right? If you want to use circle, you can use that. So the simplest that I can I mean to say, I want to make this session as simple as possible. Okay, for implementing those things, you can just go through the processing and see how you whatever you want to build. Okay, if you want a circle or if you want some shapes, easily you can do that. Okay, so now when I looped around this thing, this is the when I looped around the rectangle, the rect function will take 4 arguments. What are those 4 arguments? First is the x coordinate, the second is the y coordinate. So I am multiplying my first pointer, that is 4, into that block size 20. That is the size that we saw on your that you just saw on your screen. Okay, and then y-axis into the block size. Okay, so these are the 2 blocks, x coordinate, y coordinate, and then these two coordinates are height and the width of the block. Okay, so the block size is 20, so just write 20 and 20, that's it. So we got this thing. And fill, if you don't write anything, and you see I have just replaced this background here. Earlier I showed you this in the setup function, but what happens, for example, when the snake grows, right, there will be many positions, right? So we will keep following along. Okay, we will just loop around those positions. Okay, that's it. Now let's go back. Now we have created our snake, right, with the initial positions 4 and 15. Now the second step is, how can we make him move? So how can we make our snake move? Obviously, when we click on that button, it starts moving, right? It will start moving without anything. It will start moving, and that's it. So how can we do that? So for that, how many positions are there for a snake to move? 4, left, right, up, down. That's it, right? So this int dir is for that. So the first direction, if you have played that game, it always starts to move in the right direction, right? So that's why the 2 here represents the right position, 3 will represent left, 1 will represent up, and 0 will represent down. Okay, now what we did, we created a directory, the direction that is starting from 2, that will always move from the left side. Now this array, these 2 arrays are very important. Okay, 1 will represent the positions, right? The 0, 0, 1, -1. What does this mean? What does this mean? Basically, when we try to move in right direction, what are the things that will change? Will the I mean to say, will we go up? No. Will we go down? No. We're just moving towards the right. So when we move right, we are just incrementing the value of that thing, right? The x position, right? So, and we are just, -1 will represent what? This -1 is something when we move towards the down direction, okay? When we are moving down. So at that time, this -1 will help because we are decrementing the x position, right? We are moving down. So this left and right will represent these things. And similarly for y positions, when we are moving up, what will happen? That up will go up, the y position will go up, and when we move down, that's why -1. So then at that time we will go downwards. Okay, so that's why we are using two arrays. Now the frame count. So basically this IDE has a frame rate of 60. Okay, so the frame count will give that 60. Now when we try to divide this thing by 8, we don't want it to move slowly, so we just incremented its speed by modulus. You can use 10, 20, anything, so that it will move slowly. So after this, when I show you the slides, I will show you how quickly we can make him move. Okay, now the position, we are adding something at the starting index. Okay, if you have worked with array list, right, when we can use two things, right? We can use add with one argument, and we can use the add method with two arguments. So herein we have defining the initial position. The initial position is 0, the index 0. We will try to insert whatever we got from that previous index, that was 4, right? And then after that we are trying to multiply it with the direction. The direction for that is x dir. The direct dir will be 2, and the x dir will be the array. So it will fetch the second index, right? It will fetch the second index, then we try to add that. Okay, the second index is 1. So you see, now this 415 that we wrote earlier will be 5. 415 was the thing, right? 415 that we wrote will be 515 because we're moving in the right direction. Then it will be 615, then 715. So as long as we move along. Okay, so that's how we make him move. And similarly for the y position, the dir 0 will be 0, so nothing will happen in that, right? It's obvious, right? That's why we used to do arrays, right? And then when we try to remove, you see why we use this remove thing. Okay, I will show you this in here. Okay, let me go back to this thing and let me copy this thing. And select all and paste. This is the thing that I told you, right? This is the thing that I told you, the frame count and everything is visible to you. Let me just magnify this. This is the thing, right? I told you guys, when we want to move, we will use this thing, right? And when we are trying to build this thing above, let me go a bit above. Okay, these are the direction arrays, two direction arrays, right? These are the two direction arrays. Okay, now if I remove these two lines that I showed you why we want to remove this thing, now you see, if we run this thing again, okay, now you see we are trying to move. We haven't inserted any values, right? But what we are doing, we are adding, right? We are adding at 0th index. It will go 415, then 515, then 615, then 715. So that's why we are getting this thing, right? Now we don't want that. We want it to move, but we want what are the previous values we have inserted, we want them both to be removed. Okay, so once I included these two lines, and when I run this thing, it will just move along. Okay, don't worry about it is going apart from the screen. We are just trying to build step by step. Okay, now let me quickly run this thing again. You see, now it's running, it's moving along. Okay, cool. Now let's go back to our slides. Okay, now we made him move, right? We made him move. Now, what is the next step? How can we control him, right? The controlling is very important. We want to make him go up, then down, then this, then right, then left, right? So we use the key pressed function here, right? We will use this key pressed function here. Okay, what will this key will do? This will just, whatever we press, the arrow keys, right? The arrow keys, whenever we press, this function will be called. Okay, once this function is called, we will get the code from it, and we will check, does this key have the same code as down? So therein we have these four keywords, right? You can call it keywords. So these down, up, left have a specific meaning to it, right? So now whenever we pressed a down key, this will change the direction that we use, right? So earlier what we are using for the direction dir. So now new dir, new direction will be, we will store that the key that is pressed to the new direction, and once we are done with this thing, we will just replace this value. So the new value of direction will be changed. Okay. Okay, now let's go back and let's try to implement this thing. Okay, so this is the thing that I told you, right guys? So now we will change its direction. Okay, this is the thing, right? Key pressed, that's it, right? I told you this thing only. Now let's run this thing. Now when I press keys, this left, right, up, down, it will start moving. Okay, now our snake is ready to move. Okay, now he's moving. Okay, you see, when I press up, it goes up, left, right, all the things he is able to do. He is able to go anywhere. Okay, now let's close this thing and let's go back to our code. Okay, slides. Okay, just, and if you want to pick a different color for the background or for the snake head, right, you can do it. Okay. Okay, well, yeah. Now we have the control over our snake. Okay, now we can move him left, right, upwards, downwards. Okay, now we want him to eat food. Okay, now how can he eat food? So basically we are using what, the X position and Y position. For example, now this food that we will create will be somewhere in the screen, right, somewhere in the panel. So these positions will represent this first position, the 15th and the 15th. So every time when we create, when we hit the run button, it will be present, the food will be present. Obviously that's the case every time when we play that game. We had that thing, right? We have the food ready for the snake, right? So when we run this thing, we will have our food ready, and we will also create a variable boolean variable, that is game status. Unless and until game is going on, right, this status is false, we can move along, right? We have used this not sign. If game status is not game status is false, right? If game status is false, that means we can play along, right? And if it's true, that means the game is over, so don't create any food. That's the thing. Okay, now this fill color will put some coloring into it, right? So right now we are using again white, so you can easily go into the color picker and pick one color, and then we will now it has to be of the same shape, or if it doesn't want to be, if you don't want to be the same shape, right, the rectangle, you can just create any other circle, maybe a triangle, anything, right? But for now I have created a rectangle, same in the same fashion that we did earlier, right? Now we made this food. Okay, now once we made this food for the snake, now then we have to make him, right, the size also should increase, his size should also grow, right? Once he eat this thing, then his size should increase, right? So we will check if the position of the snake and the position of the food are at same location. That means we are at the same location. Please, now it will be added to that array, right? It will be added to that array, and then what we will do, we will create a random food with the help of this width and height that we used, right? The 24 and the 24 that we used earlier, right? Now what we did, we will create this position, and right, we will create some random position and we will put it on the screen. Now we will just implement this thing. Okay, so these two functions we will try to implement this thing. Okay, so this is our S4. Okay, we will select it, and then we will go back into this thing. Now we have okay, done. So when we try to run this thing, you see, now our snake is moving and we are making him eat. And similarly, make this window active, right guys? This window should be active. You just have to click on it so that it will start moving along. Okay, only then it will be able to find the keys. Okay, now it's moving and we are able to make him eat. And once he had ate this food, then a random position is created for the next time around. Okay, so the boolean game status is nothing but the status of the game. If once I will show you how to end the game, right now he is going out of the screen. Okay, now once the game will end, this boolean value should be false, right? this boolean value will be true. The game is ended, so we won't be able to produce new food. Okay, now there should not be the case that we are still able, we should be able to make this snake move and he should be able to eat this thing. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, so now we are done with this thing as well. Okay, Komal. So now let's see what else can we do here. Okay, yeah, now a snake is eating the food and we are creating new random food. Okay, this is the two things that we did, right? We made him stop at the position, right? When the positions are same, we made him eat this thing and then we created a random position. Okay, now how to display the score? How we can display the score, right? We are making him eat, right? Now we want a score to be displayed. So for that, what we will be using this thing, right? Text align. So we want it at the top left corner, right? And the text size represents the position, right? The position of the alignment, right? The text align will be left. The size of that block and the color of that block will be filled by fill, right? Fill method. And the text, the first argument will be string, and the next thing will be the position of the. Now herein I have used the x position, right? X size, whatever is in that array, x array or y array, right? That we declared earlier, which is representing the coordinates, right? Whatever will be the size of that will be the score of that, right? And the 0 and 20 will represent the this thing will represent the alignment, right? The x coordinate and the y coordinates, right? I will show you this thing as well. Let me go back into that. Okay, here is our processing, and now we will try to implement this thing. Okay. Now when we run this thing, you see same thing I did. Okay, he's moving. Just give it a minute. Yeah, he's back. Now he's moving, and now the scores are changing. Okay, you see 3 and then 4, then 5, then 6. Okay, now we are able to generate a score. Now what else we want? Okay, now a snake is moving, he's able to eat, we are able to display the score, right? Now what we want him to do is we want to increase his speed. Okay, every time he just eats 2 things, we want to increase his speed. So earlier what we used that static value, right? That 10. The 10 was the thing that we were trying to divide the frame rate with. Now we will try to divide it with this. We will implement new variable, that is speed, and we will try to decrease it every time it gets bigger and bigger. So once the position size is divisible by 2, obviously after 2 points it will be divisible by 2. 2, 4, 6. After each 2 points, it will increase its speeds. It will increase its speed. As long as we don't want to go into a negative side, right? So as long as this speed is greater than 2, right? We don't want to divide something by a negative sign, right? Then our program will fail. So that's why we use greater than or equal to 2. And unless and until this is the case, we will decrease its speed so that it keeps on speeding up after every 2 positions. Okay. Now let's go back and implement this thing. Now you see, it ate this thing, the position got speeded up. Now he ate this thing. Now 4, again the position starts incrementing. See, as long as it keeps on growing, it will start increasing. The speed will be increased. Okay, now you see the speed is increasing. Once the snake is trying to move, it will start increase. As long as it's increasing, the length of it, this snake is, I'm not able to get this point. Okay, so you see the speed is increasing after every 2 points. It's increased, right? You see, now we don't want this snake to go outside the screen, right? As long as he is in this side, inside the screen, we want to play. Once it will touch this borders of this thing, we want him to die. How does a snake die? Obviously, when it touches the border, he will die, right? Now, how can we make that? So the thing that we used earlier, the width and the height that I showed you, right, at the starting of this lecture, those things will help us, because we will be able to find out the width and the height, right? As long as it's inside that width and height of the screen, we will make the game status true. Unless and until if it's exceeding that, we will make the game status true, and we will get some message. We will try to implement that thing in the next slide, that how to display the end score. Okay, so once it touches the screen, okay, once it touches the borders of that panel, and if it's less than 0, and what are these positions? Something, the X position and the Y positions, right? If there is nothing in the array, the first index is less than 0. Okay, now if you try to go up and inside the left side, that time it will be decremented, right? If you visualize that, what is that called? The number line, right? The X coordinates and the Y coordinates. Whenever you go up, it's negative. Whenever you go towards the left, it's negative, right? So for that, we have represented this. If something that array position, something, the first pointer is less than 0 and the first index on the Y axis is less than 0, at that time, it means that we are going upwards, and at that time we are going towards the left side. That will be negative sign, okay? And if we are going to exceeding the window size, at that time also that means we are touching the borders, okay? Now, once we are done with this thing, what if it touches itself? Okay, that's the also case there, right? When it touches itself, it should also die. So something which is already present in those two arrays, if we touch those things, yes, it is possible. So if you touch those things, at that time the game status will be true, right? So again, we will loop around this thing, and we will check if something is not present in the array. If something is not present in the array, then we will make the game status true. That means we are died. The game is the snake has died. Okay, now let's go ahead and implement this thing. Now let's see. Now let's make him die. Okay, so once he's died, you see the score is gone, everything is gone. Now we don't want this ambiguity, right? We want something to be shown that this is your score and this is the thing, this is the score that you got. Do you want to play again? Press enter, maybe some kind of that thing. Okay, so now let's go back to this thing. Now our snake is died. Okay, now let's try to implement this score function. Okay, now once the game status is true, then it will go into the else part, right? I will show you what is the else part here. So after that, we will fill in the color. Maybe this is a color that I picked from color picker. Maybe it's red, something reddish. Okay, then I will align that thing to the center. Okay, Antra, I will show it. And the text size is 30, the text font that is 40, and then we will print game over score X positions. That means whatever is in the array, that will be the score, right? Whatever is in the array, the array size, whatever the elements were in the array, right? Each time we are inserting the value in that array, right? And after that, we have the 500 divided by 2 represents the width of that whole screen, right? It was 500 and 500, so we want that to be present in the center. Okay, and after the enter is pressed, we will just clear these positions. The two arrays, that is the index, the X values which were present in the array, we will clear that array. The Y positions which were present in the array, we will clear that, because we have entered an array. We have pressed enter, right? Enter key is pressed. So we are repeating the same process again. Then we are adding the starting index, that is wherever the first position of a snake, right, which is present on that 4 and 15, right? Then the direction, okay? Then the direction, and then the speed, right? The speed of the snake. Then the game status will again be false, so that we can run this thing again. Okay, now let's try to implement this thing together. Okay, now let's run this thing. So now we will make him eat something. We'll make him eat. This time, you see the score is changing. Okay, 5, and the speed is also incrementing. It won't be visible because it's now since it is only 8, the size of this snake is only 8. Now the speed is increasing. You see, now once we touch the screen, there is a game over and your score is 11. And if you want to play again, press enter. Then we pressed enter. Again our pointer will came. Again our snake will be at the same position. Now if you want to check Yeah, a bow is also working. When we tried that left and right, that is less than 0 and the greater than less than 0, the y-axis will be less than 0 at that time when it's greater than 0 at that time, right? So now the second position, I haven't shown you the second position. If it touches itself, what happens? So basically what I'm going to do here, as long as the size is greater than 2, if I'm going in the same direction, let me show you. So right now it's having size 1. Let me make it of size 2. Once it's size 2, when I press the same opposite key, okay, I just press the opposite key, right? It was going in the right direction. Then I press the left key. So it will touch himself, right? So let me show you this thing, what I did here. So the second condition that I showed you guys, right? This condition of dying. Let me just remove this thing. This, if he touches himself, okay? So let me remove this thing, okay? These are the things that is the case when he touches himself, okay? So whatever, okay, no, this is not the case, okay? This is the, yeah, this is the when he touches himself. Earlier is the when he touched the borders, okay? Now I have commented out what 4 lines of code. Now when we try to run this thing, okay? When we try to run this thing, it won't, you see, now I'm going in the same direction. Now let me show you this thing. Let me first increase its size, okay? Let me make him eat more things. You see? Let me show you one thing. You see, now you see what I did here? I was going in the left direction. Then I pressed him towards the right. So it's not changing. The pointer head is not changing, right? It's not changing like this. It's not changing like this. It's going in this direction. Then it moved towards this direction. Okay. We don't want this thing, right? Because we are using the same, right? We are using the same thing. Okay. Cool. So now we want him to die at this position as well. What we did earlier, we are moving in the same positions. Then we want him to die. We will just include this condition. That is something which is already present in that array, right? The X array and the Y array. Okay. Once, let me show you this thing. Okay. Now, whenever I make him play, whenever I play this game and I do the same. Okay. I just touch the border. Okay. Now this thing. Now this. Oh. Let me just make him a bit longer in size so that you guys will. Now I'm moving in this direction, right? Now I press the backwards key, so that's why it got killed. Maybe I was too close to the screen. You see, now the size is 2. So how did it die? Because I pressed the downwards key, and that's why. Okay.
The next thing what we need is we need MySQL server to get downloaded. Now this is the website, download MySQL community server. Once you click here, you will be able to get this kind of page. And if you can see here, it's written here that it's a zip file which you have to download. So don't download the zip file. You can see here that's written MySQL installer MSI. So click on go to download page and you'll be able to get an MSI installer. You can download the second one, which is a bigger file, 450.7 M. That one you can download. So once you download that, you can install it directly and it will ask you to put your username and password. So you have to do that. You can put any username and passwords can be small, but you have to remember that password because later on, if you're working with MySQL, it will ask for that password. So make sure that you remember that particular password. Now we will have MySQL also, as you can see that we have MySQL command line client and it is asking me the password. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my password and here we are. We have our SQL database here, right? And we can fetch all the databases, create the databases, creating the table, selecting any query, anything we can do here. But this is not the right way to write a SQL program, right? We need a software to do this. We need a front-end application where we can actually write our queries and we can see the result. So for that, what you can do is you can download MySQL Workbench, which you can get from here. And you can download this workbench, which will make sure that you have all the blocks and tables shown there in one software. where you can write the queries and you can also run it over. So here is the MSI installer. You can just download it and you can install it. There is no such passwords required for this, so you can directly install it. Now that we've understood how these things are looking and how we have to download and install, let me show you these things, how these things looks like. So we have the MySQL workbench. Now, as you can see, I already have one MySQL AT connection. So this is connected to MySQL server. When you will install MySQL server, you will be asked to have the username and password, right? And that is what you have to use here. So it is asking for me the password. So I'm going to put here my password. And here we are. We have our databases. So you can see here, Ritvik is one database and Sys is one database. Inside Ritvik, I have created one table which says student, and I have written some codes also here. How to run this? So you can just select and you can click on this. You can see it is now using Ritvik database. And if I do this again, so it is selecting all the data from the student table. It is showing it to me. Similarly, we can run any query here and we will be able to see the output. So this is what is MySQL workbench. If you want to create in database a table, you can do the same here as well. Okay, so let's move to our Eclipse and let's understand what is happening in that program which I have shown you. So in this program, as you can see that line by line, step by step, we have done and completed those 7 steps of JDBC, correct? Let's understand how and what we are doing basically here. So as you can see, this particular is the first step, which is importing the SQL data package. So what we can do here is we can comment it and we can write import packages. So this is our very first step, which is import packages. Now, what is our next step? Our next step is to make sure that we are loading and registering the driver. So if you can see here, we have class.4 name, right? And we have the driver link written here, correct? In the current version of Java, what we are using is we are using this driver, com.mysql.cj.jdbc.driver. You can get it in Google also, but you can copy it from here itself from the video. And this is what is our next thing. So what we are doing here is we are making sure that we are loading and registering the driver, right? Now let's see what is the next step. So next step is creating or establish the connection. Let's understand how we can do that. So you can see here we are creating a connection. Now this is an interface, and for interface we can't create an object. So we are creating a variable and we are using getConnection method to create the instance. Now getConnection is a method of driver manager which makes sure that you can create an instance of connection, and it is having some of the parameters, which is URL, name and pass. So URL we are giving here, name we have given here, and password we have given here, right? So these all things are provided, and this is what is the third step. Don't worry, we are going to do this again. I'm just trying to show you how these codes are written and how much long is it, whether it is taking time or not, all those things I'm just showing you. So this is what is creating and establishing the connection. Now once the connection is established, what next we have to do? We have to create a statement, right? We have to get ready with the message, right? And then we have to execute the query. So you can see here that we have created the statement for which we are using again statement interface, for which we can't create the object. So we are using create statement, the method. So here what we are basically doing is creating the statement. Once we are done with creating the statement, we have to execute the query. And obviously, the query will not result into only one data or only one information. Query can result into hundreds or thousands of data. That is why we are creating a result set object. Result set is an interface again, and we are using execute query method to shift all the query results to our RS variable or the object. So what we are going to do here is we are executing the query. Okay, so now once this particular executing the query is done, our result is getting processed and now it is placed in our RS object. Now what you have to do is you have to make sure that we read the result and we print it. So that is why what we are doing is we are reading the result data from this method, which is next, right? So using the next method, we are reading the data, the output, and then we are printing it here. And once we are printing it, the particular result will be printed in our console and we will be able to get our desired result. So this is what is process the result. This is what is our 6th step. So let me write it here. And the last step is to close the connection. So we are closing the statement and then we are closing the connection as well. Now once you do this, all 7 steps are completed, and as you can see, this doesn't require a lot of time. Now let's understand one by one deeply what we are basically doing. Now let's start from the beginning and let's understand what are these things. So first of all, we are importing the package. That is very short. We have to make a connection between Java and database. So we have to make sure that we import the package with which we will be able to connect these two things. And who is providing this java.sql? JDBC API, right? Which we have seen in the architecture. Now coming to the class, we have created a class. We have created a main method. Now that main method is throwing an exception. Why we have written that? Because we are making sure that this particular program will throw an exception because we are using a different package here, which is SQL. And it can happen the database is not connected with SQL and these type of errors or exceptions can occur. That is why we're making sure that we already write throws exception in our code. Now, next what we are doing is let's leave these particular things right now. We do not have to consider about these. Next, what we are doing is we are using the very most important method of this particular JDBC topic, which is for name. So for name is making sure that you are installing and loading the drivers in your class. So in this class, we are installing com.mysql driver. So driver is loaded and registered, and then we are making the connection. Connection is an interface. The statement is an interface. These all are nothing but an interface which we create an object for. So we are making sure that we are creating an object of all of these. Because we can't create an object directly, we are using some of the other functions to do that. Get connection will use 3 parameters, which is URL, username, and pass. Why is it required these things? See, whenever we need a connection with something, we need their information or we need their access, right? Then only we can connect. So we have the URL, that means the URL of that particular SQL, MySQL workbench. Now MySQL workbench has a local host which is running on 3306, right? That is what we are doing. We are writing this particular local host 3306. And what particular database I have used? I have used Ritwik database. If I go to my MySQL workbench, you can see that I am using Ritwik database. And inside that database, we have a table which is a student. That particular student table I'm using. So my database name is Ritwik, correct? And this particular Ritwik database is running on which server? 3306, because that is a default server of MySQL workbench. If you are installing newly or freshly workbench in your system, then 3306 will be the default port. If you've already used, then you must be knowing that what is the default port you're using. So we are writing this particular thing. This is the URL. That means this is the URL where particular Java programming language has to go and search for or execute the query to get the result. This is the URL. The next is username. So the username of my database is Ritwik. For you, how you will come to know? So when you are installing your MySQL server, you'll be creating a user database, right? Then you will be putting your username and password. So you have to remember that. You have to remember what is your username and what is your password. Next is password. So I'm giving the password also here. And all these 3 things are getting passed to this parameters, right? All the arguments are getting passed, and thus this get connection function is completed. Next, what we are doing, we are creating this statement. So once the statement is created, we are putting it into the resultant query. Now, this query, execute query, is having one more parameter, which is query. That means it should execute the query, whatever query you want to execute, right? So we have one query, let's say select star from student, right? Let's change this. Let's do one thing. Let's do this. Select name for student where ID equal to 53. Now, right now here you can see that it is giving me Mohan as the output, right? That is what we should get here also using Java. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just write here, select name from student where ID equal to 53, right? And what we are going to do, we are going to run this query and let's see whether the output is coming or not. So what is happening here? It is executing the query, putting the result set in the rs, right? And what is rs.next is doing? rs.next is making sure that your result set is moving to the next columns. Let's understand what is that. Now see, rs is not in this particular index. rs is basically in the name column, in the first column, because by default rs is pointing to our first column. So we have to make sure that it is not printing the first column, but it should move to the next row and then it should print that output. That is why we are writing rs.next. Why do we have a loop there? The while loop, if you have seen, we have a while loop here, right? Because it can happen that the result set will have multiple rows, right? Now, considering the fact that if we have multiple rows, we need to print all those rows in our Java console, correct? Now, printing those all multiple rows, every time we have to write rs.next, 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 right? So why don't we run a loop so that how many rows are there, all those rows will be printed at once. So while rs.next will make sure that whether there's a next element or not. If there is no next element, don't print anything. If we have next element, print it. If we have again next element, print it. Like that it goes on. That is why we have the while loop. And inside the while loop, we are getting the user data. So we are getting so right now, let me remove this because we have only one data, which is get string name, right? This is the column name which we have, name, right? That is what I'm giving here, get string name. So string user data, rs.get string name. This will get me the name of that particular query result and I'll be able to get that data. At last, we are closing the connection and we are also closing the connection. This statement. Let's run this particular code and let's see what we are getting. So as you can see, we are getting here the result Mohan, right? So we are getting the exact result which we want. But what if I want to run several queries together, or what we want to do is we want to run a different query for which multiple rows is the output. Here we have only one row as the output, right? Let's say that we have a query which is select star from student. This is what is the query. And if we run this, we are getting the whole table, right? Now this has multiple rows plus multiple columns, correct? Then what we have to do? So let's understand how to do that. Now remember that what we did here, we were writing rs.get int1 plus colon rs.get string2. So this is the first index which will get me the integer value. This is the second index which will get me the string value. And I'm also going to change the query where I'm writing select star from student, right? So as you can see, I'm writing select star from student. Now it will get me only two things. First, the integer index. Second, the string index. Let's see what it is providing me. So as you can see, the output is giving me 5 data, which is nothing but the ID and the name. As you can see in the table, we have the first integer index as ID and the second string index as name. Now, if we add something more, let's say that I'm adding here this whole thing, I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it here itself, right? And here what I'm going to do, going to mention 3, and I'm going to mention here int, because the third one is the age, right? And age is also an integer. So this is what I've written. Let's see what is happening. So if I run this, so you can see that you are getting the age also after the name, right? So this is how you can fetch all the required rows and the output from the resultant database or the query. Now, these all things is connected because both Java language and database language is understanding each other. That is why you can see the result in our Java console. And who is doing that? JDBC is doing that. How he is doing that? JDBC architecture is making sure that it is happening. Inside JDBC architecture, what all things are making sure that the connection is happening? JDBC API, which is this part. JDBC driver, which is this part, right? Then we have the 7 steps also, which contains connection, statement, result set, query, resultant query, and closing the connection. So these all things combined make sure that your JDBC connection is happening and your Java database connectivity is also getting done.
And that's a wrap on our journey through Python and Java. We have covered a lot of ground in this crash course, from mastering Python basics to tackling advanced Java projects. Let's quickly recap everything we have accomplished together. We started with Python, learning what it is, its history, and why it's such a powerful language today. After getting Python installed and set up, we jumped right into hands-on projects. We created tools like a word counter, a word game, and even a calculator. But we didn't stop there. We explored more advanced projects, including face recognition, password generation, and even working with real-time image processing and face detection. Not only did we analyze football data and track Amazon prices, but we also dove into machine learning by building a movie recommendation system and conducting credit card fraud analysis. To top it off, we built our very own virtual assistant using Python. Talk about a versatile toolkit. Next, we moved to Java, where we put our coding skills to work with the projects like Tic-Tac-Toe and Snake. We also got hands-on with JDBC in Java, giving us a solid foundation in both game development and Java database connectivity. We even added some bonus Python projects like building a digital clock and a language translator using libraries like Tkinter, gTTS, and GoogleTrans. Throughout the course, we ensured that every project aligned with real-world applications, providing a truly dynamic and interactive learning experience. Whether it was a coding game, analyzing data, or implementing machine learning, everything we have done has prepared you to tackle coding challenges with confidence. So whether you're building apps, analyzing data, or diving deeper into machine learning, you now have the skill to make it happen. Thanks for sticking with me throughout this journey, and I can't wait to see what amazing projects you create next.